मैं धावा भाई धावा वाला ऐसे छोड़ा था
अस्सलामुअलैकुम सर।
इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ परफेक्ट लगा था टीवी भी वही मिल जाए अगर वही सही
पता तमाम वो टीवी चैनल
No, you should
लिख दिया बस हो गया सब कुछ
ना बस
लेकिन कह नहीं रहे
तो वो नहीं कह नहीं रही है बट ये वाला एड्रेस वेलकम जब ना
हाँ
बिलाल अहमद जॉइंट डायरेक्टर ठीक है बाकी सब ठीक है देखिए एग्जैक्टली हाँ ठीक है बेटा
वो कोई है वो बेटा
वो विल
का
अरे यार वो रहने दो किसी का भी नाम ले लो
विक्रांत, can you hear us? विक्रांत, आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
सर माइक से थोड़े दूर है
हेलो मिस्टर विक्रांत हेलो
Voice is clear.
वॉइस इज क्लियर
Clear.
परफेक्ट
Perfect.
ओके
Little did the 20th century scientists know that a century later we'd have quality education, all of the keys, spanning miles, available at the mere tap on a phone screen. Honorable Chief Guest Shri Saurabh Bhagat, who is to join us shortly, respected guest of honor Professor M.F. Vani, worthy dignitaries, respected delegates, and the wonderful audience. On this freezing cold day, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you present here for the two-day digital workshop on digital transformation of education in J&K Vision 2030. I am Huzaifa and I'll be accompanying you as your host for the next 2 days. First off, I'd like to thank IIEDC NIT Srinagar, Move Beyond, a startup of NIT Srinagar, and UNICEF for coming together and organizing this workshop. I further extend my gratitude to Deloitte for being the knowledge partner for the event. The COVID-19 pandemic magnified the necessity, reach and potential of digital tools for fulfilling traditional tasks such as teaching and learning, as well as other needs like survey and capacity building. As schools and community centers now move back to regular functioning, these digital tools would serve to be a crucial medium for effective delivery of education interventions. Technology is set to play a major role in the improvement of educational processes and outcomes. In the past 5 years, the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir has already carried out a significant number of initiatives related to digital learning. A long-term vision is essential to ensure more synergy and sustainability of these initiatives. The Ministry of Education has released a national digital education architecture to enable a coherent, multi-channel, multimodal learning continuum, which includes live online classes, digital report cards, a multi-channel chatbot, and a digital survey mechanism. To achieve this vision, we identified 5 areas of focus. A. Quality e-content for learning needs. B. Enabling digital learning solutions for learners. C. Empowering educators, teachers and parents. D. Enhancing the ecosystem, governance, infrastructure and connectivity. And lastly E. Monitoring and evaluation. Day 1 of a 2-day workshop consists of 8 interactive sessions ranging from question answers to panel discussions separated by 2 breaks. Our panel discussions are in sync again with our Vision 2030. And today we will be discussing the A. Quality e-content, B. Enabling digital learning solutions, and C. Empowering educators, part of our Vision 2030. Tomorrow, amidst other sessions, we will be focusing on parts D. Enhancing the ecosystem, and E. Monitoring and evaluation of our vision. I'd like to thank the Department of School Education, Information Technology, Academic Institutions, IIM Kashipur, Aligarh Muslim University, Kashmir University, Islamic University of Science and Technology, civil society organizations, Cyber Peace Foundation, PyCharm Foundation, Pratham and Digital Empowerment Foundation for providing us with a plethora of resource persons who have gathered here today to enlighten us and make our workshop a successful and visionary event. To commence the event, I'd like to call upon the stage Mr. Sheikh Inayatullah, founder and CEO, Move Beyond, a career counselor, a career innovator, and a career guide, for the introductory address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Inayatullah.
A very good morning to all of you. Assalamu alaikum. I welcome one and all the dignitaries at the dais, the respected experts, faculty members from Directorate of School Education, SCRT, and the top not-for-profit institutions of India who have come so long to join us today and to contribute in making a digital transformation workshop, digital transformation roadmap 2025 for the UT of J&K. So far as this digital workshop on transformation of education is concerned, let me tell you, digital technology is, I personally believe, it's one of the major transformational tools in the world today. We have always thought of universal access, equity, equitable development, and many other parameters. If you can see today, right from the ground, the digitization, not only in education, even in the governance, has eased the life of people, like anything. And let me tell you, my dear colleagues, I am also working on a technology which I will be discussing later on, and J&K Science and Technology Department is funding that project. I have a lifelong dream of digitizing the entire activities of the world, like we have the Nifty 50 stock index. So that by sitting at home, for example, a director of a hospital would know how many patients have entered, how many patients have left, who has been given what type of medication, how many points of blood have been donated by somebody, how many operations have taken place. And likewise in governance, I want to digitize how many grievances have been filled, how many have been addressed, and how many are pending, and which sector has most grievances, and like that of economy. Which sector is growing, how many jobs are created, and I want to do it in a real-time basis. I have conceptualized it entirely, and I am working on a first parameter of that, which is employability index, or I call that career indexing tool. We had a workshop in NIT Srinagar in March this year, and we had some great participation from all the educational departments of the like school education, higher education, skill development. The idea is to quantify all opportunities. That's one of the aspects I'm working on so far as digitization is concerned. And I want to extend this digitization process to all the activities so that we could have some sort of a clock. I call it human clock. So by sitting at home, you can see what the world is doing. And why I want to do that? It's not a mere fascination or an adventure idea. To me, digitization is more about accountability. And so far as education is concerned, the digitization of education is inevitable today. The challenge we had to reach the far-flung areas, I think this is the only tool with us, as of now, to reach to any corner of the world, any corner of the world. So, my dear friends, I totally believe that the gathering of this 2 days we will definitely come to something, a roadmap, a plan, which will be later on presented to the government for implementation, so that whatever the initiatives which are already in place, how can we better them, how the loopholes which are there, how that they can be plugged, and how somehow whatever the student folk particularly is facing the problem, how digital or digitization can be a solution to that. With this, I will not take much time, I will take your leave. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. Thank you for coming, sir.
Welcome, sir. I'm not introduced to you.
Look at the national education policy, which was referenced at the very beginning of today. Technology is a key tool, has a key role in improving the educational processes and outcomes. It has that potential. But again, I come back to, if we use it strategically, sustainably, and wisely, and really have a plan how to do this. In the last 5 years, J&K has already carried out a number of significant initiatives to support digital learning. UNICEF has the fortunate position to be able to support some of them. For example, Salash, the out-of-school tracking and mainstreaming app with the Department of School Education, the STEERS mentorship program, and a really incredible initiative in school in Kashmir. And I was really, really amazed at the excitement, the joy of students and teachers as they engaged around coding and its potential. And the confidence that they received from being able to achieve tasks using coding and as a springboard for other technologies. And then we're looking at, nationally, we're looking at Nishta and Diksha, which also are providing digital solutions. question is, how do we bring this together? I mentioned lots of parts, and there are more, but how do we bring this together holistically, conceptually, to really benefit children and teachers in Jammu and Kashmir? What is our long-term vision? It's essential to have this vision to create more synergy around these initiatives and not see them as initiatives one by one. And I think Jammu and Kashmir has the beginnings, the foundations, and the capacities for digital transformation. And that's why I think this workshop today is so, and tomorrow, is so very, very important. It's crucial to bring this together into a comprehensive, cohesive plan, a roadmap to go forward. We know nationally, the Ministry of Education has released INDIR, the National Digital Education Architecture, which aims to enable a coherent, multi-channel, multi-module learning continuum. It includes online classes, digital report cards, digital challenges. But it's all, again, we need to see digital in the context of people and people interaction. And how do we use this better? And I think from the first person touched on this as well, to improve what we're doing. It's really a tool for equity and improvement, as well as governance. Because it's designed really to enhance these within the country. And I know to achieve this vision and to work out a roadmap, there have been five key areas of focus. One, looking at content, developing gender-inclusive, holistic, and localized content, which is really, really important. Things that relate to students and teacher local context. To make it meaningful, relevant. And second, capacity development, capacity building of teachers, parents, and caregivers. How do they, this vision cannot happen in isolation or in pockets. You need to bring together, bringing strategic partners, which I hope today and tomorrow is a key step in that direction as we see the key government institutions, other organizations coming together around this very, very crucial area. Now, how do you bring this all together with user-friendly, purposefully? It's not simply collecting information, but how do we use this information constructively to improve this whole structure and improve the quality of teaching and its really potential of digital tools in education and leverage them. Identify synergies in digital learning across the Union Territory, the wider India, but also international. And that's the beauty of digital, that there are no barriers, there are no borders. The beginning is a roadmap of how to bring digital transformation of education in Jammu and Kashmir, so every student and teacher can benefit, as well as the whole education system. So let me thank NIT Senegal and his partner, Move Beyond, and the Department of School Education for collaborating with UNICEF and all productive to really begin the process of developing a roadmap and a way forward. So I wish you well in the discussions, and I apologize again for not being there and participating in them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It brings me immense pleasure to hear about your vision, and I honor Professor N.F. Wan, Dean, Research and Consultancy, NIT Srinagar, for the welcome address. Let's welcome Professor M.F. Wani.
Shri Saurabh Bhagat Ji Sahab, Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Mr. Tiny Dorjan, UNICEF Head, India, other dignitaries on dais, off the dais, professors and teachers from various schools of Jammu and Kashmir. Good morning to all of you and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Today here we are to discuss a very delicate issue and very relevant issue to the section of the society which becomes future of the society, that is children. And this should be taken to the utmost seriousness to build a system to utilize digitalization of education in our education system. We have to see the life cycle of a system. If we build a system, we have to see its life cycle. Life cycle means whether it will last for 50 years, 20 years, 30 years. We must see, sometimes we shift from, we make changes in our system without going into analysis, results, consequences, etc. Sometimes we shift winter session, sometimes we shift to the spring session. This we should not do in a hurry. Please understand that education is a very delicate issue. When we talk of education, we all are here educated. And if there is some lacuna in education, it will reflect in all of us, whether I am on the dais or off the dais, whether I am teacher, whether I am engineer, whether I am doctor. We must understand why teacher is so important, why education, why digitalization is so important. If we don't do the life cycle of the system, we will make so many mistakes. And if we don't know who are the participants in the system, and what is the sustainability of the system which we are utilizing? What is the cost of the system? Who are the people, who are the stakeholders? We will lose the track. I must appreciate, see, it is Stanley Brilliant and their education system. I have visited almost all the countries of the world and I have seen their education system. How do they build their education system? From the school, primary, nursery, higher education, technical education, universities, etc. They don't go by giving the recognition in wholesome, in sundries. No, they have a system. We must understand. So, if we go for digitalization, we have already seen that we must go with the system. Don't go in isolation, please. Then, we have seen already in the COVID, we have utilized the digitalization system, but it was a certain requirement that time, because we didn't know how to cope up with the problems. That was a requirement at that time. But now we have time, we can analyze it, we can see how we can implement it. We have a NAP 2020 now with us. Government has arranged after a long time to give NAP 2020 that has a special focus on digitalization, teaching, learning methods. And we have to change our system. But remember, if we go for digitalization of education in the younger generation, from 3 to 18 years of age, we have to, first of all, study it fully. In full, we must know. Otherwise, if we adopt anything about which we don't know, even the teachers don't know it, even the system people don't know it, even those who adopt it in the system, they will have problems. Please understand. Because the COVID has taught us many things. If we adopted that type, suddenly something, but we must now make a system out of it, study it, do its need analysis, do its need analysis, define the system fully, then implement it, make its life cycle, see what are the phases in the life cycle. Whether it is 50 years, whether it is 25 years, 25 years we must have goals with us. Government of India has 2025 as the goal, because there are planners in that. Now I must give you some example because I have little time to say. We are having a program which is run by IIT Delhi, and I am the National Executive Committee member of that program, and I am also head of the regional. I am head of that program, the Bharat Abhiyan. And some of maybe some people here, they are part of that Bharat Abhiyan. What we do in that, see, it is easy to see that we adopt and give lecture on the mobile. Do you know how much stress it puts? Have anybody analyzed how much stress it puts on the eyes of the children, on the brain of the children? My son is a pediatrician, and whenever he advises something to any of my relatives, he says, don't give mobile to the child. We have many fights with our family regarding giving mobile to the child without having it fully scrutinized properly. Now, another part again, I have worked deep into the village. See, technology, it is easy to bring technology in the city because everybody is staying here in the 5-star hotels, in the AC rooms, and but our most of the population is living in villages. The children are educated in villages, most of the students. Because I was talking to UNICEF person here, madam, and she said that they are looking after 3 to 18 years of age. And most of the population lives in villages, in the rural areas. We have to go and analyze there what are the problems. And the whole, this UT of Kashmir, we have adopted villages. And in the villages we have worked in the school. The village which I am coordinating is in the Pulwama area. They have to fully do the need analysis, then see how to implement it and build the life cycle of that system. And how to implement it among the youth, among the school-going children. I bring sometimes those kids to my NIT Srinagar. Dr. Saad Parvez is here, and I ask them to see my laboratory, to see the digital system, to see the things in the NIT Srinagar. So it is, then you have to do both things. Something you have to do in the village, something you have to do in the rural population, to digitalization. Because most of the children in the city of Srinagar are in our towns, they have access to digital systems. But in the villages, which is the population, they don't have access to the systems. And the Prime Minister of India recently gave us a letter, appreciation letter of Bharat Abhiyan, special letter, that this is the program which can convert India into a developed nation. Because this program is not even now people abroad, the other countries. I was recently in Uzbekistan is to the teachers and to those who are in the implementation. Please, when you make a system, understand it fully, read it fully, discuss it fully, make its life cycle, make its phases, make its stakeholders part of it, experts, see the infrastructure, what is required. How much infrastructure is required? How much money is required? How much cost is required? Whether it is sustainable or not. The world is looking at this time for sustainability in everything. So, with these words, I express my gratitude and thanks to the organizers of this event, especially my NIT Srinagar, Dr. Saad Parvez, Anatollah, and the Department of Science and Technology. I don't know, I am always asking me a question that when I come to NIT, I saw some laborers, I always see laborers there on the road, they are waiting for the day. Then I calculate how much I am getting per day, how much laborers will be satisfied by that, they can be given wages. Because then I see my contribution is not so. Contribute somewhere, do something. This is why I get one more request in the projects, etc. They are very sincere. I know about Department of Science and Technology, their work in J&K is now showing the presence. With these words, I leave of you. Thank you very much. Wassalam.
Thank you, sir. Those were warm words. I sincerely hope that we, as the preceding generation, are able to set the correct and efficient pathway for a younger generation. We are honored to have you here. Next up, we are privileged to have amongst us our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Bilal Ahmed, Joint Director, J&K State Science, Technology and Innovation Council, with us for the welcome address.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's afternoon. So, respected Saurabh Banerjee, Commission Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Mr. Farooq Mubani sir, Mr. Inayat sir, and all other guests from the dais and off the dais. It's my honor and privilege to welcome all of you on behalf of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of J&K. So today I am very happy that Move Beyond, a non-profit organization, has organized a very important workshop on digital transformation of education in J&K. So I think that holding of such kind of workshops is a need of hour, and I must say that the digital transformation is required not only in the education sector, but in other sectors of the economy. Normal routine kind of correspondences to the e-file. So e-governance is already in place, and I would like to say that I being a part of the system, it has brought about efficiency in the system. Every file or every correspondence is being tracked on minute-to-minute basis, where it has gone, how it has been disposed, and it's very transparent now. So earlier, the correspondences or the representations from the people, some of them, the people would not know where they have gone, had they been disposed of justly. So the Department of Science and Technology is supporting all such kind of initiatives which are very much linked to the people. And recently we have, in the field of innovations, we have supported around 30 innovations. Yesterday we had the screening committee of those innovative ideas from across the UT of J&K, and Mr. Inayat was a co-opted member for that. And I would like to inform that J&K State Science, Technology and Innovation Council is supporting around 30 innovations by providing a seed money to the innovators, which amounts to rupees around 30 lakhs. So for the next year, we hope that we would go up to around 1 crore rupees for promotion of the innovations in the state. So all this is being done under the able and dynamic leadership of our Commission Secretary, Mr. Saurabh Banerjee. And I assure from this stage that such kind of initiatives from the schools, from the colleges, from the universities, or from the society will be supported by JNK in future. So with these words, I close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have the man of the moment with us. The chief guest of the event, Shri Saurabh Bhagat, IAS, Commissioner Secretary, a senior bureaucrat with 22+ years of experience in civil service, Administrative Secretary, IT, Science and Technology Industry, Labour and Employment, Consumer Affairs, Jal Shakti, Tribal Welfare, Director General, Institute of Management and Public Administration, Rural Development, Director School and Technical Education, Department of Science and Technology, JNK. Shri Saurabh has also recently worked diligently for the replication of good governance practice in collaboration with JNK and Ladakh. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Shri Saurabh Bhagat for the keynote address.
Good morning and adab to everybody. It's a great pleasure to be speaking at a very important occasion to a subject which is very close to my heart, that is education. Professor Vani, who is the director for NIT, Terry Durnan, the chief education in charge from UNICEF, who had briefed us at the beginning of the function, Pramila Manoharanji, who is the education specialist from UNICEF, Dr. Bilal, who is the Joint Director for Science and Technology Council, Sheikh Inatullah, my good friend and also CEO of Move Beyond, who is a very bright and a very upcoming, very talented entrepreneur from JNK, and I wish the best to him. Professor Sadar Parvez, who represents NIT, Danish Aziz, who is representing UNICEF, and most importantly, the various senior functionaries from the education department, including some of the supervisory staff and also the PGTs, TGTs representing various parts of Kashmir Valley. I have worked significantly for a very long time in the education sector, both as Director School Education Jammu and also as Director Technical Education, which now is called the Skill Development. I have also worked very long in the employment and labour sector, so I also know the employment situation in JNK. I think what is very critical is this particular project funded by UNICEF is a very, very significant project, and its importance cannot be underrated by in any possible way. The digital transformation of education is a very important area for India. You know, our country, the gigantic size that India has in terms of the population and the educatable population is more than perhaps the entire European countries together or all the African continent together. We have been developing at a very fast pace, and at this point of time, we are targeting a 5 trillion economy by 2025, another 3 years, and a 10 trillion economy by 2030. And the qualitative part of the improvement of education. Now, as IT Secretary of JNK, I have worked in 2 different stints. We have realized that JNK is at a cusp of change. You know that after the changes which have come in 2019, Government of India is very committed to improve the efficiency of governance. And within the efficiency of governance, most of the changes which you would have seen in the school is, now there is a very strong work culture, you have a biometric attendance, the conduct rules are implemented very strongly. As Bilal mentioned, the entire governance is now e-governance. There is no file in my office. So everything is absolutely digital, we don't have any darbar move. And government is very particular in delivering the desired objectives at the level of the official. In that entire scenario, the transformation of digital governance is very important. Whether we see the 2 massive unicorns, and they are now million and billion dollar businesses, because the vacuum which was created in lack of delivery of education, they filled up that vacuum. Therefore, there is a very huge demand and a latent need for providing a very high quality education. I would share with Madam who represents UNICEF that in JNK, the population in JNK, especially student population, I have had an opportunity to very intensively interact with them. They represent a very high intellect audience, and the adoption of technology is very high. So you would find that even in a very rural, remote area, everybody would be having a mobile platform with them. The cost of internet in India is the lowest anywhere in the world. So with the lowest internet cost, largest penetration of mobile phones, lot of internet-based platforms. At present, they are artificially expensive because of the fact that some of the private companies have monetized them and their access is limited. However, the democratization of education can only be brought about by use of digital technology. So, the poorest of poorest students living in very remote areas of Rola or Tral, they can get access to good education only by use of this internet technology. I would like to mention that I was attending a very major program in which Honorable Prime Minister, he awarded funding support. He has only done content aggregation, and he was Prime Minister also talked about it during Mann Ki Baat. So all of you have the same talent, and you can definitely make your little bit difference and improvement in the system. Secondly, you must realize it that what is the extent of unemployment in J&K? While all of us are sitting in this room, we got these jobs which are very important prime jobs. There are lakhs of people. I did a survey in the Department of Employment. We are having close to 5 lakh unemployed postgraduates and highly skilled technocrats in the state who are not employed. So all of you have got this great employment in the government, and therefore it is necessary that we deliver. Because as a government, either we deliver or we wither. So therefore it is very critical that the quality of delivery is very important. A very good organization like UNICEF and a very good NGO like Move Beyond, they put together this very beautiful program of how digital transformation can improve the quality of governance. So this is a very, very relevant program for all of you. I must tell you, all of you also, that it is necessary that over your career span, the assured job that was there in your last generation will not be there. So unless you deliver quality, and government will go for very strict evaluation of your capabilities. So maybe another 20 years down the line, there can be a golden goodbye also, if you do not metamorphosize into what government wants you to deliver. So there. Now, what are we talking about delivery? We are talking about access to students. So a very, very remote area, let's say there is a school, a primary school or a secondary school, where a particular subject teacher is not available. Now, the concerned DDC or BDC will go to the government saying, यहाँ पर आप फला सब्जेक्ट का कॉमर्स का टीचर नहीं है, कॉमर्स का टीचर लगा दीजिए, उर्दू का टीचर नहीं है, अरेबिक का टीचर नहीं है. But using this online technology, the head of the institution can give access to that student or a teacher sitting in Srinagar or anywhere, even in your diet and side institutions. It also means personalized high quality of teaching through online platform. We can utilize virtual reality. So children who want to, let's say, study something which is something internationally, you can show them the UNICEF set up in New York while through virtual reality sitting in any remote corner of the state. We can also use cloud-based learning. So once the content is loaded at a central place, something like what IGNOU is doing, or something like what Distance Learning Department of the Kashmir University is doing, content can be created. And same can be done by the School Education Department. So your site or DITE, which are very big organizations for study of and research in education, they can actually load and upload content. So you can have actually a studio where you can load content. So all the best teachers, subject specialists. Internet of Things is very critical, and IoT can also be utilized. Another aspect is the big data, on which we are working at various forums. I must tell you that recently I was involved with the training of KS officers, the state services, and we started exposing them to the National Academy. So Honorable Prime Minister has made it mandatory for every officer of the Indian Administrative Service to learn AI, and before they complete their probation, before they confirmed into the service, one AI-based application has to be developed and shown as functional. This is the kind of importance which is being given at the highest level. I am talking about the Indian Administrative Service officers who are not technocrats. So some of them are from arts graduates also. Even they are supposed to do that. Another aspect of this entire aspect is that it is you can have very interactive type of classes. So you can actually have a teacher with a low capability, let's say in a very remote area, can actually get access to a studio where you can have very high-end teachers who can actually clear the doubts, let's say for NEET examinations or other examinations. So my one question, I will pose only 3 questions to all of you. All of you are government servants and government officials. Where will your children study? Where will your children study? Would they study in a private academy, a DBA school or a Burnhall school, or will they go to the government school? So why are they going to the private school? Why are they not going to the government school? That means somewhere down the line we are not sincere in what we are doing. Okay, I have come across teachers saying that the raw material that you are giving us is not up to the mark. So ultimately, the salary that you are also getting, the salary which is given in a private school is very low. All of you know this. Even the best schools in Srinagar, they would be giving, private schools would be giving a very low amount of salary. And your salary is at least 10 times that of what is being given. So you are expected to deliver. Second thing is, there is two parts of the country. One is called India and one is called Bharat. So India is developing very fast, but your role is to develop Bharat. Your role is to develop the Bharat part. That is the rural area, the area which is not much developed. We are supporting research projects in various universities of J&K. We are supporting around 400 odd research projects which are on cutting edge areas, Kashmir-based technologies. I would also encourage NIT if they would like to do some research specifically on teaching education technology, on pedagogy, on automation or use of artificial intelligence, or Internet of Things, big data, etc. In teaching, we would like to support it. But our basic criteria of spending support is that if we support 10 programs, at least 5 should lead to innovation, at least there should be 5 patents, and at least they should establish startups. Because we don't want lots of our students, absolutely anybody has potential. So therefore what is critical is that education sector should not just produce graduates and postgraduates without employment. We have to produce people who have capacity to deliver and capacity to establish themselves as a private industry. So therefore I think these are 2-3 thoughts which I had in mind. So when I came to know about this seminar, I was very excited because this is a very, very important area. And I would also like to congratulate Terry Durnan, who is the Chief Education HR from UNICEF, that you have really supported this very good initiative. And I think UNICEF should keep supporting these kind of initiatives in very critical areas like J&K, because J&K is going through a transformation. And government is giving a lot of push to the improvement of work culture and delivery of important goals. In fact, we are now going to host the G7 event, and J&K, especially Kashmir Valley, and you will be coming to University of Kashmir, to the Sukas Kashmir, maybe perhaps the NIT Kashmir, and all these other states will be able to spend some time in J&K and Ladakh. And during that period, UNICEF can display whatever good activities you are doing over here, and also we can garner the latent intellect. As I said, the IQ is very high. The latent intellect, and because of lack of opportunity, funding of university, such wonderful ideas are there in young people. A small child has made a nanosatellite, which has actually been launched. So a child of 10th standard in J&K. So there is a lot of opportunity. So I think with these thoughts, I would wish best of luck to the for the next 2 days interaction. You should take maximum advantage of this kind of a training program. Always take a break and always further educate yourself, improve your skill set. All these certificates will be of great use to you, value to you, and I think therefore it's a very, very important program. So do pay attention. And I would suggest also that at the end of this entire program, there should be some kind of certification to all of them, as also some kind of evaluation, whether they have actually absorbed what you wanted to give them. And I think that there will be Ramila ji, Sheikh Radullah Sahab and Sadar Sahab. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now request Shri Soham again to present the mementos to Dr. Saad Parvez, Mr. Sheikh Inayatullah, and Ms. Ramila Manohar.
Which is the first one? We start from Sheikh Sahab. Thank you. I can also be a part of the picture.
Next one.
This is Madam Ramila ji.
Ma'am, आइए.
Sir, Professor Sir.
Professor Sir, आइए सर, इधर आइए. समझे.
Thank you, sir. We're now going to take a high tea break for media and the dignitaries in the VIP lounge, please. In the upper hall, please. You're requested to be back by 12 p.m.
डिपार्टमेंट है जेएन का, वो इट कोलैबोरेट्स विद वेरियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस इन इम्प्रूविंग द क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन। अभी आपने कोविड के दौर में देखा कि जो इंटरनेट टेक्नोलॉजी है, खासतौर पे जो ऑनलाइन क्लासेस का पैटर्न है, उसमें बच्चों तक एक्सेस पहुंचाने के लिए डिस्पाइट द फैक्ट द स्कूल्स वर नॉट फंक्शनिंग, गवर्नमेंट कंटिन्यूसली अलाउड एंड एक्सेस द चिल्ड्रन विद एजुकेशन। तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन यूजिंग डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी इन एजुकेशन, इस पर NIT बड़ा अच्छा काम कर रहा है। NIT श्रीनगर ने यूनिसेफ के साथ कोलैबोरेट किया है और इस प्रोग्राम के तहत एक मूव बियॉन्ड नाम की NGO है। तो ये ट्राई पार्टी स्टार्टअप है जिसके अंदर इन तीनों ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ने मिलके जो लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है वर्ल्ड में, जैसे चाहे हम बात करें आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की, चाहे हम बात करें इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स की, चाहे बिग डेटा की, उसको यूटिलाइज करके किस तरीके से एजुकेशन सिस्टम को बेहतर बनाया जाए। आपको पता है कि जो हमारा बच्चा है किसी रिमोट पसमंदा इलाके में है, चाहे वो तराल में है या दूसरे इलाके में, वहाँ पर उसको बेस्ट एजुकेशन प्रोवाइड करनी है। तो ऐसा भी कोई सब्जेक्ट हो सकता है जिसमें वहाँ टीचर सरकार के पास अवेलेबल ना हो, तो उसका कंटेंट जो है वो श्रीनगर से या किसी और जगह से बीम किया जा सकता है। इसके अलावा जो उनका बच्चों का इवैल्यूएशन है या उनके जो क्वेरीज क्लियर करनी है, जैसे नीट के बच्चे नीट की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, उनको कोई क्वेरी क्लियर करनी है, तो कुछ उस्ताद बैठ सकते हैं श्रीनगर में या किसी स्टूडियो में दिल्ली, और वहाँ से भी वो क्लियर कर सकते हैं। इसका सबसे बड़ा प्रूफ है कि जो हमारे प्राइवेट प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जैसे बायजूस है या बाकी अनअकैडमी है, उसका इतना बड़ा बिजनेस स्क्रॉलिंग बिजनेस है। तो गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर को किस तरीके से टेक्नोलॉजी को इस्तेमाल करके इम्प्रूव किया जाए, और खासतौर पर इसको हम कहते हैं पेडागॉजी, जो टीचिंग का साइंस है, उसके अंदर इसको क्लाइंट ओरिएंटेड कैसे किया जाए। जो हमारा बच्चा है, जो लैंग्वेज जिसको इश्यूज़ हैं रिमोट एरिया के अंदर, उसको क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहिए, तो उसको हाईएस्ट क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन कैसे डिलीवर की जाए, उसके लिए मूव बियॉन्ड साथ में जो NIT श्रीनगर और यूनिसेफ, इन तीनों ने कोलैबोरेट करके ये प्रोजेक्ट बनाया है। तो ये 2 दिन का ये जो इनका इंटरेक्टिव सेशन है, इसके अंदर एक्सपर्ट जो है यूनिसेफ के, वो भी लेक्चर्स डिलीवर करेंगे। मूव बियॉन्ड भी अपने रिसोर्सेज डाल रहा है। NIT श्रीनगर एक जो बहुत अच्छा इदारा है जो कि IT के क्षेत्र में, आपको पता है JK गवर्नमेंट के लगभग सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स हमारे जितने भी IT ऑटोमेशन के और टेक्नोलॉजी इंट्रोडक्शन के, उसमें NIT श्रीनगर ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। तो आज वानी साहब यहाँ से उसमें लीडरशिप प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, इनकी टीम भी है, और पूरे JNK के जो टीचर्स हैं, चाहे TGT या BGT हैं, काफ़ी बड़ा एक लॉट यहाँ पे SKICC में 2 दिन तक इंटरेक्ट करेंगे। तो जी तो पता है कि अब जो डेमोक्रेसी इन एजुकेशन है, जो कहते हैं एक गरीब बच्चा भी एजुकेशन को उतना एक्सेस कर पाए जितना एक अच्छी फैमिली का बच्चा कर पाए, वो डेमोक्रेसी इन एजुकेशन लाने का जो सबसे ज़्यादा पुख्ता तरीका है वो इंटरनेट एक्सेस है। हमारी देश में आपको पता है JNK में और इंडिया में लोएस्ट कॉस्ट ऑफ इंटरनेट बैंडविड्थ है। इंटरनेट सबसे सस्ता है हिंदुस्तान में, और लगभग हर किसी के पास मोबाइल फ़ोन है। हाईएस्ट मोबाइल पेनिट्रेशन इंडिया के अंदर। यूजिंग मोबाइल टेक्नोलॉजी एंड इंटरनेट, गवर्नमेंट का जो सिस्टम है, गवर्नमेंट कैन रीच द रिमोटेस्ट एरिया। तो इसमें एक और हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव ये है कि जो एजुकेशन को बनाया जाए वोकेशनल, तो एजुकेशन सिर्फ डिग्रियाँ ना प्रोड्यूस करे, बच्चों को एक्चुअल कंटेंट जो है बाद में वो अपनी प्राइवेट जॉब की तरफ जा पाएँ। आपको पता है जो हमारा डिपार्टमेंट है साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, हम लोग यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए, ताकि यहाँ पर JNK के अंदर एक स्टार्टअप कल्चर और एक जो यूनिकॉर्न वाला कल्चर आ पाए इसके तहत, और उसके बाद गवर्नमेंट जॉब की तरफ ना भागे। इससे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट खत्म होगा, और साथ में जो हमारा जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है गवर्नमेंट का कि दे शुड बी प्रोग्रेस इन एवरी रिमोट एरिया, वो हो जाए।
ये डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आपको कितना इम्पोर्टेंट लगता है, क्योंकि NAP के बाद बताया जाता है कि ऑनलाइन ज़्यादा होगा और फिजिकली जो क्लासेस हैं वो कम होंगे।
आपको पता है कि जो होता है इवन एजुकेशन पॉलिसी हॉरिजॉन्टल और वर्टिकल मूवमेंट की बात करती है। इसका मतलब है कि कोई आर्ट्स का बच्चा साइंस भी पढ़ सकता है, साइंस का बच्चा आर्ट का भी कॉम्बिनेशन बना सकता है। तो इसके लिए जो इंटरनेट टेक्नोलॉजी है ये बहुत क्रिटिकल है। इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर आपने कुछ भी, जैसे मान लीजिए आप जर्नलिज्म का कोर्स स्टार्ट करते हैं और 1 साल बाद आपको कोई परेशानी आती है, तो 1 साल आप उसको बाकायदा सर्टिफिकेट आपके पास आ जाएगा। 4 साल के बाद आप फिर स्टार्ट करके उसमें 2 साल पढ़ के डिप्लोमा ले सकते हैं, और अगर उसके आगे आप पढ़ेंगे तो आप डिग्री भी ले सकते हैं। तो ये एक बहुत अच्छा सिस्टम है। उसके लिए बहुत क्रिटिकल है कि डिजिटल कंटेंट अवेलेबल होगा, तो कहीं पर भी एनीवेयर एजुकेशन, आप घर बैठे बैठे अपने घर बैठे बैठे एजुकेशन को एक्सेस कर सकते हैं, चाहे हाउस वाइफ्स हैं, इवन जो प्रिजन, वो जून में आ रही है। जी हाँ, G20 का जितनी भी जो टीम है, दे आर कमिंग इन जून, दे विल बी विजिटिंग वेरियस यूनिवर्सिटीज ऑफ JNK। दुनिया का जो GDP और दुनिया की आबादी का 80% इन कंट्रीज में रहता है, तो उनके हेड ऑफ स्टेट जम्मू कश्मीर आएंगे, हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को मौका मिलेगा कुछ ना कुछ एक्सेस उन कंट्रीज़ के किसी प्रोजेक्ट्स को करना, स्कॉलरशिप वगैरह करना। It will be held in June. In June, it will be held over India in 63 locations, but JNK is also among those 63 locations. They are going to all states of India.
सर दिया है सर।
ओके
हमारे फैकल्टी के स्टूडेंट्स के प्रोजेक्ट्स होते हैं।
ओके कितना रिसर्च कितने प्रोजेक्ट दिए यहाँ पे
रिसर्च बेस्ड इनोवेशन
क्योंकि यही तो ये बड़ा क्रिटिकल आई थिंक मून साहब के टाइम जब आपके होंगे ना डायरेक्टर साहब मून थे जब आपके
मून तो सर डायलेक्ट
यस यस यस
हमने भी सर 2 टेक्नोलॉजीज अच्छी इनोवेशंस डेवलप की हैं।
Okay.
One is saffron processing machine.
हाँ हाँ यस 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 वो दिखाई थी आपने
वो हार्वेस्टिंग में यहाँ बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होती थी सैफरन को प्रोसेस करने में, सेग्रीगेट करने में, क्लीनिंग करने में, ऐसे करने में।
Technology, or once anything gets digitized, that's the first stage. It follows these 6 Ds and it becomes exponential. Digital camera started with 0.1 megapixel. Now 0.1 megapixel is a very pretty bad quality. You double it to 0.2, nothing changes. But the moment it crosses the threshold, which is the whole number threshold, it reaches 1, it becomes 2, and in no time it becomes 32, and in no time it becomes 3200. And this is where disruption takes place. And once disruptions start taking place, then, so all these things dematerialize into one particular device, a smartphone. So it gets connected to each other. And it also gets demonetized after a time, where the money is sucked out of it and it becomes very, very cheap. Now you look at the example of a software today. What is the marginal cost of producing another copy of a software? A dichotomy occurs. And this is what we have to overcome. We look at a digital technology, we understand that it has an exponential potential. And it will become exponential whether we do it or someone else will do it. Now this is the result of this. How much data is generated every minute? So Domo is a company which calculates this every year. And if you can look at it, 240,000 posts in a minute on Facebook. 65,000 photographs uploaded on Instagram in 1 minute last year. 5.7 million searches are done on Google in 1 minute. And the list goes on and on. And who is generating this data? We are generating this data. Our children, for whom we are today here in the education for having an education for them, they are generating this data. So 90% of all recorded data is created in the last 2 years. All data. Are we ready for it? Are we ready to understand this? Actually, the real source of disruption happens with this, a digital twin. Now many people confuse digital twin by understanding it as a 3D representation of any physical object. But it's much more than that. And in fact, when Mr. Inayatullah was talking about creating a system where everyone can look at things, twins of things, things start going to become exponential. What is Facebook today? Facebook, in fact, is a digital twin of our social network. What is Uber? Uber is a digital twin of people, cars, and drivers. Look at an example of Zoom today, which we are using. What is it? It is a digital twin of people communicating. It is created of AR and VR, augmented reality, virtual reality. These are not new technologies, but they were not ready for democratization. But once you apply a digital twin, when you start creating digital twin with the help of these technologies, then all the things become exponential. But to understand this and to do something about it, we need multiple levels of intelligence. And I call this 3 levels. The first level is the data intelligence. The second is the communication intelligence, and the third is the decision-making intelligence. Now, when we talk about data intelligence, we are talking about creating a data strategy, creating digital platforms, creating a data architecture. And there's a lot of things were being talked about just now on stage. Where you're creating an infrastructure where you're capturing data.
and you are converting that data. In fact, we are digitizing. But then you move ahead. You understand how this data is stored, how this data is managed, how this data is secured, and there are problems with that. There are governance issues. But this is where we have to apply our intelligence to understand the context. But the real disruption happens once you start applying digital decision-making intelligence to all of this. You start creating new models. A digital twin of the whole school. Imagine a digital twin of a child, a digital twin of a teacher, and a digital twin of the education system. How far it can go. Now, when we talk about the first stage, which is the continuous generation of data, we are talking about structured, unstructured, all different kinds of data. And this is where a lot of us try to basically miss that what we can capture. In fact, if you look at Mr. Bhagat was talking about IoT sensors. Today, there are around 1 trillion sensors already, 1 billion sensors already in the world, which are attached to physical objects, and they are helping create digital twins. So there are sensors, there are records, there are feeds, and all this kind of data put together becomes a data supply. And this data is big data. Why do we call it big? Because there is a lot of variety. A lot of variety. This is sometimes database data, sometimes it's feeds from social media, sometimes it is photographs, and sometimes it's geospatial data. And this data is huge, it's voluminous. So it is in trillions and it's in PBs and PBs, petabytes. And it is also coming up. It is coming up at a very, very fast pace. There's a lot of velocity, and we talked about velocity just now. Then you create a data lake out of it, and there actually, I'll not go deep into technical stuff, but there you create a data lake, you try to make sense of that data, you apply a lot of the architectures today available, which by the way are available at a very minimal cost. Now then you start analyzing the data in real time, the second stage, where actually the word artificial intelligence, machine learning, and all this stuff comes. Now, artificial intelligence, I don't want to go deep into the definition. We all understand that it is where machines start exhibiting intelligence. They start perceiving their environment and they take decisions on their own. So, artificial intelligence is responsive, it's decisive, it's adaptive, and it's independent from human intervention. There is a whole history of artificial intelligence, but I just want to pay a little bit attention, bring your attention to just 3 events which actually happened in this whole journey of artificial intelligence. One is in 1997 when a computer, an artificial intelligence program named Deep Blue defeated the Grandmaster Garry Kasparov. This was the first actually turning point in the history of artificial intelligence. And then another important event happened in 2016 when a bot named A was introduced to Twitter, and it started actually created a lot of inflammatory messages on Twitter and comments on Twitter. In fact, people were surprised. Later it was analyzed that the bot was learning from our behavior. Because it was a time. Because we were hateful on Twitter, we were shouting at each other. So and so this is actually where a lot of things started changing, and Microsoft became very averse of using these kind of technologies without understanding. And Go, as you know, it's one of the most difficult board games in the world, which involves possible outcomes, possible combinations of the tune 2 to the power 120. So you can imagine, and this system defeated Go, but the part was that when the champion of Go was defeated, he was crying, and artificial intelligence was not showing any emotions. There is planning optimization and there is robotics. So all of this is part of today's artificial intelligence. and we can go deep into each one of them to understand their implications for education. Now, let me just come to the third stage, when you start applying this and what happens. Now, I will show you a very small video of, again, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we cannot stop without mentioning China. Because China today is the #1 user of artificial intelligence in the world. The technologies have been developed in the United States, but the implementation of these technologies, they are happening in China in the fashion which no one anticipated. Now, let us look at this, what is happening in China.
红色是表示你的能力显示的很高。
Teachers at this primary school in China
蓝色就走神了。
know exactly when someone isn't paying attention.
白色就是你可能跟网络没有连接好。
These headbands measure each student's level of concentration. The information is then directly sent to the teacher's computer and to parents. China has big plans to become a global leader in artificial intelligence. It has enabled a cashless economy where people make purchases with their faces. A giant network of surveillance cameras with facial recognition helps police monitor citizens. Meanwhile, some schools offer glimpses of what the future of high-tech education in the country might look like. Classrooms have robots that analyze students' health and engagement levels. Students wear uniforms with chips that track their locations. There are even surveillance cameras that monitor how often students check their phones or yawn during classes. These gadgets have alarmed Chinese netizens. But schools say it wasn't hard for them getting parental consent to enroll kids into what is one of the world's largest experiments in AI education. A program that's supposed to boost students' grades while also feeding powerful algorithms.
为了就是国家的这个研究要发展呢，我觉得是没有问题。
The government has poured billions of dollars into the project, bringing together tech giants, startups, and schools.
Yeah, stop it. So, what does this actually show us? It shows that how the vision of artificial intelligence is being implemented on ground. For us, the lesson is, yes, we may not have those headbands, we may have some other things, but the trend is there. If we will not do it, someone else will. And someone else, when they will do it, we will be left behind. So that is for us to understand. Many of us might think that all these technologies are expensive, and I would like to just mention the comment made by our chief guest. He said it is artificially expensive. Rightly so. Today, integrated circuits are 30,000 times faster than 1960. Solar panels are around 250 times cheaper than 1975. DNA sequencing is 100,000 cheaper since 2001. And all this is increasing at an exponential pace. Nothing is linear about this. But yes, AI will also cause unprecedented challenges. Maybe the issues of privacy, security, bias from data, dominance of some, wealth inequality, and job displacement. And job displacement, I think this is what is very, very important for us to understand, not for ourselves, but also for the children for whom we are actually making all of this. Now, if you look at how artificial intelligence will displace more jobs than it creates, we can have a continuum of optimization versus creativity or strategy, and you see that customer support, almost all of customer support will be displaced by artificial intelligence in 5 years. We are already seeing Amazon and Flipkart already done that. Routine jobs like courier services and all these might be replaced by drones and security guards in 10 years. Even radiologists, reporters, and research analysts may get replaced in 15 years. But there are complex jobs. There are jobs of which require more strategy, more creativity, which for a time being are safe. Like job of scientists and economists and columnists. Artists, I'm not very sure. Because artificial intelligence has started mimicking artists. And this will not happen in the future. It is happening now, right now. In fact, in India, I'm sure many of you might have read this news about Indus International School in Bangalore introducing Eagle 2.0, the first humanoid robot teacher in India. And since then, there have been request after request. There is a whole order book for these humanoids. VR headsets are very, very common, especially though they have not reached rural areas, but they have reached urban areas, and it is a matter of time. And yes, technology won't replace teachers, but teachers who use technology effectively will probably replace teachers who do not. We are preparing our children for an uncertain future. 65% of children who are entering our schools today will hold jobs that currently don't exist. We might have new industries. 5 years down the line, there was no proper mobile application industry. 10 years back, there was no e-commerce. Today, you look at B schools, business IITs, who are recruiting? Baidu is recruiting. Who is recruiting? Flipkart is recruiting. Amazon is recruiting. Where were these companies 10 years back? And this is the kind of future we are we have to envision this kind of future for our children. They will require these skills, not the skills we have been teaching them or the content we have been feeding them, I would say. They require analytical skills, emotional intelligence, cultural intelligence, more creativity, interpersonal skills, decision making, high level of tech skills, and active learning. They have to become lifelong learners because, going back to the slide, that all this data, all the world's data have been created in the last 2 years. Are they ready for this change? That is a question we need to answer ourselves. Industry 4.0 or digital transformation talks about education format. If earlier education was about rote learning and memorization, now it has become innovation based. Now we celebrate innovation and we have to cultivate innovation to the grassroots. And education 4.0 becomes more personalized. We are preparing students for evolving industries and industries which are not there at present. So we have to make them ready for this uncertain future. We have to be open to constructive criticism, automate the mundane jobs, automate the administrative tasks, improve our accessibility and equity of education. Then only we can take advantage of these technologies. Last, I would like to share another video of let us look at this video, a very small video of a school. This is a school in Abu Dhabi which actually has integrated AI, and the system, the whole education system is a very, very integrated setup, and they are trying to realize a vision which we are now creating. Okay, I think the audio was not right, but yes, this is basically, though a very small country, very less population, we understand the challenges we have here. There are massive different challenges, but yes, this is the kind of integration we are talking about. We have seen that in COVID-19, this process has accelerated a lot. And if I ask a lot of people here a simple question, that who is responsible for the digital transformation which is happening right now in your organization, maybe your CEO, maybe your department head, and I'll give you an option, COVID-19. I think most of us will choose COVID-19 because that is what has accelerated this trend and has made us realize that we are not resilient, we are not agile, so we have to become that. There have been a lot of great initiatives. Digital Empowerment Foundation is here. You will listen to them tomorrow. They have some wonderful work. ThinkZoom, a private organization, is doing some amazing work in Orissa, bringing in, creating low-tech digital content. Then you have Internet Free Education Resource Bank, which was developed by this organization in Qatar and recently won the WISE Award for Education last year. And they created wonderful resource bank for project-based learning, and it was internet-free education. Then you have efforts from the government side. You have so many projects, and you have Rishti, you have the vision of this to make the digital schools for tribals and completely transform those schools. Then you have so many initiatives by Hawaii and other companies in Africa where they are creating open schools and new kind of systems. And even private individuals, non-profits, are doing some amazing work for bringing in, like this lady called Surya Prabha in Tamil Nadu. She is taking AI education to the rural villages and the schools of government. So there are so many individual initiatives we have today, but today we have to integrate this into a vision. Now, we look at the 3 stages of digital transformation. That is the roadmap we have to understand. Digitization is the first, digitalization is the second, and digital transformation happens at the very last stage. We are probably at digitization of information stage, and somewhere, for some processes, we have also digitalized our processes. But yes, the combined effect of all of this, we have to see, we have to envision first, and then try to create that. To do that, these are actually the stages we have to go through. And unfortunately, a lot of us start with the last stage, the technology, talk about tools first, then processes, and never talk about the first 3. In fact, this is where actually we have to focus today, the mindset, the people, and the culture. If we teach today's student as we thought yesterday's, we rob them of tomorrow. So my message, let us use this platform to think through this and try to develop a broader, integrated vision of the future by keeping the children at the very center of it and all the stakeholders around that. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Any questions?
How jobs will get displaced, and then how robotics is going to, take place of the humans. I think from the computer background, what you presented over here was the engineering or the technological aspect of presentation. But I was quite glad to see that you also mentioned about the limitations of AI. You must have heard about Yuval Noah Harari, who is a historian and an anthropologist who wrote *Sapiens*, and how he is critiquing very constructively the idea of artificial intelligence. So, if artificial intelligence isn't going to, create a world where there's going to be a greater digital divide, and we are going to have a world with the haves and the have-nots. Because the basic objective, being a student of humanities and literature, I have developed a kind of a mindset, which always believes that we need equality, we need accessibility, we need equity. So if AI is going to, strengthen this digital divide and create a world of haves and have-nots, how do you see the world in the next, say, 20 or 50 years as a professional? Because the ultimate aim of this life is to have a beautiful life for everybody. Not for some, and some not. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's a very brilliant question. And in fact, this thought actually troubles all of us who are into this technology space. And by the way, ma'am, I'm from a computer background, but I might do my research in the social space only. Very important to understand that artificial intelligence has a lot of risks. And this is where actually the role of governance comes in. And this is where we have to be very cautious of what gets to the final stage. And that is where we need to have some checks and balances in between. And I would like to actually point out the point made by our chief guest today, Saurabh Bhagat, again. Now what he said, that if we will not do it responsibly, someone else may do it irresponsibly also. So there might be a Baidu who might not be accessible to the majority of the Indians and become a unicorn. There might be a lot of people who might create unicorns and billions of dollars without creating equity and accessibility. And this is where actually role of organizations like UNICEF, UNESCO, to create this awareness. And I think today is a very good start. That we need to talk about, we need to debate these things, and the debate should start from bottom. We need to understand what are the challenges in our context. We have given these examples just to create a vision. This vision is not complete. Okay, it's not a complete vision. Our vision will evolve. We need to basically take care of our ground realities, take actually the child empathy as the center of our focus. If you don't have empathy for the children, because children are getting access to these technologies from other sources. Now we need to understand how this access is happening and how we can have a governance structure in place, not merely by policing things, but yes, maybe intelligently looking at what can we do and how can we evolve a vision around it. So it's a very nice question. In fact, this should trouble us a lot, to all of us, and we need to find answers together for this.
This kind of technology, don't you think that it will reduce this employability and employment?
Yeah, that's again a very pertinent question, very important question. In fact, if we look at the displacement, it is not, India is labor intensive, yes, no doubt about it. China is also labor intensive. There are other parts of the world which are labor intensive. But we cannot just shelve these technologies. We have to understand that this displacement will happen. When computers came, SBI went on strike. When ATMs were introduced, computers were introduced, SBI went on strike, and people thought that it will completely replace people. It's not going to happen like this, but yes, what happened, that people who were not in tune with the technology, who were not able to use the technology to their advantage, they were replaced. And this will happen again with AI. The people who are not able to understand AI and use AI. So if we are still involved in that repetitive tasks, if we are not employing our creative skills, we are not employing emotional intelligence, maybe we will need a lot of jobs, new jobs, which involve compassion. Caregiving, for example. AlphaGo did not cry, but G was crying. And G actually needed some consolation. He needed someone to hug. And this is where actually humans will never be replaced. And we have to understand that how to use this technology with our compassion, with our creativity to become better. So jobs will get replaced, but not people.
So particularly talking in context of Kashmir, have we been able to identify the problems this existing educational infrastructure, be it private or government, is facing, and what is that nature of the problem, and what kind of technological intervention is needed in order to solve that problem? Because right now we are talking about very, aerial idea about this artificial idea and everything else. But if you can specifically talk about this digital transformation of education in Jammu and Kashmir, so would we be able to, identify the problem that the education system in Jammu and Kashmir is facing, and the kind of technological intervention needed for that? Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, this is what we have gathered here for today, that yes, I'll just give you one example here. How many of us remember pager? Does anyone here use it? No. We skip that. Okay. So we are directly using smartphones. And tomorrow we will be using a smartphone which is latest, which has the latest technology, latest processor. So yes, this is inevitable. Understanding that how on the ground maybe we will have to bypass a lot of these things, the headbands, maybe, and look at the problem in the context and then devise a solution. This is absolutely to context. Without contextualization, we cannot apply technology for the sake of technology can never be applied. It will not solve anything. So that is where actually we have to keep the learner at the focus and understand that how the learner will behave in this environment and will it be beneficial. That is it.
So actually that's where we are right now, how can we be able to identify the problem this system is actually facing? Because as long as we don't know what the problem is, bring out any technological information, it is meaningless. It will only become meaningful till the time we know the kind of problem we have to solve.
Yeah, that is where I think we will have a lot of group discussions today. And we have panel discussions, group discussions, and that is why we want to actually bring out those problems which are at the ground level and then look at from the bottom up as well as top down that where can this vision actually fit in.
Yeah. Just to add to your question, we need to understand the ecosystem of digital education, and then we need to identify the gaps, and this is the beginning. So I hope that all of us together can find a solution, and we are not here to adopt technologies. Maybe someone among us can develop new technologies. So that's why we are meeting, and inshallah in the future also we will be talking about this digital transformation in JNK.
Like in rural India, considering the ecosystem, what is the best way we can use AI in schools at the moment? What can we do? Like from teacher, your views on that?
Again, that actually connects you to the problem which first we have to identify the problem. Because AI can solve a lot of things. Maybe there are language barriers. There is an issue of equity. So AI can be used in a lot of ways. There may be a technology assisted teacher, maybe a robot assistance given to rural villages, rural schools. Maybe I'm just throwing out ideas, and that is for where we have to understand that what kind of ideas to actually will work, what may not work. So this is a process. We have to go deep, and this is where we have to apply empathy. We have to apply design thinking, understand what is there on the ground, have empathy for the users, for the stakeholders, and then develop our solutions, customize things, use what we want, ignore the things which are not for us.
70 years, not more than that. But when we intervene, when we have the intervention of AI, and all this you said in your discourse, AI, what actually it is doing, it is creating convenience and all that, sir, it is distracting us from the pure vision of life. While making a document, we are taking the help from a humanist, and he is preparing a document, let me say here, for example, NEP 2020, here is a call that let your child be of 6 years age, then you call him to a real school. And before that, whatever is there, that foundational, that is all about care and building the human. My question here is that should we dare to say that technology is ruining our kid? For example, I got a call that if your kid is 12 months old, we are ready to take him and indoctrinate his brain by virtue of this AI, artificial intelligence, like Minto, some Minto is there in Mumbai. They are giving the advertisement that if your kid is 12 months or 15 months, we are ready to make him a technocrat. So should we dare to say on such platforms that let me be the part of the third world, we are good by living in the third world? This intrusion, all about the few jets are ruling the world. But at the end of the day, we are living for the same period of life. At the end of the day, if I am dependable on so much technology, in the post years of my life, I still believe that I should spend my life in the real golf course, not on the virtual golf course. I dream of spending my last years of life in the real golf course. But all this virtual reality, artificial intelligence is killing the essence of being human. That's my question, sir. We should dare to say no sometimes. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pertinent question.
At the end of the day, nature अपनी balance रखता है. When pollution was at its peak, when pollution was at its peak, COVID आ गया. दिल्ली में एयर क्वालिटी क्या थी, वो कहाँ से कहाँ पहुँची, तो it is all because of COVID. When we were not able to modernize our hospitals, तो कोविड ने सब कुछ कर दिया. तो at the end of the day, जो मैडम ने भी कहा, जो economics, I am a student of economics. What economics is, it is welfare of human beings. अगर आपके लोग खुश हैं, तो आपकी इकोनॉमी ठीक है. लोग खुश नहीं है तो इकोनॉमी ठीक नहीं है. तो लास्ट में नेचर कीप्स इट्स बैलेंस. तो हमें उसका भी ये देखना है. नंबर वन. नंबर टू, इफ वी गो सो मॉडर्न, तो परसों भी मैंने यहाँ कहा था कि when you control soul, antimatter labs have been established in West. Matter of the science वाले यहाँ होंगे. Antimatter labs have been established in West. ख्याल ये किया जाता है कि we will be able to control soul. रूह पे हम काबू करेंगे. And that will be end of this universe. फिर कुछ न रोबोट की जरूरत है, न आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की जरूरत है. तो नेचर एक साइड से अपना काम करता है, यहाँ ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन दूसरी साइड से. But we will never be able to catch hold of nature. And if we catch hold of nature, हमने रूह पे काबू कर लिया तो कोई जरूरत नहीं वाला. Thank you.
So, if or it will enhance the wild culture. I would like to add these points. Thank you.
Very well said.
अगर आपने सुना, ज़्यादा टीचर है ना हमारे यहाँ, तो मैं अक्सर जब मैं स्कूल में जाता हूँ तो मैं वहाँ ये बात करता हूँ कि if you are not able to catch hold of this technology, टेक्नोलॉजी आपको पीछे कर देगी. सपोज हमारे स्कूल में अब सिस्टम ये आएगा कि वहाँ एकेडमिक ऑडिट होगा. Academic infrastructure for academic audit of schools. Agar this reporting of academic audit will be linked with treasuries. Suppose you are not up to date, आप अपना टॉपिक अप टू डेट नहीं दीजिए, जो स्टैंडर्ड्स उसमें फिक्स किए होंगे, तो आपका डीडीओ आपकी बिल बनाएगा.
Thank you, sir. Your years of research, your depth of understanding, and your ability to present the subject in such a way was deeply insightful and intriguing. Thank you for answering the questions of our delegates. We now have with us Dr. Tasadduq Hussain Mir, JKAS, Director School Education Kashmir, to provide the mementos to our esteemed delegates.
Sir.
Mr. Divendra Thakur, Professor Arun C. Mehta, Dr. Maharul Islam, Dr. Salima Jan, Mr. Burhan Madhu, Ms. Naila Nilofer, Mr. Vineet Kumar, Dr. Parveen Saeed,
प्रथम से कोई है उनकी बिहार
Mr. Hamid Gul,
Parveen Saeed,
Mr. Basharat Mir, Mr. Gul Muhammad, Mr. Hilal Ahmed Lok,
आप दे दीजिए आप प्लीज आइए 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 कम बोलिए सर
Mr. Jagdish Panotra,
गुल ठीक
Ms. Urfana Amin, Dr. Arshad Salru, Mr. Arshad Hussain Zargar,
उर्फाना था आप ठीक है
Ms. Anjali Raina,
उर्फाना आइए
Ms. Urfana Amin,
हो गया ठीक अर्शिद साहब आइए अंजलि ओम रैना कम
So you still remember my name?
हाँ वो क्या फुल नेम
Mr. Sajab Akhtar Rathar,
Deepak Sarkar, Arshid Salman. I will correct.
Mr. Deepak Sharma,
अर्शिद वाला वो है दीपक जी कम दीपक
Dr. Jagdish Panotra,
दीपक
जगदीश कुंता
जगदीश जी
and Dr. Nasreen Banu.
अभी ले लो आप फोटो के लिए ठीक है
Total Nasima, I think she has one.
चलिए
Thank you, sir.
Actually, the time pandemic struck this world,
it was really an awful time for all of us. We had no clues where to go, what to do, because everything got on standstill. Everybody was stuck inside the home. But somewhere everybody thought of it that education of children is important and it shouldn't stop somewhere. So somewhere everybody was concerned about health and all that, because things were very terrible around, because it was very new thing to us. We had never, in our lifetime, we had never just had a standoff in such things. But there was one thought that yes, health should go on, we should protect it, and we should have different interventions, different struggles with all of this, but simultaneously, it was also important to keep pace with education. So, if I remember very well, Directorate of School Education, Kashmir, thought of continuing the education of the children. But what about the teachers? There were no students in the school, and even parents and everybody was just inside their homes, protecting themselves from coronavirus. Then one day, it was all, I think, all credit goes to Directorate of School Education Kashmir and our working Director of School Education Kashmir, that they thought of doing something. And because when you think that we have to do something, we have to just, you have that will in yourself, so definitely the roadmap comes in front of you. I still remember that when everybody was inside, we said that what we'll do, we'll just send some assignments to children. We'll send those assignments to their home. Bashar, if you move this presentation simultaneously. So what the Directorate of School Education Kashmir that time, along with CRT and DIETS, what they did, they sent some assignments to students through teachers. Those assignments were having the content, that were having the little self-assessments, and that was delivered by teachers. I tell you very frankly from this days that it was definitely, we had leaders at that time as our Director of School Education Kashmir. We had other mid-level managers down the line, but if it would not have been for teachers, it would have not happened like that. It was all because of teachers who went down to the students, door-to-door, keeping that do gaz ki duri, mask and all that with them, because उस वक्त ऐसा नहीं था, उस वक्त क्योंकि हमें ये वायरस समझा नहीं था, डर लगता था, एक खिड़की से जानने से भी, कोई खिड़की से भी नहीं जानता था. If you remember, अगर आपको याद हो वो टाइम, तो उसी टाइम क्या हुआ, टीचर्स ने अज़म उठाया, they said no, we'll do it, and they really did it. उसके बाद वो स्कूल गए, बच्चों के घर गए, and they delivered these assignments. But at that moment, everybody was thinking of something called online education. We were not knowing what this online education actually is. So, that very moment, our Director of School Education Kashmir, he said that some schools they are thinking of some online kind of platform, Zoom, etc. So, यहाँ किसी को Zoom पता नहीं था तब. Then he said, let us try it out. अभी हमें खुद भी नहीं पता था. I'll tell you, the team that did all of this stuff, they are all here. यहाँ बैठे हैं सारे लोग जिनके साथ हम मशवरे कर रहे थे. क्या करें, कैसे करें, Zoom क्या है? तो उससे पहले चूँकि there was a presidency Directorate of School Education Kashmir, we used to have tele classes on Doordarshan. तो वो तो एक थी ही, वो तो एक कॉमन था हमारे लिए, तो दैट वी डिड। उसमें टीचर्स ने, रिसोर्स पर्सन्स ने, तब जोनल रिसोर्स पर्सन्स होते थे, क्लस्टर रिसोर्स पर्सन्स होते थे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट रिसोर्स पर्सन्स होते थे, उन्होंने भी बड़े रिस्क में से इधर से निकलते दे जस्ट went from different corners of the valley, कहीं कुपवाड़ा से, कहीं अनंतनाग से, कहीं बड़गाम से, कहीं दूर इलाकों से वो दूरदर्शन के स्टूडियो में आए, and they delivered classes on Doordarshan so as to reach our children. So that was the first intervention that was taken up by Director of School Education in Kashmir. Then, as I was telling you that somebody was talking about Zoom, हमें पता नहीं था ये Zoom क्या होता है. Then 2-3 और डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म्स थे, जैसे गूगल मीट था हमारे पास, और 2-3 प्लेटफॉर्म्स थे, बट चूंकि हमें पहले जो द टीम दैट वाज वर्किंग इन एट दिस डिविजनल लेवल, उनको ही पहले नहीं पता था, फिर डाउन द लाइन की बात ही नहीं थी। ये सब शायद पैंडेमिक की वजह से था, कोविड-19 की वजह से था कि ये डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के बारे में हमने सोचा, तो मैं शायद हम सोच भी नहीं रहे थे इसके बारे में। So then we started knowing this Zoom at Directorate of School Education. We started calling these meetings and these virtual meetings video conferences and started talking about this Zoom. उसके बाद वो टीम तैयार हो गई. Then down the line हमने districts में district resource persons की टीम तैयार की. लेकिन इसका मैं आपको बता दूं, हकीकत में जब तक हमारे जो लीडर्स थे, हमारे जो बॉसेस थे, हमारे जो हेड्स थे, उनका साथ शायद नहीं रहता तो ये हो नहीं पाता। उन्होंने भी, मुझे याद है, देर सवेर 2 बजे तक, रात 2 बजे तक लास्ट मीटिंग्स हुआ करती थी कि कैसे हो, कुछ हुआ आज दिन में, क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ, एंड फाइनली वी जस्ट लिटिल बिट हमने वी गॉट होल्ड ऑफ दिस व्हाट दिस Zoom is. But now it was one more difficulty to reach to teachers. Then little bit by way of this cascade kind of thing, teachers were also trained about this, how to use this Zoom for online education. तो यही टीचर्स जो थे कि घर घर चले गए, उन्होंने पेरेंट्स को मोटिवेट किया। इवन यहाँ बोलना नहीं चाहिए, बहुत जगह उन्होंने गालियाँ भी खाई पेरेंट्स से, बट लेकिन उन्होंने अपना जॉब नहीं छोड़ा। हेड्स ऑफ, रियली हेड्स ऑफ टीचर्स, उन्होंने जॉब नहीं छोड़ा, वो गए, मोटिवेट किया पेरेंट्स में कंप्लीटली। लिटिल बिट हम we were able to do these virtual classes. बशर जरा आगे चलिए देखिए। Okay, see, we were able to then, in the very beginning, we were able to loop in at least 6,000, 7,000 schools, 6,998 schools on this Zoom and all that. Then we had 33,000 teachers, 33,964 teachers who were just linked to this Zoom and all that. Because what we did, we had a daily review of these classes. Online review of these classes, online platform, because Bashar is here and our team, Hilal, all that, यहाँ सारे चेहरे मेरे सामने हैं, जो पैसर है, यहाँ बहुत सारे शबीर साथ हैं, इन्होंने साथ दिया उस वक्त। हालांकि ये डायरेक्टली रिलेटेड नहीं थे, क्योंकि इनके दिल में भी वो दर्द था कि नहीं, बच्चे इस वक्त सफर कर रहे हैं, they are not getting admission this education. तो उन्होंने out of box also they came out. So under the leadership of Dr. Kasuduk, जो हमारे स्कूल एजुकेशन में शामिल, फिर से एक टीम बैठ गई, and then we made this learning management system. इस learning management system में हमने almost 5 lakh students को इनोवेट किया। देखिए, अब इसकी एफिशिएंसी आप बता सकते हैं कि हो सकता है आप कहते हैं कि 5 लाख के पास ये हम पहुंचे नहीं होंगे। यस, हमारे पास था ही कुछ नहीं, वो विजन भी नहीं था, क्या करें पता ही नहीं था। इट वाज ऑल बिकॉज कोविड पैंडेमिक, वी वर जस्ट ट्राइंग टू हैव अ रिस्पांस इन दिस पैंडेमिक। सो इवन वहां तो हमने कुछ 1000 टीचर्स ही लूप इन किए थे, बट हियर वी लूप्ड इन लिंक्ड ऑलमोस्ट 50,000 टीचर्स। 50,000 teachers were on this learning management system, and his own pocket is LMS को चलाया फिर, and that too only for those students, because मैं उस चीज़ का गवाह हूँ। बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही थी हमारे पास स्पेस नहीं मिल रही थी, क्योंकि टीचर्स इतना सारा मटेरियल लोड कर रहे थे, कहीं से सपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा था। देन उन्होंने कहा नहीं, चलाना तो है, कहीं ना कहीं से चलाना है, वी हैव टू पे दिस फीस एंड ऑल दैट। सो दैट हैपेंड। और इस LMS में बहुत सारी और चीज़ें भी थी जिससे कि हम ये we were trying to just not देखिए assignments टीचर्स भेज रहे थे, ये बहुत नई चीज़ें थी हमारे लिए। मतलब these were just जैसे कोई डिस्कवरी थी। हालांकि if we talk of other part of the world, if we talk of other part of our country, these things were maybe they might have started these things, or even हमारे जो private schools होते हैं उनमें कहीं ना कहीं इन सब चीज़ों का था, लेकिन हमारे पास ऐसा कुछ नहीं था. But yes, that momentum was created, and see, at least उस समय में कम से कम 3-4 लाख assignments teachers ने exchange किए students के साथ. Almost e-content 12 लाख से भी ज़्यादा. These are the figures जो हमने initially उठाए थे. 12 लाख से ज़्यादा e-content share किया इन्होंने टीचर्स से स्टूडेंट्स के साथ. और उसमें वो फीचर था कि क्या एक्चुअली स्टूडेंट वो कंटेंट देख रहा है कि नहीं, क्या एक्चुअली दे आर रिस्पॉन्डिंग इट और नॉट. इवन वीडियोस 11 लाख के करीब 12 लाख के करीब वीडियो लेक्चर्स हमारे टीचर्स ने इस पर शेयर किए. So it was all with the raw hands, I can tell you, but there was a will inside our administrators that no, we will be reaching our students with this learning management system. And thank God it happened. Then there was also one of the options that was those who were not having these mobile phones and all that. We just did some conference calls and all that. Then there was a chunk of students who had no mobile phones at all, nothing at all. Even in their areas there was no internet connectivity. Then we switched on to उस 30% के लिए, उस 35-40% के लिए हमने community classes चलाए, and we continued this education through community classes. ये कुछ है उसमें glimpses जैसे community में keeping in with the old protocol and all that, इस community class पर. Then we started collecting the student database. At least 4 लाख बच्चों के contacts हमने ये collect किए और उस learning management system में डाल दिए. अच्छा, even ये भी हमने try किया. We once tried to have an online evaluation. Concept ही नहीं था, पता ही नहीं था कि कैसे करें, कौन करेगा. But our system did. Our Directorate of School Education along with SERT, तभी SI था. So we also had this online evaluation of class 10+2 के लिए, and that was uploaded on the website of SERT as well as Directorate of School Education Kashmir. और वहाँ से बहुत सारे उसमें downloads आ गए कि हाँ उन्होंने किया. Students were just consulting this material during pandemic. Then also Directorate of School Education on its own. What we did, we again brought these expert teachers like zonal resource persons, cluster resource persons, and district resource persons. They made some video PPTs. They delivered some lessons on these PPTs, on videos and all that. And those lessons, all those lessons along with perfect tagging, unit-wise, term-wise, they were uploaded on our Directorate of School Education Kashmir website. उसको आओ पढ़े के नाम से हमने उसको बनाया, and this was accessible to all students of these elementary classes. This आओ पढ़े. Then we had a lot of issues, mental health issues during pandemic. Pandemic में जो बच्चे even अभी भी उसके after judges जो होते हैं, जो उसके after currents अभी भी आ रहे हैं, कभी भी आप देख लीजिए अभी भी schools में you will find stuff and just responding in an online mode. Then we had also used this technology for poor and orphan students for their admission in private and renowned registered coaching centers. We just made a portal wherein our students, orphan students and economically weaker section students, they could apply, and that was also done. This was already available, Diksha and these e-Pathshala kind of thing. So telling you very briefly about the interventions that were taken by the Directorate of School Education during pandemic. It was all, we never had these digital infrastructure, we never had these platforms, but we had that will to reach to our students. Thank you very much.
We don't only need to work hard, but we need to work hard very smartly. अगर आप इसको एक scientific study की shape दे सकते हैं ना, get it published somewhere, so that would be a very, very apt and a needed kind of thing. Because we should not only know to work hard, we should know how to present our work, how to preserve it, and how to sell it. That's very important.
Thank you.
Basically, this has been appreciated in the parliament. Rajya Sabha mein
I'm also appreciating it. It's not that I'm not appreciating it.
Your point is well taken. After this resolution, we will take care.
And every organization, sir, not only DSCK, board, SCRT, whatever good work we do, we should know to present it and preserve it and sell it. That's very important. You should like it, Hassan.
Exactly. Basically, this has been appreciated in the parliament. Rajya Sabha
Sir, I'm also appreciating it. It's not that I'm not appreciating it. I'm saying it like you need to keep it on a platform, maybe on a in a journal with a scientific study. Because if you will do a politics, देखिए अगर आप ये एक पेपर बनाना challenges and implementation of online teaching during COVID-19 in J&K, you know, it will have more validity and more authenticity. That is what I'm saying. I already appreciated what you people have.
जहाँ तक मुझे याद है नैना मैम, हमने पैंडेमिक के दौरान आपको भी बहुत मदद किया था इसके बारे में।
वो तो आप मुझे ऐसे भी करते रहते हैं और आपके सवालों के जवाब में I ensure that I send you the message as soon as possible.
Excuse me,
And it has been a pleasure. Because we both work for the students.
Excuse me, Naina, this is Rana here. We have already also published it regarding the Central Kashmir. That means Ghaliband, this Srinagar and Budgam. We have taken study of online teaching during COVID in school education, and that is already published. And to add, it is published in the research papers. I will, yes, I will share it with you. And number two thing is that this community classes, it was the Kashmir division was the first division in the whole India where community classes were started, initiated during COVID, and it was also appreciated in that. I think sir, perhaps.
Your point is well taken. आपने सही suggestion दी. We will take care.
And every organization, sir, not only BSc, board, SCR, whatever put.
CAS होगा, ICT facility होगी, that will be used by all the schools in the cluster now. So what Director School Education Kashmir is planning, it's planning will be giving the opportunity to use that lab to all the middle schools and primary schools in the cluster. So that way we'll be giving them the basic courses. We will not be introducing separate subject computer as a separate, but we'll be teaching this computers across the curriculum through this cluster mechanism. What is
uploaded the videos and linked with that QR code.
Undoubtedly, sir. Undoubtedly.
So that was another
Undoubtedly, sir. There are not many more, but time is short. अच्छा और कोई तो नहीं do you have? Yes sir काउंसिल के हिसाब से लंच क्योंकि यहाँ से मुझे चिट्स पर चिट्स आ रहे हैं लंच एक मिनट जब टॉप हिल से दैट इज द कस्टमर एरिया वो मोटरेबल एरिया नहीं है 2 घंटे लगते हैं मेन से तो वहाँ पे सीधे हमें एक ट्राइबल बच्चे ने बोला पता नहीं कहाँ से देखा था अगर उनके लिए बाजू है तो हमारे लिए क्या है तो थैंक गॉड फिर हमारा एनएमएस आया तो the students got benefit.
Hello. Yeah, I have one question. What happened to this entire setup, that infrastructure that you said? What did you do after that?
हम बच्चों को जो हमारा we wanted to do happy schooling and air of academic excellence and transformation. उसमें हमने थोड़ा इसको पीछे रखा एलएमएस को हमने कहा बच्चों को जो काउंसलिंग की जरूरत थी बच्चों को हमने एक्चुअल फिजिकल मोड में लाया उनके साथ खेलना शुरू किया फर्स्ट 15 डेज वर फॉर प्रिपरेटरी थिंग तो इस साल हमने हैप्पी स्कूलिंग और जो लर्निंग एप्स हमारी कुछ थी एयर ऑफ एकेडमिक एक्सीलेंस हमने इसको डिक्लेयर किया था उस पे फोकस करके हमने वही फोकस किया था अब क्योंकि सर्दियां अब आ गई छुट्टियां हैं we will be again activating it जिस बच्चे को रजिस्टर करना होगा वो इस पर रजिस्टर करेगा उसको कुछ चाहिए कुछ एडिशनल कुछ लिटरेचर कुछ टॉपिक्स कुछ बुक्स will be providing them तो इस साल हमने उसको पीछे ही रखा
ये आगे बढ़ सकते
will definitely do
मुझे सर लगता है कि आपने सर ऑलरेडी स्टार्ट किया है एज अ वोकेशनल जो
वो तो हुआ है तो हम जो उन्होंने कहा इस पे हम काम कर रहे हैं
थैंक यू सर
sir basic courses we will not be introducing separate subject computer as a separate we will be teaching this computers across the curriculum through this cluster mechanism what is जो plan है सर का director का plan है so that will happen inshallah
sir, Rohit sir, जो ये LMS का actually
it will get embedded in cluster mechanism. We will go for blended learning, inshallah, hybrid mode of learning आगे चलेगी. But let me establish these complexes.
One more suggestion, sir.
बच्चों को बाहर लाना
Exactly, sir.
फिजिकल वो आउटर एटमॉस्फेयर देने की
बिल्कुल सर, वन मोर सजेशन सर, लाइक हमारी ट्रेनिंग्स होती है डाइट या SCRT में, मतलब ICT रिलेटेड है, जो हमारा डिजिटल फॉर्मेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन है, इस रिलेटेड हमें अगर टीचर्स को ट्रेन किया जाए कि हाउ टू डेवलप ऐप्स या वेबसाइट कैसे हम डेवलप करें, स्कूल लेवल पे हम उसको फिर यूज़ कर सकते हैं, उससे हमारा एक वर्कलोड भी कम हो जाएगा। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, Mr. Ruhi. You provided us with an insight about the grassroots happenings and made us aware about how, even if we're not digitally literate, with enough effort and with the mentorship of teachers like you, we will certainly be able to make the best use of technology. We have now reached our lunch break. Lunch will be served upstairs. For the dignitaries and experts upstairs, it's important to acknowledge that the quality of a learning process is not something that's delivered to a learner by an e-learning provider, but rather constitutes a process of co-production between the learner and the learning environment. Quality, therefore, has to do with empowering and enabling the learner, inclusive of his or her gender, taking in consideration of his or her disability, localizing the content for better reach, etc. Let us give an attentive ear to our panelists building a plan for an inclusive and qualitative e-content. Our panelists are Pramila Manoharan, UNICEF, Dr. Salima Jan, Director, EMRC, KU, Ramesh Sudhan, Teacher, and Deepak Sharma from Directorate of School Education, Jammu.
Thank you, good afternoon, welcome back everyone. I'll be moderating this session. As most of you might know, my name is Danish Aziz. I am education specialist for UNICEF India, and I hope despite all the commitments for crazy Monday morning, you're all here. We would also like to kind of throw a bit of focus. I think the whole idea behind this 2-day workshop is to have kind of a vision document, and I think this panel discussion is aimed towards that. So I would like to start the discussion by having a bit of a localized content, because it's devising a vision for education transformation. So I'd like to take it to our teachers and our officials on the ground. We have Mr. Deepak Sharma from Jammu and Mr. Ramesh Sudhan from Kashmir, who we would like to know what exists. अभी मतलब जो जितना भी e-learning के ऊपर है, किस तरह की चीजें हैं, can briefly tell us what is there in terms of e-content, क्या available है हमारे पास practically. रोहित जी ने भी हमें कुछ बताया पिछले काफी क्या नहीं है, तो आप कुछ हमें उसमें रोशनी डालेंगे कि किस तरह का कंटेंट अवेलेबल है हमारे पास.
Yes, I think Rohit has elaborated it nicely, like e-content development accelerated during COVID-19. So COVID-19 was the trigger when e-content development came into fore. I don't think any e-content development was focused before COVID. So COVID gave birth to this particular thing. So during COVID-19, as in Kashmir division, there are a lot of things, lot of interventions happened, which ultimately resulted into a wonderful learning management system. So in Jammu also, we did something similar. So in Jammu, basically, when this pandemic hit us, so there was some Diksha app was there, and the students were advised to use that. But then there some things, students were not able to connect to the lectures on Diksha app because they were not localized as per their courses. The teachers probably accent matters and all those things were also coming into picture, and they were being taught in the school. On similar lines, those lectures were recorded by the expert teachers of the Jammu division, and they were made available to the students on that particular app. That app is still there on Play Store.
So, it is of, I'm sorry if I feel that. Yeah. We wanted to also try to understand, जैसे मैम ने कहा कि क्या नहीं है, like content की कोई कमी नहीं है. There's a lot of content up there online. What if we may say, I'll direct this question to Pramila, because Pramila has kind of exposure to almost 17 state offices. She's been supporting states and developing. Pramila, what do you think would be the content requirement? You've already, I think, privy to a lot of what's happening here. It has also given us a little bit of insight into what is there, and Deepak sir has already told us about what is taking place in Jammu. What do you think the requirements are we're going to have in the next 5 years?
Yeah, thank you so much. No, I'm really glad to hear what has been happening here and to see what has been developed also. And during COVID and even before COVID, way back in 2001, technology in education and technology education came into being in India. And various states took up various measures to ensure that this the usage of using technology as a tool to reach out to students to enhance the curriculum transaction. Because the way we learn, we are, all of you will agree, all of you are, experts in education. The transaction in the classroom should cater to all type of learners. And it was accepted that technology facilitates that to an extent with the support of a teacher. So this came as a project from Stanford University and it was done in few states in India. There, one thing which we realized was exactly how you said, the local contextualization, which was very important because a child who's never exposed to a kind of a geography terrain, if you are going to be telling about that to the child without visual aids, it was very difficult for the child to comprehend. And various other elements also came in. So one thing is localization of the content. And another aspect also, how you will cater to which age group. Because that's very important. A preschooler will not be learned the way a class 1 and 2 foundational learning children learn. And 3, 4 and 5, what I'm saying is critical pedagogy and constructive pedagogy, which all of you are aware. How do you build on? Because it's not that one-way transaction. It have to be child-centric, it have to be instructional based, and we have to ensure who is your audience, how it is going to be transacted. Because whatever content you are going to be making will depend on how are you going to be using it. Is it self-paced or is it blended learning? How is it going to be disseminated? How are your teachers are trained? So for each age group, each subject, it's the various application is important, how you will curate the content. As per your state curriculum, this have to be decided very clearly, and another aspect which is very, very important is to ensure quality. Because one thing which we saw, it is wonderful, many states across India rose up to the occasion and created wonderful things. Across India, even from a remote place, many things have happened. One teacher, a teacher of Sanskrit in India, he was about to retire in 2 months when COVID hit. For all the other subjects, he is a class 12 teacher. And for subjects of physics, chemistry, biology, children could find content on net. But for this subject, there was no content at all. And this teacher is not tech savvy at all. But this teacher, with the help of his colleagues, he learned technology, he created content, and he became a resource for not only that state, for many states which were using that content. Going much into, in case if another round comes, I'll add it. Yeah. Another aspect is children with special needs. When you are developing your content, you have to keep in mind children with special needs as well. Otherwise, we will be creating, instead of inclusion, we will be creating exclusion.
Thank you, Pranam. That was really, I think, it's putting a focus on the needs of every specific group. Now we understand the need for inclusive content to transact in different groups. And we have here obviously Najran, who is also our distinguished panelist from the MRC University. So now let's hear from you on the how of it. Now, as हम अपनी capacities में जितनी कोशिश हो सकती है, we're not experts on creating content, but as somebody you can explain, how do you think the content can be made and how do you ensure quality?
Thank you so much for inviting me to do this. And I was wondering that, really speaking, that e-content became so important only in COVID-19. It's not true. Because I belong to a department, I am heading right now the department which was created by Government of India for creating the content. If we look at India, I'll take briefly 2-3 minutes just to introduce, and because we have people here and I'm seeing that what was I doing for 30 years in a department when people don't know about the content that we already have and how we can use it. So actually television in India technology was always used in India for the education only. You look at the television when it came, it was used to side experiment and all for the Green Revolution, to make Green Revolution very successful. Then after that UGC started, UGC continued classroom by using television again, and when they thought that there is a difference between urban and rural, and 22 media centers were created, of which one is at Kashmir University. And we started making content. First we used television. When when cable television came, then 24 channels was introduced. Then when internet came, then we started. And when the EduSet was launched, we used EduSet. And so many, we had a center at Kashmir University. Do you know, in 1 year students in India. And out of that, only 12% were going to college. Were able to go because of the infrastructure, lack of teachers. So they thought, why not to go do something which will help other students to get education. So they thought of this e-content business. Do you know, our center was also one of the centers which did 3-year botany syllabus, that is still available. 3 saal ka botany, we created all that. And all the undergraduate 78 subjects were finished in 2016, and they are still available. If you look at cec.nic.in, I'm sorry, I should have really got a presentation and shown you where it is all available. So 78 subjects for undergrad students or humanities, science, anything. I'm not talking of NPTEL and engineering subjects. I'm talking about the UGC for the University Grants Commission. Then in 2016 came MOOCs. Because you must have heard about MOOC courses, Meso Open Online courses. And you must have also heard about Coursera, EduX. Has anybody heard about Coursera and taken courses of? And in 2015, do you know, Coursera, when they published the data, they said that 8% Indian students are taking their courses. And this led to a very serious realization in India, and SWAM platform was developed, and we also started offering MOOC courses. And do you know, EMRC is a small center at University of Kashmir, and in these 4 years we developed 60 MOOC courses, full-fledged. That means one course, say you have psychology, if 10 subjects are taught, so 2-3 courses we have also developed. So there is a lot of, and this is available on SWAM. So any student, SWAM, if you just log on swam.gov.in, it's very simple. You will get the list of courses, because this is the time you can register for this. Then came Swayam Prabha. Under the Swayam, there is Swayam Prabha, where 34 channels were launched. And you know, since most of the people I am supposed to know, they are from school education. Do you know NCRT has 8 channels? Class 2nd, class 3rd.
Channels are coming.
They are coming, but this time I say, because we at EMRC are also running one channel for undergrad students, that is life science. So biology, bioresources, zoology, botany, these 7 subjects where we have content is with us, and every day we are, as per the semester, we are giving. But unfortunately, what is the need? You simply need a 3,000 rupees investment in free dish, that is Doordarshan dish television. And then the subscription is free, you are not paying money for that. So that can be used. The question is, why I am saying all these things is that what are the issues actually we are facing? Issue with us is not we don't have that. Please understand, in Jammu and Kashmir, we are not like China, where only one language is spoken, so you will create the content. As far as I am concerned, because I too have traveled to all the schools, colleges, at least kuch nahi to Urdu to samajh mein aati hai mere bachon ko. It is not only Kashmiri that we have to make the content in that. So yesterday only I was looking at this Swayam Prabha, and I was seeing some of the wonderful lectures. 8th student exponential these powers, and it was a mathematics lecture. How beautifully the teacher was explaining. Then I was thinking, why is there a mushroom growth of these what you call I'm not taking long.
No, that's okay.
Please, so if I'm not boring also, please stop me. So I was really thinking that why is there a mushroom growth of these private tuitions when everything is available? Can't, and that is free. Now, where is the problem? Where is the issue? Issue is technology and education, or the teachers are playing a wonderful role. But where is the problem? Earlier we had a problem of connectivity. Now this time we have a problem to access to the data. And that is the recommendation that should go from this. What have we done for the economically weaker sections? When I went to Ladakh, I saw each and every student was having a beautiful mobile phone, smartphone. भाई क्यों नहीं आप स्वयं प्रभा देखते हो? क्यों नहीं आप CEC की वेबसाइट पे, UGC की वेबसाइट पे जाके कॉलेज में ये? I hope you understand Hindi also a little bit, so you are able to make it. So what they are saying, we don't have money to buy the data. Just look at your homes. How much do you spend on the internet? If I am able to get a 2,000 subscription for my child, naturally everybody cannot do it. So we need a recommendation for the economically weaker sections. At least we should be able to give them access to the data. Basic thing is, the problem this time is the access. Your school education guy, he said that our this crashed.
Ma'am, can I comment on that?
Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but I think if I won't be correct, I won't be wrong if I say that most of our teachers here in the field, I think we are. I mean, we wanted to hear more about what kind of what you say is a solution, right? We have, I think, if we're all knowing and working in this field, so the challenges are there. Challenges are many, and I think, but somebody who's a visionary like you, who have actually foreseen this even before the COVID. I mean, we've been talking all morning about that the e-content grew only during COVID. You're somebody who had seen this come. You're actually working with it. You're pioneering in that field. We want to know what is the kind of lesson that our participants really can take back with them. In terms of how do they create?
I am saying that content की problem हमारे पास नहीं है, access की problem. So if we are able to give some data to the school, आपने कोविड में सबको ये बताया ना कि teach the, because my younger sister is a school teacher and I would see to her that she was taking a class और वो क्या करती थी, वो conference में लगाती थी 7 बच्चों को, and one day she was calling somebody, her father is telling, "Butchers, I go with guard hospital. I am gone to the ration guard to get the ration for the month, so my phone is with me, it is not with my daughter." So can we really think of that? Because that is the access that my children need.
Access issues, yeah, so let's also touch on that.
And this is one. And the second thing is that how we can upload it. Because when Sakshat portal was, when we produced e-contents on 78 subjects, हमारे पास कोई जगह नहीं था, because we have to keep. In 2016, we know what happened when Kashmir was experiencing a lot of turmoil, and we were asked to put everything on a website, Kashmir University website. So website crashed हो गई. Because we have never thought that we need to buy some space, sample iCloud to space तो हम खरीदेंगे ना पहले. So if we are envisaging in this that we have to produce e-contents for our students simultaneously, जो हमारा way forward हो गया, simultaneously we also have to think that how we can upload, where this content we have to keep so that it is easily accessible to the students. ऐसा ना हो कि मैंने कोई space खरीदी नहीं है, because the person who was before me from the school, he was experiencing, he was telling his experiences. So this is the point he raised, that everything got crashed and then we have to move and buy some resources and blah blah. You don't have a teacher, you need not to buy more, engage more teachers. Only thing is you can at least engage your classes on that, and there are so many beautifully, there's a lot of multimedia input already existed. Then you can keep on adding. So keep on adding over that. You can also take some channel if you approach to Swayam Prabha, and you can take a channel. If government of J&K, if we at the MORC University of Kashmir are able to run a full-fledged 24 into channel, science channel, why cannot school education only to someone run a channel on Swayam Prabha and then popularize and leave the localized content on that?
Our teachers here have taken cue from that and see that there is no dearth of opportunity, and I feel there is no dearth of talent either. I think it's a story field is a systemic issue that we need to sort and resolve. We are just joined by our panelist here, Mr. Vineet Kumar from Saja Peace Foundation. Yeah, it's a bit of a logistic issue we have here to handle.
So I'll come and know that you'll be, I hope that you'll be taking up this course of study and coming back and serving the department in your best capacity. But as someone who also follows you on Facebook, I know you do a lot of exercises with your children, you are very connected with them on the ground. What is your take on, how do I somebody, let's say I'm a content creator, how do I make the content suited to your need? How do I contextualize it? How do I make it more inclusive? You want to come on that?
Yeah. Danish, these are already introduced me as a teacher, and I'm proud to be actually grounded and very much rooted to my school education and children especially. I think taking forward the have-nots, which we have been discussing I think since morning, and we have to build upon those have-nots and give solution to those have-nots particularly. I think let me take one thing, which is we had already in the beginning of COVID, as Rohit sir also mentioned, that we saw WhatsApp was one of the, I think, most tested and tried channels of platform actually to communicate with children. And but it had one thing that it was one way, and we could not get back the feedback from children, and then we shifted to Zoom and other platforms. So one way is that the kind of platforms we have, and man was also mentioning about especially able children, and it's a study in fact by UNICEF itself that only 22% of those platforms actually cater to the needs of specially able children. So platforms, talking about platforms, I think we have to look into how, because WhatsApp education cannot actually carry on and without any innovation in that platform. So we have to think about how we can make it more interactive, because it has to be child-centric, it has to be more interactive. Content which we were using, no doubt that it was a pioneering work by our department and some of the stalwarts using technology and content creators. But the time has come when we have to see how we can make it one, interactive. Second, the content is downloadable and it is affordable, available offline. I think this is one thing we faced during COVID also, that although a lot of content was there on the platforms, but as a lot of people, and we are almost half of the world is offline, so we are not able to get that content downloaded and to be used later. So second part is that we have to get it offline, available to children and to consult as they feel comfortable. And third part is that the gender part of the whole thing, which is that compared to boys, I can see that in my school also, that compared to boys, girls don't have that much affordability or kind of that much access to those devices. As ma'am said that the phone is kept or it is with the parent who is working and out in search of livelihood. So girls actually face this kind of challenge that they are not able to access that data, content or whatever is streamed or available online or even offline. So this has to be gender neutral, gender sensitive, that girls should not miss out from this opportunity which is there online. And last but not the least, that I was reading the Pulse report of UNICEF last night, and I just saw one thing there, that although it has been very vocal and emphasizing on the quality of the content and platforms and all other initiative policies, but somewhere it was written that look, we should not focus much about the acronym as DDC. Devices, data and connectivity. But in our case, this is the catch. We are still struggling in getting the right kind of devices, parents working out and taking the phone with them, not available to the children. With the data, I can quote one example from my school. I donated a smart TV to my school out of my own pocket. Collecting it from my family, and but when I installed the TV and I told the teachers that look, we have to make a schedule that we have to help them get the content either live stream or downloadable or YouTube, whatever channel they can use. And they said that look, we have a limit of 2 GB data on my phones, and if we connect it to your TV, our TV, then how we will manage it? We have a data limit of 2 GB. So how can we spend it? There should have been They were telling me that they should have some mechanism to actually get some data also. So unless we have data, devices that should come up with data, and then some peripheral issues also, electricity, lot of issues out there in the schools also. So we have to address them also.
That's a good perspective. I think. Thank you for kind of giving back the focus on that. And now, I think knowing that, I know we, I mean, our teachers, so they are out there in the field on the front lines. It's, they are also kind of pretty good. And now, one more aspect which I was trying to, I know we have a full, you'll be hearing a full session from later on. So, but before that, I would also, because it's topic we're talking of, e-content. I would like to hear about, I mean, you yourself are a pioneer in online safety and also, accessibility as well. So, can you also tell us about, because one of the main concerns when development content is being talked about, one of the main concerns is, and online learning has opened up this whole use of cyber safety. And I know you worked on greatly on that. Could you touch upon that subject a little bit for us and tell us how do we ensure that? Because, out there when the COVID pandemic hit, there was this whole rush to have this content and put it out there. Without any, I think the concerns came much later on. कुछ time के बाद एहसास होना शुरू किया नहीं ये तो नुकसान के साबित हो रहा है. So how do we ensure before we embark on the journey? I think safety when we leave our house, we put the seatbelt on at the beginning. So how do we ensure that when we do that? The safety aspect, how do we address that?
Thank you, Danish. It's again a pleasure to be here. And I think you have partly given the answer also. Like internet is just like a highway. So when you drive on the highway, you have to wear a seatbelt, and that's how you ensure safety about yourself. And there are issues, there are a lot of issues. When I give my presentation, I'm sure, and generally whenever I start my presentation, I give a disclaimer that my presentation and slides would scare you, but I'm just kind of sharing the flip side of internet, the kind of issues that students, children, young adults face on internet, even in fact women face in the cyberspace. So issues will keep on happening and criminals will keep on innovating. We saw a huge chunk of cyber criminals suddenly pop up during the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is because even the criminals realized that this is the new space to be. One can just be anonymous, staying in, say, one corner of the country, or probably in some other country, can target you in any corner of the country, any corner of the world. It's very easy. Now there are some legal challenges and legal hurdles also, when I say challenges like when a crime gets conducted from some other country, it takes on an average 1 year for a law enforcement agency to get data from a foreign land. There's a process called as the MLAT process. And under the MLAT process, a law enforcement has to go through a long process, going through Interpol and different channels, then get data and then get kind of assistance for the victim on the ground, which is very long. So the best mantra here is prevention, and we really need to invest a lot on prevention. Well, frankly speaking, there's not much that has happened on the inclusion of cyber security into the curriculum, which I strongly believe is the need of the hour. There is one such initiative. I'll be sharing the screenshot while I speak in the presentation, and all of you are connected, so you can check CBSE Cyber Peace. If you just Google, you will get the book that CBSE rolled out in 2020, and we just took around 3 to 4 months time to kind of co-create and in fact get all the contents together, stitch it in the form of a handbook and circulate. That's how things were urgent, because we saw a surge in the number of cases. Our helplines were buzzing like anything. In fact, the Cyber Peace helpline that we run, you'll be surprised to know, majority of the cases that we get is from, again, children under 18, and with a request that please don't report it. Please don't inform a parent or don't inform the law enforcement. That's a challenge. It's all unofficial request, and they don't want to kind of walk up to a police station to get some help. So that's one major challenge. So I say when we talk about the surge of cybercrime, what you see, the national record, the NCRB statistics that you see is just tip of the iceberg. The actual cases are much more, and it's happening. So when we talk about the content, coming back to the subject, content, what kind of content? I mean, we must purely understand. Some answers have already been given by the panelists, but on the ground when we do these safety awareness workshop, what we see is we lack content which is multilingual in nature. So majority of the content is either in English or Hindi, but then India is many countries in one country, so we need more and more languages to come, and people need to understand the content in their own language, not the content or the kind of content that we create, which we feel that people would understand. So that is something that we really need to research on. Second point is platform-specific content. Now we might be using a lot of tools. It's not just tools on a process, but we must understand how do we effectively use the tool. Like for example, we are on Zoom right now. But Zoom itself, if you see in that section, there is something called as apps written there. Zoom apps. If you go under apps, you will see a plethora of applications that is available for you to kind of make use of, to make the entire learning an interactive learning. Like what we do is when we do these sessions, first of all, we don't do long sessions because we tried initially when we started, we did a lot of mistakes. Like these sessions were quite long. We started taking 1.5 to 2 hour session, and we saw that people were kind of, a lot of people were kind of getting disconnected and all that, and they were unable to retain the message that we wanted to deliver. So what we started doing, we started taking shorter sessions of 40 minutes each or maybe 35 minutes each, and interactive sessions, like some gamifying the entire experience, organizing some quiz competitions while we are disseminating the knowledge and awareness. That had a lot of, I would say, a good response among the viewers. Secondly, one more thing that we tried, and this was just before pandemic, we started doing this activity. Now it's a regular activity. Again, you can see on the NCERT website, you can find something called as e-Raksha. It's an online safety competition that we do for children and young adults, and as of now it is on. Even teachers can participate, also the parents, because we want to make it inclusive. We want parents also to understand what does a secure space online mean, and how can you make a safe safer for everyone, for our children. So we want them to understand what are the applications that are available. Again, giving you an example, there is a big difference between YouTube and YouTube for kids. This is for the parents. I've seen a lot of parents kind of giving their phones to the children, and they kind of play the cartoons on the phone. There is a particular character, Doraemon, I'm sure all of you know. A lot of educational series are on Doraemon. But then if you give the same application YouTube to a child, normal YouTube to a child, he might get a suggestion like Doraemon having sex with XXX, something like that. The child gets exposed to age inappropriate content. And that is how, as parents, as teachers, we must understand the difference between the platform, that YouTube and YouTube for kids are not the same, it's totally different. So that's one thing that I wanted to share. Learning through activities like the one e-Raksha, we organize blogging competition, we organize jingle making competition, even hackathons, mini hackathons like Coda stuff. How can you make the safe space safer for everyone through apps, through say essay writing competition? So this was like the engaging activity that we organized, and we got a very good response to that, and we are still getting it because the competition is right now open till the month of December with NCERT. Also content which are AR/VR enabled content. So this is something which is working quite a lot, but only thing is it has limitations as of now, because the schools who can afford, like the haves and have-nots, we just heard from you. So it's basically the haves can only access the AR/VR content right now, because Oculus and all these devices are quite expensive. We have to create like an ecosystem, and it's not just education alone, but IT and a lot of things are being done together to make these devices, gadgets available at a cheaper cost. Nobody can afford 40,000 rupees for just one Oculus device, but if it is say 500 to 700 rupees, it is still affordable for schools, for government schools and all that. So that's how basically these are some of the suggestions. I have a lot more maybe later on.
I will definitely come back to that. Again, I would save your your talent for your solo session. We are out of time. I know we're running a bit short of time, so I'll just try to summarize with this today's rich content. As much we would have loved to carry on the discussion, but we have another one and a couple of other sessions. And so just
1 minute.
Yeah.
One humble request. See, the World Economic Forum did a survey with the world's largest employers. What will be the skill sets they look for in people they are going to be employing in the days to come or years to come? These largest employers gave 5 skills. One was creativity and innovation. The second one was cultural diversity, accepting the cultural diversity and having the skill to collaborate and work. The third one was digital literacy. The fourth one was climate change adaptation, having an understanding on that and how can they adapt to it and provide solution to it, and being a global citizen. You know, these were the 5 skills they mentioned. So my humble request to all the teachers here, you are fantastic. I keep telling Danish, you know, wonderful set of people, you know, you have here. But how do you make your content not just pure academic, but ensure you infiltrate the skills into it? I will not go into that lecture because the way your brain functions, you know, there are the frontal cortex opens in adolescent period, which is executive functioning skills, and in early childhood education, it's the foundational, you know, foundations of the brain development happens. So when you build content, ensure the neural pathways gets developed in such a manner the child will be able to understand and learn it better. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for them. It will be just input and output. That should not be the case. It should be something which the child understands and learns it and then use it for application. That is very important. When I'm learning algebra or I'm learning fraction or anything I'm learning, how am I going to be using it for my life? So application is important. So that's one humble request to all the teachers.
Nice. So I think the cue that we get out from here is to be localized yet global. And also, I think we've got some rich inputs from Dr. Salima Jan as well as our colleagues from Jammu and Kashmir as well, who have given us an idea of what exists. This discussion doesn't end here. I mean, although it was a prayer panel discussion, I think this is just a beginning. As you know, as part of this workshop, we'll be doing a vision document which has been kindly supported by Deloitte here, by our colleague Mr. Dipendra Thakur, who is present in this audience. We'll talk more about that. But for now, I'd like to thank all our panelists for their time, and and we'll end this panel discussion with the request that we'll come back to you with more inputs and more discussions around this topic. Yeah, please.
One sentence. When we at universities are discussing these changing times, and then we think how the institutions, our education should be like in future and all that. And we always come with this slogan. Now we have a new slogan that is. Yeah, we were actually we are in this field for so many years, and our doors are always open. And when I received a call from Danish, and I got this opportunity that we'll be able to talk at least to some of the teachers and talk about what we are doing. And I gladly, and I was so happy, though I had a lot of commitments today, but I canceled it. So during that pandemic also, not that we didn't, we were trying, sending emails, whatever possible we could do. So we did it, and so many organizations came to us. And in fact, you will not believe that when there was a pandemic at its peak, and I got the staff to the office, and we were just, I mean, you cannot imagine how we got many hard disks, and we were putting the programs and handing over to people who really were requesting for that, say botany, any subject. So if we have not been able to reach to the school education, that is really something that
somewhere what my assertion is
from Kangal, waiting since morning for their turn. This group of students is here with their coding presentation. Under the shadow of Mr. Hilal Lod, let's welcome this group of students from Kangal, Gandhar.
High Secondary School, Kangan, Gandharbal. Today our topic is related to coding, our experience related to coding, and we'll also share you some projects. So now let's start by knowing what's coding. Coding is the set of instructions given to a computer to perform a proper function. Coding is also the language of the computer through which we can communicate with computers. Coding is fun. Once we start learning coding, then there is no going back because it's interesting, because it's like a puzzle. and puzzle has so many blocks which we connect. Same as in coding, there are also so many parts to join, but those parts are called blocks. And in the Scratch coding, those blocks are joined to make a program. I got motivated to learn coding because whatever we learn in classrooms, that is the theories. But when we went through coding, we can convert those theories into practicals that is quick to remember. Since after our class 10, we have so many subjects to choose, but in our mind there is only engineering and doctor for our future. You, me, and we all can be benefited by coding through coding because coding is most because our future generation, our future is coming based on artificial intelligence and robotics, and we should be prepared for that. Yes, exactly. We have so many applications through which, we have so many programs through which we can do coding. Coding for games or problem-solving applications, which would be benefited for students, businessmen, the education system, the society, the politics, all gets benefited. So we should learn coding. Before coding, that is, when we don't know about the coding, we have so many conflicts in our minds. We want to help our society, our country, or the universe, but it was not possible. But when our teacher introduced us with the coding, we have now hope that we can help our society, and inshallah, we have hope that we will solve. So we also have so many applications for the coding as well. I mean to say programs, and we can do coding through the Scratch programming as well, which is for the kids. And there's also an offline method to do coding known as pro-gaming. It's for those who don't have mobile phones or computers or laptops. If you want to learn coding, you are free. You can learn coding online as well as offline. Because as JK Samagra Shiksha, in collaboration with UNICEF and Paijam Foundation, has made their own coding courses on Diksha app and on CodeMitra. So we have made so many projects on the Scratch programming. So now let's call upon one of our teammates, namely Hafiz Nabi, who will just show some of the projects that we have made and will share his experience in coding.
Respected dignitaries and all other members, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Hafiz Nabi. I am from Government Boys High School, Konpal, Gandarbar. मैं कोडिंग सीखा हूँ पिछले 2 महीने से लगभग। अब हम कोडिंग क्यों सीखते हैं? कोडिंग से हमें बहुत सारे फायदे होंगे। इससे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स हमें डेवलप होती है। वो कैसे होते हैं? जब हमें कोई भी प्रोग्राम में हमें कोडिंग करनी होगी, हमें पहले उसका सेटअप बाय सेटअप लिखना होगा। अगर एक भी सेटअप गलत हो गया ना, पूरा प्रोग्राम गलत हो जाएगा। इसलिए हम प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर्स बनते हैं। हम प्रॉब्लम को बनाने वाले नहीं बनते, हम प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर्स बनते हैं। लाइक कोडिंग से हम बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट कर सकते हैं। लाइक टेस्ला इज वन ऑफ द कंपनी, वो कार्स बनाती हैं, उनमें ड्राइवर की जरूरत नहीं होती, उसमें कोडिंग की गई होती है। उसको पता होता है जब मेरे सामने ये आएगा तो तब क्या करना है, जब मैं ये करूंगा आगे तब क्या करना है। उसमें सेंसर्स लगे होते हैं।
मैथ रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही है और सर जैसे इसका करेक्ट आंसर देंगे तो जो कैट है वो एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ेगी। और अगर हम इस क्वेश्चन का रॉन्ग आंसर देंगे तो जो डॉग है वो आगे बढ़ेगा। तो उससे ये फायदा है जो यूजर है वो एक तो अपने आंसर्स को राइट आंसर देगा, जिससे जो उसकी कैलकुलेशन है वो इम्प्रूव होगी और इसकी जो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व स्किल है वो इम्प्रूव होगी। और यहाँ तक कि मैथ ये मैथ्स से रिलेटेड है, हम बाकी सब्जेक्ट्स पे भी प्रोजेक्ट्स बना सकते हैं, जैसे कि हिस्टोरिकल मॉन्यूमेंट्स, या फिर हम किसी स्टोरी की एनिमेशन क्रिएट कर सकते हैं इस कोडिंग के थ्रू, जिससे स्टूडेंट्स एक तो अट्रैक्ट होगा इस स्टडीज में और वो एंटरटेन के साथ साथ कुछ सीख भी सकता है। और हम एजुकेशन के साथ साथ सोसाइटी में भी कोडिंग का यूज कर सकते हैं, उसमें भी हम अपनी डे बाय डे प्रॉब्लम्स का सलूशन निकाल सकते हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल एग्रीकल्चर फील्ड्स में जब एग्रीकल्चरिंग होती है तो उस दौरान जो मोटर्स है वो कंटिन्यूअसली ऑन रहते हैं, बट उसमें इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एज वेल एज जो वेस्ट ऑफ वाटर है वो हो जाता है। बट क्यों ना कुछ ऐसा डिवाइस बनाई जाए जो सॉइल में सेंसर लगाया जाए, जिससे वो डिटेक्ट करे कि जो सॉइल है वो ड्राई है या वेट है, और मोटर तभी ऑन हो जब सॉइल ड्राई होगी। आफ्टर ऑल वो ऑटोमेटिकली ऑफ रहे जब सॉइल वेट रहेगी। इससे ये फायदा होगा हमारे फ्यूचर में, जो पानी जाया होता है उसका बचाव होगा, और इलेक्ट्रिसिटी भी इससे हमारी सेफ रहेगी। यहाँ और हम इससे जो है हमारी एग्रीकल्चरिंग वो भी अच्छी होगी। सो एट लास्ट आई एम थैंकफुल टू पायजान फाउंडेशन, समग्र शिक्षा एंड यूनिसेफ हु गिव अस अपॉर्चुनिटी टू लर्न कोडिंग। और एट लास्ट में मैं अपना इख्तिताम एक शायर से करना चाहूंगी। मंजिल के आगे बढ़कर मंजिल तलाश कर, मंजिल के आगे बढ़कर मंजिल तलाश कर, मिल जाए तुझको दरिया वो समंदर तलाश कर। हर शीशा टूट जाता है पत्थर की चोट से, पत्थर ही टूट जाए वो शीशा तलाश कर। थैंक यू सो मच।
Okay, so now let's conclude our program. At last, we would like to say that whatever you want to do, whatever you want to present, learn coding, everything will be possible. Thank you.
Thank you, students. It's amazing to see how digitization and digitalization both are reaching grassroots levels. For our third session, ICT in Education, Digital Tools of 21st Century, I'd like to call upon the stage Dr. K.M. Baharul Islam, presently the Dean of IIM Kashipur. Dr. K.M. Baharul Islam has been teaching and researching in the area of communications, corporate law, education, development and planning for more than 25 years. Having a stunning international experience, Dr. Islam holds the position of Professor of Communications at IIM Kashipur and is also the chairperson of the Center of Excellence in Public Policy and Government at the Institute. Having published widely with more than 8 books and over 30 papers, Dr. Islam is also a public speaker, a debater, a TV commentator and a communication specialist. Thank you so much for gracing our occasion with your presence, sir. Over to you. Few ways that his organization, Pratham, has come up with to engage children in learning better. Kamal and Prodigy. Pratham is providing tablets to rural kids, all aided by a learning app, a commendable attempt to bridge the digital divide in India and initiate digital learning and providing quality education. Let's hear more about this hopeful initiative from Irfan in a very short speech. Over to you, Irfan.
पांडीपुरा में रील पांडीपुरा के नाम से, जिसमें कॉमन टीचर्स को ट्रेन किया, फिर उनने स्कूल्स में क्लास चलाए, बेसलाइन असेसमेंट्स हुई, ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट्स हुई, बच्चों के जो रिपोर्ट्स कार्ड्स हैं वो सब शेयर हो गए। उसके बाद रील कश्मीर नाम से प्रोग्राम चला, जिसमें हमने पूरे J&K में, पूरे कश्मीर में 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ कश्मीर वी स्टार्टेड रील कश्मीर प्रोग्राम, जिसमें कॉमन टीचर्स को भी वैसे ही कमाल के कमाल CAMAL कंबाइंड एक्टिविटीज फॉर मैक्सिमाइज लर्निंग, उसमें हमने टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग की, उनको एक्टिविटी बेस्ड लर्निंग जो है उनके ऊपर हमने ट्रेन किया, उनको गाइड किया। Then we started in 2016-17 में हमने एक इनिशिएटिव ले लिया नाइरा प्रोग्राम का, जो कम्युनिटी बेस्ड प्रोग्राम था, क्योंकि ये चीज़ें मैं इसलिए आपको बोल रहा हूँ कि डिजिटल इंटरवेंशन हम कैसे कहाँ तक आ गए, हमने सोच कैसे आई कि हम डिजिटल इंटरवेंशन कैसे करें, हम बच्चों तक कैसे पहुँचे, बच्चों को हम कैसे हम कंटेंट दे रहे हैं, बच्चों को हम कैसे पढ़ाई के साथ लिंक करें। क्योंकि 2016 हम सब जानते हैं कि अनरेस्ट हुआ, तो हमारे जहन में यह गया था कि बच्चे तो स्कूल तो बंद है, तो हम बच्चों तक कैसे पहुंचे। तो तब जाके जो हमारे मेंबर्स थे जो ग्राउंड में काम करते हैं, तो हमने उनके साथ एक मैसेज गई कि आप कम्युनिटी क्लासेस वहाँ पे चलाइए। खुद जो प्रथम के मेंबर्स थे ग्राउंड में 10 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में, उन्होंने कम्युनिटी क्लासेस चलाई और बच्चों को पढ़ाया, रेमेडियल क्लासेस प्लस जो उनके सिलेबस था उनको हमने उनको पढ़ाया। तो धीरे धीरे करके वही जो कम्युनिटी क्लासेस का प्रोग्राम है वो कंटिन्यूसली चला और 2017, 18 और 19 के बाद जैसे ही लॉकडाउन स्टार्ट हो गया एंड पैंडेमिक, जो अंजलि मैम ने कहा कि मेरे ख्याल से वो अच्छा था। तो काफी लोगों के लिए तो बुरा था कि पैंडेमिक है तो हम क्या करें, लेकिन कुछ सिखा के गया, हमने बहुत कुछ सिखा के गया कि बच्चों तक हम कैसे पहुंचे। तो हमने एक प्रोग्राम और स्टार्ट किया प्राडिजी के नाम से, प्रथम डिजिटल, जिसमें हमारे प्राडिजी के नाम से हमने स्टार्ट किया प्रोग्राम, जिसमें हम प्रथम डिजिटल है, जिसमें हमारे पास एक वेबसाइट है प्रथम ओपन स्कूल, उसमें हमारे पास एटलीस्ट 2500 वीडियोस हैं, 400 स्टोरीज हैं, 400 स्टोरीज, और वो हमारे पास अवेलेबल है इस टाइम पे 11 लैंग्वेजेस में, जिसमें 300 लर्निंग गेम्स हैं, जिसमें हाँ, और वो जो इनिशिएटिव था कि हम बच्चों को कैसे साथ लाएं, बच्चों को कैसे पढ़ाने की तरफ रागिब करें, बच्चों को कैसे एंगेज करें। तो उस चीज को लेकर हमने प्रथम डिजिटल एक प्रोग्राम जो इनिशिएटिव वो स्टार्ट किया, क्योंकि हमारे पास 450 कम्युनिटीज थी, जिसमें हमने 1000 टैबलेट्स हमने इन कम्युनिटीज में दे दिए। उसमें हमने इनबिल्ट वीडियोस, जो लर्निंग एप्स हैं, लर्निंग गेम्स हैं, वीडियोस विद डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट्स के थे, जिसमें मैथमेटिक्स, साइंस, आर्ट्स, क्राफ्ट्स, सोशल साइंस, तो सभी सब्जेक्ट्स के वीडियोस भी थे बेसिक, ताकि बच्चे जो हैं उन वीडियोस को देखें, उनके ऊपर रोल प्ले करें कि बच्चा क्या सीख रहा है, फिर वो उसका फीडबैक भी देते, क्योंकि हमारी ग्राउंड जो हमारा स्टाफ है इस टाइम पे, वो फीडबैक कॉल्स वीकली करते थे उनको, अभी भी कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि काफी ज्यादा हम रीच बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मैक्सिमम बच्चों तक हम पहुंचे, जिसमें हमारा साथ टीचर हजरात ने भी दिया है, जो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के टीचर्स थे, उन साहिबान ने ये भी किया कि हम उन तक भी रीच हुए और उनको भी हमने इस प्रथम डिजिटल के बारे में बता दिया, प्रथम इंटरवेंशन के बारे में बता दिया, क्योंकि हम कई साल से 15 से भी हम गवर्नमेंट के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, डायरेक्टरेट स्कूल एजुकेशन के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, एसपीडी के साथ, एसपीडी जो है समग्र शिक्षा, उसके साथ भी हम काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम कोलैबोरेट यूनिसेफ के साथ भी है। तो उस वक्त हमने जब कोरोना आया, तो वो माइंड में था कि 2016 का वो अनरेस्ट, बच्चों को कैसे पढ़ाने की तरफ रागिब करें। फिर 2019 में जैसे पैंडेमिक था, 2019-20 में, तो हमने सोचा कि हम तो चलाएंगे कम्युनिटी क्लास तो चलाएंगे, लेकिन मैक्सिमम रीच कैसे हम करें, हम मैक्सिमाइज कैसे करें अपने आप को, कैसे हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा बच्चों की तरफ पहुंच पाए। तो टीचर इंटरवेंशन, अनपेड वॉलंटियर्स, जो हम कभी नहीं भूल पाएंगे। हमारे पास इस टाइम 1000+ अनपेड वॉलंटियर्स हैं जो कम्युनिटी क्लासेस रन कर रहे हैं, और जिनके पास हम ये 1000 टैबलेट जो है हम दे रहे हैं। उसमें एक बारी बारी कुछ इंटरवेंशंस आ गए, जिसमें कोरोना थोड़ी मस्ती थोड़ी पढ़ाई, जो लेवल बेस्ड जो टेक्स्ट मैसेजेस, वीडियोस, ऑडियोज हम भेजते थे बच्चों को, चाहे वो हमारे जो वॉलंटियर्स हैं वो मेल फीमेल या पेरेंट्स जो है उनको हमने एंगेज किया। मदर्स एंगेजमेंट जो एनईपी कह रहा है, तो इस टाइम हम मदर एंगेजमेंट भी कर रहे हैं कि मदर्स को सिखा रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं कि आपके बच्चे के लिए आपकी तालीम कितनी बेहतर है। उसके लिए हम टैबलेट्स भी उनको प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, हम कोरोना अपनी सुरक्षा, कोरोना थोड़ी पढ़ाई, थोड़ी मस्ती, थोड़ी पढ़ाई, उसमें हम लेवल वाइज यानी कि ग्रेड 1 and 2 के लिए अलग मैसेज जाते थे, ग्रेड 2 to 5 के लिए अलग मैसेज जाते थे, ग्रेड 6 to 8 के लिए अलग मैसेज जाते थे। उसमें वीडियोस भी थे, ऑडियोज भी थे और मैसेजेस भी थे। क्योंकि एक आइडिया ये था, जैसे अभी हम बात कर रहे थे, आइडिया ये था पहुंचना तो बहुत ज़्यादा है कि हमें बच्चों तक रीच करना है, लेकिन सबके पास तो एंड्रॉयड फोन्स नहीं है। तो हम कैसे क्या करें, क्या सोल्यूशन हो सकता है कि हम वीडियो अगर कोई नहीं देख पा रहा है, एंड्रॉयड फोन किसी के पास नहीं है, तो हमने उसके लिए कहा कि हम SMS भेज देंगे, सिंपल जिसके पास फोन है। अगर किसी के पास अब फोन नहीं है तो उसके लिए हमने कम्युनिटी मोबिलाइजेशन करके ग्रुप्स बनाए थे, छोटे छोटे ग्रुप्स बनाए थे, जिनके लिए मदर्स या पेरेंट्स एक जगह मिलते थे या वॉलंटियर जो है वो मिलता था और बच्चों को लेके उन SMS के बारे में उसको बताता था। क्योंकि वो रीच जो हमें करनी थी या बच्चों को एंगेज जो करना था, उसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ हमें सोचना ही था। तो ये हम टेक्स्ट कर रहे थे या जो हम मैसेजेस भेज रहे थे वो पढ़ाई के लिए ग्रेड स्पेसिफिक और उनको अलाइन किया गया था। जो जेटी के जो बोस की किताबें हैं उनके साथ अलाइन करके वो टेक्स्ट मैसेजेस उनको भेजे जा रहे थे। क्योंकि प्रथम हमेशा ग्रेड वाइज नहीं पढ़ाता है, यहाँ पर हमने ग्रेड वाइज मैसेजेस भेजी थी, लेकिन प्रथम ग्रेड वाइज नहीं पढ़ाता है बल्कि लेवल वाइज पढ़ाता है, अकॉर्डिंग टू लर्निंग लेवल्स ऑफ द स्टूडेंट कि बच्चे की क्या लर्निंग लेवल है, अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट उसको वो रेमेडी दे दीजिए। इसके बाद एक और चीज हमने लाइक कोरोना अपनी सुरक्षा, उसके लिए हमने क्या किया कि कंप्लीटली कोरोना के मुताबिक जो भी खदशात थे, जो भी मिथ्स थे, वो सब दूर करने के लिए हमने वो मैसेजेस फिर अपने वॉलंटियर्स तक, टीचर साहबान तक, पेरेंट्स तक, जो भी हमारा स्टेक होल्डर था उन तक पहुंचा दिया। क्योंकि अभी एक और हमने इनिशिएटिव ले लिया, क्योंकि हम इनिशिएटिव्स की बात करें कि हम कैसे डिजिटलाइज कैसे हम करें, कैसे हम डिजिटली हम लोगों तक पहुंचे या बच्चों तक पहुंचे। इस ऑडियो के जरिए, लिंक के जरिए हम स्टोरी भेजते हैं और बच्चे उस स्टोरी को सुनते हैं और फिर उस पर रोल प्ले करते हैं। शायद मेरे पास एक स्टोरी होगी इस टाइम की, तो जस्ट हम वो स्टोरी सुनेंगे, थोड़ी देखते हैं कि कैसे स्टोरीज हमारे पास आ जाती है। Just a second.
गई कहानी ट्रेन। ये ट्रेन रोज रुकती है नए स्टेशन पर, मिलाती है आपको एक नई कहानी और कई नए किरदारों से। तो सब सवाल
आज की हमारी कहानी है दादा कहाँ गए और इसे लिखा है सायरा ने। आज वजीहा सुबह से बहुत खुश थी। वो कभी पलंग पर चलती, कभी नाचती, तो कभी अपने नए कपड़े पहनकर देखती। तभी उसे कुछ याद आया। वो दादी के पास गई और बोली, दादा की याद आ रही है, दादा को बुला लो ना, मैंने बहुत दिन से उन्हें नहीं देखा। ये कहकर वो रोने लगी। वजीहा की बात सुनकर दादी भी कुछ मायूस हो गई। फूफी ने वजीहा को गोद में बैठाते हुए समझाया, बेटा दादा अल्लाह के घर गए हैं और जो अल्लाह के घर जाते हैं वो वहां से वापस नहीं आते। मगर क्यों? वजीहा ने पूछा। फूफी इससे पहले कुछ कहती, वजीहा का अगला सवाल आ गया, क्या अल्लाह का घर बहुत दूर है? जो वहां जाता है वो रास्ता भूल जाता है? हाँ, कुछ ऐसा ही समझिए। उनको रास्ता नहीं याद है तो आप ही जाकर ले आइए ना। वजीहा फिर से बोली, मैं कैसे जा सकती हूँ? मुझे तो अल्लाह के घर का पता ही नहीं मालूम। फूफी, अब आप मुझे बुद्धू बना रही हैं। आपने मुझे बताया था दादा चांद पर बैठकर हमको रोज देखते हैं। इसका मतलब है अल्लाह का घर ही चांद पर है। फूफी थोड़ा संभलते हुए बोली, हाँ तो चांद बहुत दूर है, मैं वहां कैसे जाऊंगी? सीढ़ी से। और कैसे? वजीहा ने मासूमियत से जवाब दिया, लेकिन चांद पर जाने के लिए बहुत लंबी सीढ़ी की जरूरत होगी। इतनी लंबी सीढ़ी आएगी कहां से? फूफी ने पूछा। एक लंबी सांस लेते हुए वजीहा बोली, सीढ़ी मैं बनाऊंगी, लंबी सीढ़ी। बहुत ही लंबी सीढ़ी। ये कहकर वजीहा ने पेंसिल उठाई, रंग उठाए और लग गई सीढ़ी बनाने में।
इस तरह की कहानियां हम रोज भेजते हैं अपने वॉलंटियर्स को, टीचर हजरात को, जो हम बच्चों को, क्योंकि बच्चों के ग्रुप्स हम बना रहे हैं ताकि ये चीज़ें उन तक पहुंच जाए। और दूसरी चीज़, हम चिल्ड्रंस क्लब, पीर टू पीर लर्निंग, इसके ऊपर भी हम थोड़ा सा ध्यान देते हैं कि हम बच्चों को एक छोटे छोटे ग्रुप्स में रखते हैं, उनको मटेरियल प्रोवाइड करते हैं, इसी तरीके से ऑडियो वीडियो एड्स जो है उनके साथ शेयर करते हैं और इस तरीके से लर्निंग हम कंटिन्यू करते हैं।
प्रॉब्लम यह है कि इंग्लिश, उर्दू, मैथमेटिक्स का आपके पास है, लेकिन EVS का भी अगर आप मटेरियल सेंड करें ताकि बच्चे और भी ज़्यादा उसमें एक्सेल कर सकें।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। इंशाल्लाह ताला हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं। इस टाइप से साइंस का प्रोग्राम अभी लाने वाले हैं, साइंस के ऊपर भी काम करने वाले हैं और जैन के भी इंशाल्लाह ताला इस तरीके से EVS भी हम काम करेंगे इंशाल्लाह जल्दी इस पे। थैंक यू। Anything else?
IT 21st century और information technology कुछ मुख्तसर से बातें सुबह हो चुकी हैं। In the morning we have introduced this. My dear friend Professor Faraz have already introduced the artificial intelligence, and we were having some queries. I will start from there. Very recently, one of my students was doing a PhD based on Bhutan, and one of the things we studied is that technology adoption theory. That when technologies are introduced, how a particular mass, a particular community of users, there is an ingrained resistance to that. Some people have described it as inertia, but it is but natural. To give you a very simple example, how many of us we know all the buttons of our television remote in our home? Because it takes effort. We buy the best of the television sets with 3000K lumens and pixels and all, but we cannot change it. We don't want to change it. There are 5 different types of screen type. It is a movie, or it is a music, or even the sound has different kind of thing. If you spend a day with the booklet which comes with the television and the remote, after some trial and error you can master it. And then every day, if you don't use it, many of us, we actually learn those things on the first day when we buy the television, and later on we get stuck. The only remote which works at my home is my daughter. Better than NDTV laga de. That's the best technology adoption. Who want to fiddle with the channel numbers and colors and all? So there is always a inertia that happened within our ATM. It's titled The Changing Nature of Works. If you have time, it is available online. WDR 2019 World Development Report. The Changing Nature of Works. I will urge you to read the first chapter. It's a huge report, very interesting if you read the full one. But even if you read the first chapter itself, you will know that in next 50 years, many of us will be obsolete. But online, many of us will not be alive. But anyway, what we are saying is, the people who are graduating from my classrooms, even the MBAs we are producing in one of India's elite schools like IIM, I see most of my students will be absent. If they do not adapt to the new changing workplace, and one of the changing workplaces happening inside our classrooms as teachers, our biggest rivals are coming from internet itself. Today when I get into the classroom, the issue is not that I will teach better. The issue is someone will upload a lecture better than me. And if my students can have access to a better lecture, then any other mic is on?
I will do that, sir.
So today Today, while, just a minute, I'm not moving it. Today we have our biggest struggle, whether I can adopt the internet or not, my classroom will move forward. My students will have access to a lecture from Harvard Business School, free of cost, almost. We have free internet connection in the campus. And now my rival is sitting at Kashif, who is the professor at Harvard. So I have to improve my quality of classroom, because today or tomorrow, out of 150 students I teach, at least 10 of them will know that I am below the mark. That's the threat to my job today. With all kinds of facilities which are available. And this is the paradox of internet. We are talking about digital divide, and we have been talking about, last month we were in Bali, G20, on the side of G20 we were talking about this, that COVID has proved that within the country we have a bigger digital divide. When we run our online classroom, we have to bring back, within the COVID time, we have to bring back 50 of our students back to the campus with a lot of risk. At that time, movements were restricted, because those students of our MBA classroom were from villages of India, various parts of India, that they could not access our teaching module. It is not that they are not connected. They are connected, but their connectivity and speed was not enough to follow a balance sheet of a company on the screen, or a heavily simulated operation research game on the screen. It needs a particular bandwidth. So there are double digital divide we are facing now. That not only that we bring people into the digital map, but we give them enough bandwidth to access the kind of materials we produce, the content. Therefore, each of us as teachers, we are now facing the same challenge. On one side, we have to upgrade ourselves in terms of technology, in terms of applications. The Zoom itself, it took 6 months for many of our teachers to learn. Even very highly sophisticated teachers like in IIM. We have put in the best of the COVID time was very good for vendors actually. They sold a lot of materials to reach institutions like us. We spent crores in buying high-end touch machines which our professors were not able to use. Now, because first they said that they will do the formulas on the screen and it has to be replicated, so somebody brought in a machine, a touchpad and all those things. But later on we found that the machine has become too advanced. Now teacher has to be moved to that level. That reminds me of a joke, I don't know if it is right or not. One time Delhi police sent all its detectives and police officers to Scotland Yard in London to find out how to detect the, robbery and all those things. And so all the policemen came back highly trained in intelligent detection and digital detection and all. When they came back, the department proposed another program for the thieves. वो तो हथौड़ा से ताला तोड़ रहे थे, डिजिटल यूज ही नहीं कर रहे, कि इनको भी अपग्रेड किया जाए, चोरों को भी, कि ये थोड़ा सा डिजिटली चोरी करें। हमारे हाल यही हो गया, पहले तो डिजिटल नहीं था, डिजिटल करने के बाद अब टीचर को भी डिजिटल करना बड़ा मुश्किल हो गया। लेकिन ये चैलेंज है। If I do not deliver my students, because when you will appear in an interview, the problem is not his. Problem is that if he cannot analyze a simple balance sheet, people will say you are from IIM. How come you don't know that? क्या तुम्हारे वहाँ नहीं पढ़ाया जाता? So more than the students, graduates whom we are giving the degrees, we were more worried. और आज मेरे ख्याल से वही बेसिक सवाल है गांव के भी टीचर्स का भी, कि मेरे बच्चे इस गांव से जाएंगे तो वो कॉम्पीट करेंगे बड़े शहरों के बच्चों से, तो क्यों पीछे बड़े इंटेलिजेंट बच्चे? इसके अंदर ताकत है लेकिन उसको तो टेक्नोलॉजी एडॉप्शन में देखिए बहुत जल्दी, अक्सर ये कहा, ये त्रासदी भी है, ट्रेजेडी भी हमारी, कि we say that technology is slow, internet connection is not there in villages, and we also said that. Lekin the way the viral video content spread in this country, गलत खबर चला के देखिए व्हाट्सएप में, कनेक्टिविटी कितना फास्ट है और कितना जल्दी कितने कोने में पहुंचता है। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के लिए सरदर्द होता है कि वो इंटरनेट बंद करना चाहता है। वही इंटरनेट जो हम कंप्लेन कर रहे हैं चलता नहीं है, गांव में नहीं है, नेटवर्क नहीं है, बैंडविड्थ कम है, लेकिन बवाल वाली खबर के लिए पूरी बैंडविड्थ है। वो वीडियो भी इतने जल्दी वायरल हो जाता है कि मुश्किल पड़ रहा है। जैसा मुश्किल में पड़ गए, देखा आपने। At one point of time, therefore, if there is an interest, it will go. That's my simple conclusion on that. Now, the kind of things we are talking about, उन्होंने कोई डेट क्या होगा और 2.5 मिनट डाटा एंट्री की होगी, ऐसा तो होता नहीं। But they were good teachers. So now it is the time, I'm saying this first time, that we are talking about digitizing, or these are our knowledge resources. And within that knowledge, whether how we can capture that. अगर छोटा सा अगर एक स्मार्टफोन है, you can make 20 videos on how to teach algebra. You can make 10 videos on how to teach past perfect tense. मैं ELT का आदमी हूँ, इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज टीचिंग में मेरा फर्स्ट PhD है। तो अंग्रेजी में मेरे वालिद साहब इकोनॉमिक्स के प्रोफेसर थे, तो उनको पता लगा 6 महीना में इकोनॉमिक्स ऑनर्स पढ़ रहा हूँ। और मैथमेटिक्स में मैं कमजोर था, 10+2 में मैंने मैथमेटिक्स में फेल भी किया। तो उनको अंदेशा तो था कि ये साहबजादे अंग्रेजी इकोनॉमिक्स को नहीं कर पाएंगे। 6 महीने बाद उनको वजीर तालीम थे, तो उनको ज़्यादा समय नहीं मिलता था अपने देश की तालीम के बारे में ज़्यादा सोचते थे। बेटे की तालीम के बारे में पूछ लिया, हाँ बेटा क्या हो रहा है, इकोनॉमिक्स हो रहा है। अच्छा, ये आपकी कोई इनहेरिटेंस में इकोनॉमिक्स मिल जाए क्या आपको? आप भूखे मर जाएंगे, उसमें बहुत मैथमेटिक्स होता है। आप जरा आफ्टरनून में पहले ही कहा था, ये नहीं कहूँगा, बट द सिंपल टर्म इज कि वो जुनून है। हर स्कूल में 1, 2, 3 चैंपियन अगर तैयार हो जाए, हमारे देश की, हमारी जिस स्कूल की हो, उस इलाके की हालत बदल जाती है। एक जुनूनी आदमी, उसको आप चैंपियन कहते हैं, उसको हम कुछ कहते हैं, एंड दैट स्पार्क इज शुड बी। जुनून अगर है कि उसको सीखना, then you will find the ways. The second part with which I will conclude is that whatever the IT will bring to us, information technology, ये हम चाहे ना चाहे ये आएगा ही। We cannot resist it. जैसे बहुत सारी चीजें रेजिस्ट नहीं कर पा रहे। मॉडर्न सोसाइटी की जितनी खराबियां हैं, वो तो हम रेजिस्ट नहीं कर पा रहे ना, कोशिश करते हुए। कोशिश ये कर रहे हैं, ठीक है ये नहीं हो, तो टेक्नोलॉजी का भी ये एक एवरलास्टिंग पेनिट्रेशन, यू कैन नॉट रेजिस्ट इट। तो रेजिस्ट जब हम नहीं कर पा रहे, वी हैव टू अडॉप्ट इट, हाउएवर सिंपल वे वी कैन अडॉप्ट इट। बी लाइक दिस। One is network. Second is that you create your own content in the sense that आप जो चीज में आपको दिलचस्पी है उसका आप अपना मसौदा तैयार कीजिए। भूल जाइए वीडियो करेंगे या इंटरनेट में अपलोड करेंगे। You must have a diary which tells you that I do this part of my subject very well. मुझे पूरी अंग्रेजी नहीं आती, लेकिन मैं ग्रामर अच्छा पढ़ाता हूँ, मैं पूरी हिस्ट्री में अच्छी, लेकिन मुगल या संतानन क्यों गिरा इसके बारे में मैं एक्सपर्ट हूं। मुझे पूरी हिस्ट्री मैंने नोट भी किया कि ये मीम है, मैंने मीम। अरे बाबा आप मीम बोलते। अब मुझे तब पता लगा कि पता नहीं कितनी बार क्लास में कह चुका हूँ, बच्चे हंस रहे होंगे। So you learn every day anything small, और ये आपको ऐड करेगा 365 days, उसमें 5 दिन 10 दिन भूल जाए, 350 चीज आपके डायरी में लिखिए कि आज ये पूरा कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ, ये सीखा, एक साहब ने बहुत झिलाया, अच्छा नहीं बोला, ऐसे नहीं बोलना है मुझे। शेख सादी की वो कहानी याद है ना, तभी सीखने वाली कहानी। कोई गलत हुआ आपके साथ, कोई अच्छा, so that makes a very simple personal professional development plan. पुरानी सी डायरी घर में पड़ी हो, उसको हाथ से उठा ली और एक एक चीज आप खुद यकीन मानिए अगले साल इस दिसंबर में आप वो डायरी उठा के देखिए, मेरी बात खुश होगी कि आपने 350 नई चीजें सीखी है। ये नोट करना, इसको बहुत सारी इसकी साइकोलॉजिकल थ्योरेटिकल है, उसमें नहीं जा रहा हूं, इसको कहते हैं रीइंफोर्सिंग द विजिबिलिटी। अपने आप को विजिबल करना कि मैंने 350 नई चीजें सीखी है भाई, मेरा साल इतना गया गुजरा नहीं था, आज पूरा दिन परेशान रहा, डायरेक्टर ऑफिस में गया था, मेरा प्रमोशन वाला कागज आगे ही नहीं बढ़ाया, क्लार्क में बहुत मायूस आप घर में आ रहे, उस दिन भी आपने कुछ सीखा, नोट इट डाउन। मेरे सामने कोई कागज आएगा तो आखिर उसको कर दूंगा जल्दी, क्योंकि जिसकी कागज रोकती है उसको बड़ी तकलीफ होती है। चाहे मेरे बच्चे का मार्कशीट हो या प्रिंसिपल साहब परेशान कर रहे हो, एकदम आंसर स्क्रिप्ट जमा करना है वक्त पे, कुछ भी, that is a lot. So I'll conclude with this. Thank you very much. I'm very sorry that I did not follow a very, formal kind of PowerPoint तो बना के लाया था, लेकिन वो लंच के बाद होगा ये मुझे नहीं मालूम। At one point of time, just consider yourself that you are a part of the digital world. Each of you is a khazana, is a knowledge resource. यकीन मानिए हार्वर्ड का प्रोफेसर भी बारामूला के उस गांव का उस टीचर का रत्ती बराबर रियल लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस रिप्लिकेट नहीं कर सकता, चाहे वो अगला 6 महीना बारामूला में आके रह जाए और हार्वर्ड का एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट का सबसे बड़ा प्रोफेसर हो, लेकिन उस टीचर को रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकता, उसका रियल लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग होता है। बस आप अपने उस खजाने को बाहर उजागर कीजिए, इफ पॉसिबल दोस्तों से मिलकर अपना लिंक्डइन प्रोफाइल बनाइए या फेसबुक चैनल बनाइए, उसमें लिखिए बारामूला टीचर्स डायरी, दोस्तों को बोलिए 2-4 लाइक होगा, रोज लाइक मत देखिए, वो एक अलग बीमारी तो, लेकिन उसको आप डिजिटाइज कीजिए, यू विल फाइंड मेनी पीपल कमिंग टू यू, किसी को परेशानी है पास्ट परफेक्ट टेंस से, वो आपके वीडियो देखेगा, यू विल फाइंड दैट योर रिसोर्सेस आर portable and do note down what you are learning every day. That is a very simple digital cum practical way of professional development in 21st century. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Your years of experience was well evident in your method of explaining. Your humor and storytelling way refreshed our minds. We hope to stay in contact and continue learning more from you. I request Professor Saad to come up on the stage and provide the children with the certificates, please. Keep coming, guys.
Office में भी ऑफिस में भी जीते हाँ आज सब लोग
Thank you. Has its own set of benefits and challenges. However, blending it with digital tools has enabled access to huge volumes of data that can be used to making data-driven decisions for innovations. We have now reached our fifth session, the second panel discussion centered around Focus B of our Vision 2030, enabling digital learning solutions for our learners. Our panelists are Professor Saad Parvez from IITC NIT, Naila Nilofar, Assistant Director, JK Bose, Irfan Khani from Pratham, Anjali Raina, State Resource Person, Department of School Education. The panel will be moderated by Danish Aziz, UNICEF.
Lot we have to do, but the fact that we have everyone still in this room and attentive as ever, it's really amazing. That we have such a good galaxy of speakers today. I was wishing and hoping to see some more participants, but I guess due to the weather, we do not have so many people joining from many districts. But still, I think as I said, before I start with this panel discussion, quick request to all of you. I think in the first panel discussion, we have some inputs from the speakers. I know with the paucity of time, we can't have such a big discussion, and also sometimes the comments and question answers are lost. So we have a team of rapporteurs out there at the back who are taking notes. If you have something pertinent to say, unless you have a question, you have something pertinent to say, let's say it's an input, we will have a thematic group that will be formed tomorrow morning first thing. But if you have something you don't expecting to be here tomorrow by some reason, you have these pads, you can just jot it down and give it to our rapporteurs. That will be very valuable, and we will ensure that all these inputs are taken into account while developing the vision documents. Please make sure of that, what all the content. So I'm going to start here again, right from the grassroots. We have a state resource person, Anjali ma'am over here. Let's try to get some ma'am. You are being engaged a lot in teaching learning, and as I also know, I'm going to use that knowledge that you recently were part of the team of the Tata Institute course on ICT learning. So let us get to know a little bit about what mediums exist out there, what kind of platforms and technologies exist.
Very good afternoon to everybody present over here. I'm very thankful to you for giving me a chance to express my opinions as a teacher. People will be talking about marathon, hackathon, and we'll be talking about teachathon. So I believe that teachers should get a platform for their professional development courses, and they should be kept abreast with the changing trends. Because as so many people and so many intellectuals talked about the pandemic time, the COVID time, we were not aware of it being happening around us. So let's not wait, God forbid, for another pandemic and then start refreshing ourselves with the new strings in our hands and giving away and getting the old strings that we are holding right now in our hands to be loosened through our hands. It should not be like that. So sir, you were talking like, I may not be taking much of your time, let me restrict myself to the answer you are in fact searching for. So we have different setups that were being taught to people in different trainings during our professional development courses. So seeing the context of and the demography and the topography of the region, I'll be talking about Kashmir division only. So we have so many areas wherein we couldn't cater during the pandemic, but we, although Rohit sir also said that we tried a lot to get into the places and teach them. But we learned so many things. Initially we started off with recordings, simple recordings, WhatsApp techniques, Google platforms, Moodles, and one more intellectual said that while you start combating the problem, the loopholes you come and follow eventually. And we could see that there were some loopholes and we needed to refresh ourselves. And then various platforms were being suggested like Doordarshan. Then right now we have Diksha platform, Nishta platform, then ePathshala, etc. We are in fact getting into it. And but initially it was a tough phase for all of us. We have to give our voiceovers, we have to create our contents. I literally believe what Sir said. Sir, you said that we are content in ourselves. We need to explore the ways to get in touch with the children. So I do believe that yes, we teachers did that. We were not efficient enough to learn about our capabilities. But this COVID was a beautiful thing in one way. It taught us to be in consonance with the changing trends in education, and it brought a strong change in us. We started learning the technology. The technological path was like keeping us abreast with various platforms. We have started using so many things now, so like Audacity and Tool, then we have the Kahoot. We use that also. We have been using Google platforms. We have been using latest platforms like Socrative, like storytelling, like word walls, etc. As far as the language is concerned. And the only constraint, what right now I feel, is that the context of the children.
You said you speak for Kashmir Division. You also have you heard from Mr. Deepak Kumar, who gave us a little bit of a background on what's happening in Jammu. It's quite similar. It's not like very different in that phase. What we would also like to learn, and I think as educationists we've seen through, what would you say worked and what didn't? What are some of the things that worked really well, and what are the things that you felt did not?
See, so while working on the technological aspect, we take the connectivity problem. You're saying that there is a similarity. There may be a similarity, but the problems over here are a bit different. We have the climatology that is not favoring us. Number one is there. Even if you have the internet connectivity, may not be an issue, but then the harsh winters become an obstacle in between to reach to those children who are basically from such an area wherein you hardly think of getting into touch with them. That is one of the biggest reasons. Like we couldn't cater to them, although we tried. And as far as the things you're saying that went very favorably with us were the platforms that were being used as the Doordarshan, the audio visual aids that we used.
You had the Doordarshan classes. I think we had these. We even had radio classes in
we have.
मिर्ची पे chemistry classes शुरू की थी time पर. I was like wondering if I go out in my car and I wanted to listen to some songs, and I'm hearing a chemistry lesson. So how does that work? How did that work out?
So not only that, even like some of my friends are very much over here, those who know me. In fact, it was me who also dived into content creation, although it wasn't anything to me. I gave my voiceovers and did put it on the Diksha platform, and it did work out over there. We had different content creations at our hand for languages, for Hindi, even for the local dialect. And that did work out, sir.
That's right. Inclusive, I think that's what we were talking about, inclusive, localized content. But also, I think when we talk about digital, one of the other things, like Dr. Salima Jan said, कि क्या नहीं है. अच्छा, अक्सर ये भी होता है कि इतना ज़्यादा कंटेंट बन गया है. और इसके लिए हम चलेंगे, कहते हैं हमारी good friend of mine, Miss Nilupar, and just want to listen because इतना सारा कंटेंट आप जेके बोर्ड से हैं और आप मेरा से डिसाइड करती हैं कि किताबों में क्या जाना चाहिए और क्या नहीं जाना चाहिए. तो इस कंटेंट में हम ये कैसे तय करें? How do we decide what goes into this e-content? How do we curate? How do we curate that content and put it out? Could you just throw some light on that?
Yeah, I'll definitely throw some light on that. But पहले मैं दानिश आपसे कुछ दो ज़रूरी बातें करना चाहती हूँ. First of all, congratulations to you for organizing this conference. अच्छा लगा यहाँ पे. आपने इन बच्चों को यहाँ पे बुलाया. It was very nice that you gave them an opportunity to speak and presented the ideas about coding over here. लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि this whatever we are doing over here, it is for the sake of children. I would have really highly appreciated that, if at least 25% of the hall would have been filled with children. This is my personal opinion. I'm telling you isliye because I know you are an open-minded person. Next time when you organize such things, you will take on board children because it's very important to listen to them and to talk to them and to evaluate their thinking so that we can create the right kind of things for them. It's very important. For example, I just want to ensure that tomorrow, मुझे पता है कि छुट्टियाँ हो गई हैं, it will not be possible for you to intimate director, but if you permit, यहाँ पे कुछ teachers बैठे हैं, रोहित सर बैठे हैं, उफाना जी बैठे हैं, if you permit them, they can get their children tomorrow along, 4-5-6 बच्चे भी अगर होंगे, you do some activities tomorrow with the children. यहाँ पे प्रोफेसर साहब हैं, अभी इनके सर के पास सर से भी बहुत ज़्यादा हमने सुना. So ensure that if you have some children over here tomorrow, you do the activities, आप जो themes devise कर रहे हैं, because जब आप गैप को कैच करेंगे ना, आपका काम बहुत आसान हो जाएगा. You will be, you know, making the right kind of things. You'll be making the right kind of content. And I personally believe that there are major stakeholders. So if it is possible for you this time, welcome. Not, but if you're doing a follow-up, please ensure in that.
Sure.
That's a sincere and a, you know, a professional suggestion from somebody who has been working at the classrooms. तो सबसे पहले मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि लाइक सुबह से हम टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में बातें कर रहे हैं. तो मुझे एक दिन मैं अपने दोस्त के साथ डिस्कस कर रही थी. हम चैट फर्स्ट पे काम कर रहे थे. उरफान वाज आल्सो परहैप्स ओवर देयर. तो हम ऐसे ही डिबेट चल रहा था, तो वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी एंड वन ऑफ माय फ्रेंड्स सेड, नाइला आपको पता है अब मुसाफिर आपके गेट पे जो खटखटाएगा ना दरवाजा, so he will be having a machine in his hand and he will tell you, man, give me your card and swipe it of my own. So the thing is that, you know, you can't do away with technology. We are into it and we have to accept it. But the thing is that how do we accept it? That's a very important question. जैसे अंजलि जी ने यहाँ पे बात की मैराथन की, टीचराथन की. I liked her, you know, phrasing these new words. तो मैं कहूँगी कि let it be a marathon of childrenathon. I'm taking cue from her. So what we have to decide is that whether we want to run a race or we want to walk the path. कुछ चीजें मैं यहाँ पे बोलना चाहती हूँ. Number one is that, as Salima Jan also said, that there is a deluge of content, right? So how do you ensure that the child clicks on the right content? मैं थोड़ा सा homework करके आई हूँ. My brother has done some कुछ A-level, O-level course in computers. I talked to him yesterday. तो मुझे कह रहे थे कि कल आप जब किसी वेबसाइट पे विजिट करते हैं तो यू हैव लिंक्स ओवर देयर, यू हैव सम हाइपरटेक्स्ट ओवर देयर. तो हम यहाँ पे जो हमारे कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स हैं, whether are they giving the hypertext or not, I don't know. But if they are giving the hypertext, I think Professor Saad will be, you know, the right person to guide to them that how to choose the right kinds of hypertext. क्योंकि कभी ऐसा हो जाता है, you know, when I am on the internet, I am browsing something, मुझे कुछ देखना होता है और मैं कहीं पहुँच जाती हूँ. I
think the point has diverged a little bit. हम hypertext टेक्नोलॉजी पे भी हम कंटेंट की बात कर रहे हैं.
आप कंटेंट की बात कर रहे हैं.
देखिए
देखिए आपके पास जो अभी गवर्नमेंट के ऐप्स हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल जो ई कंटेंट बना है, मैं स्कूल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट की बात करूंगी, जो ई कंटेंट बना हुआ है वो बोर्ड की टेक्स्ट बुक्स का बना है. एज फार एज the e-content is concerned. The challenge is, the challenge,
कोर्स भी कंप्लीट करना है. हम चाहते हैं कि सीखें भी, कोर्स भी कंप्लीट करना है.
उसमें मैं दो इम्पोर्टेंट चीजें कहना चाहती हूँ. फर्स्ट इज दैट आपके पास जो डिल्यूज ऑफ कंटेंट है, वो आपके बच्चे जो है वो सिर्फ जो कंटेंट देखेंगे, ई कंटेंट देखेंगे, दैट इज नॉट नेसेसरली दे विल वॉच दीक्षा और एनसीईआरटी और पार्शल और अदर काइंड्स.
उसको अगर बायजूस,
हाँ, वो बायजूस जाएगा, लेकिन वो पेड ऐप है. सो इट इज नॉट, यू नो, पॉसिबल फॉर एवरीवन टू पे फॉर दीज ऐप्स. हमारे लिए दो चैलेंजेस हैं. फर्स्ट इज जिसके बारे में शायद सुबह से कोई बात नहीं हुई है, यू नो, बायजूस में एक ये होता है कि जब वो ऑफलाइन कंटेंट पेरेंट्स परचेज करते हैं अपने बच्चों के लिए, तो वो वहाँ पे क्या करते हैं, जब वो कंटेंट बनाते हैं, उन्होंने अपना कंटेंट जो है वो ग्रेडेड बनाया है. ग्रेडेड कंटेंट से क्या मुराद है, लाइक यू हैव अ क्लासरूम एंड यू हैव अ हेटेरोजेनस group of students over there. Someone is below average, someone is average, somebody is very bright, somebody is genius. तो e-content में आपको इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, because if you are making a very standard e-content, you know, a child who is not good in mathematics, say उसको mathematics का phobia है, so how do you know, tap his attention? तो उसमें आपको कुछ वो करना पड़ेगा कि that, you know, you have some basic content, you have an advanced content, you have a super advanced content, or you have a higher order skills content. This is one important thing that I find, which is not missing in our apps, but overall.
So जो भी इसमें के रखना है कि बच्चों को हमें हम ये चाहते हैं कि बच्चे सीखे भी, कंटेंट इंगेजिंग भी हो, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये चैलेंज भी है कि कोर्स भी कंप्लीट करना है. तो अगर बोर्ड का है तो बोर्ड के एग्जाम भी देना है, तो बच्चे को
उसमें हमें बच्चे के, देखिए आपका शेड्यूल मैं देख रही थी, मिस नहीं हुआ है, मैं नहीं बताऊंगी कि मिस हुआ है, बट अगर थोड़ा सा बोल्ड में आ जाता, you know, what you need to teach to our children and to our teachers and even to ourselves, that is digital skills. Digital skills से क्या मुराद है कि, like, you know, when we are sitting on the internet, how do we approach that content? How do we make the maximum use of that content? एक दिन मैंने न्यूज़ पढ़ी कि there was a person, you know, who has qualified civil services examination and he was working as a pulley on a railway track, but he cracked the examination.
And he was saying that, you know, he did it because of the technology. Because he was using the right kind of content which enabled him.
ICT में I think जो हम सुबह से हमारे जो तमाम स्पीकर्स हैं उन्होंने उसके ऊपर बार-बार स्ट्रेस दिया है, and this is the whole reason कि हमारा एक पूरा thematic piece इसी पे है, how do we empower the teachers, how do we train them. So I believe a constant, I mean, we also concluded this workshop. We also now, I think the department is also gearing. Now, I know this is a long topic, so I think the recommendations and the discussions we'll park them for the for the vision document. I want to quickly move over to how because ma'am has talked about how to curate the content, and the ma'am has also talked about the platform. The ma'am has talked about that. Let's look at the very how has we have Mr. Irfan from Pratham. Let's just talk about how do we work in a low-tech environment, because we do face that digital divide. Let's face it. I mean, while we are moving ahead towards high-tech content and high-tech devices, then I think we have Mr. Irfan here to talk about how Pratham has bridged that divide. So Pratham, से आप थोड़ा सा अपना एक्सपीरियंस हमें पता है इसके बाद एक का सेशन भी है तो हम उसमें और जानेंगे, लेकिन बहुत ब्रीफली लो टेक के लिए कोई दो की पॉइंट्स आप मुझे दे सकते हैं, लो टेक में हम कैसे हार्नेस करें.
थैंक यू रिवन. सो अगर हम बेसिकली देखें कि डिवाइसेस तो हमारे पास हैं, बट द वीडियोस दैट्स द मीडियम जो हम बच्चों तक पहुंचा सकते हैं और उनको उसके साथ पढ़ाई का भी काम कर सकते हैं जो पढ़ सकते हैं ऑडियो एड्स के जरिए. क्योंकि इससे पहले बात हुई थी कि किसी के पास अब नहीं है स्मार्टफोन तो क्या करें, एसएमएस के जरिए हम उसके पास पहुंच सकते हैं. ये एसएमएस
स्मार्टफोन नहीं है तो एसएमएस के जरिए आपने लेसन प्लान कीज दिया या बहुत दो टेक के हम जा रहे हैं. अब आप सिखा मैंने चूंकि परसों के सेशन को देखा आपने एआई दिया, अगर हम reimagine करें, like what is the limit, what size is the limit for technology, no doubt about that. How do you think, let's assume, I mean, I'm thinking, idealistically, not realistically. If you think, what is the best, how can we integrate AI and VR into education delivery? If you can touch upon that very briefly, sir.
Yeah, that's a very, very important and a relevant question. The first important thing is that the digital technology is, really unshackling the whole, learning process. And then the technology which we are talking about, whether it's an AI-based technology, virtual reality, extended reality, those are technologies which are coming up. Unki implementation ke liye, there are two important factors which need to be understood. The first important thing is that all technologies cannot be copy-pasted. It's the first important thing. If you just think that there's a technology which has been developed in the West, in the US, and they are doing very well in it, and we will just copy-paste it in here, it's not possible. So the first step is, technologies are there, but we have to understand the technology at the onset, and then we have to implement it according to our own capabilities, our own desirabilities. So capabilities means that how well our platforms are adaptable to the technologies now. You see, we are in the era of 5G now. Very soon 5G technologies would be implemented. But we are talking about 5G in maybe in the urban areas, in metros, and but what about the rural technologies? Are we still? I think in rural technologies we are still at 2G or 3G, and then the connectivity issues are really very, very relevant there. So when we talk about AI, when we talk about extended realities, the virtual realities, those are the excellent tools. No doubt in that. We can teach students. And a teacher sitting in US or in West or anywhere in Delhi or Bombay can very well be connected to students in any rural areas. But the adaptability issues will come. How do we adapt them? So what I would suggest is that, that somebody told in the morning that we have to, follow an approach, an integrated approach, and I think that the design thinking approach is very, very important. So the design thinking approach, first of all, would tell us the stage number one, which is the empathy. The empathy of this place, J&K, would not be the same as the empathy of some other place. So the first step which our teachers have to do, they have to be in the shoes of the users. And who are the users? Children, the child. They are the users. So what do they want? How do we empathize? बच्चे की तरह सोचना. We don't have to, as a technocrat, I can give many solutions. Technology is available, all of us know about it. But the implementation of the technology, the dissemination of the technology, and the proper utilization and usage of the technology, that becomes very, very important. So I cannot answer this question of yours कि जी हम extended reality या virtual reality implement करेंगे किसी गांव में. No. So we have to, number one, look at the empathy, which will give us a roadmap. And number two, we have to define the problem.
Cultural context.
The cultural context में हमको ये problem define करनी है. Technological implementation में, क्योंकि if you look at the villages, if you look at the remote places, not only of JNK, but you take states like Uttar Pradesh, MP, or any state of India, the rural areas have their own problems. And as someone told that 70 to 80% of the child, they are in the rural areas. I don't know whether that's the right percentage, but I would say that it would be around 60 to 70%. So how do we cater to their needs? Whether the technology which we are developing or which has been developed by someone, is it implementable? No. So we have to define the problem. That's number second. The third important in design thinking I'm talking about, in using that model, the approach of design thinking, is number three. Number three is ideate. Then our teachers have to come along with the students, the experts, all the educationists have to come forward with the technocrats, startups, and then we have to come up with a solution. Ideate, brainstorming. कौन सी जगह कौन सी technology use होगी? That's the third stage. Number fourth stage after we ideate is prototype. We develop a prototype. Now this technology or develop new technologies for our rural and urban schools.
Thank you, sir. That is very useful to know. And if the audience has any questions, we can take.
I just want to say that in our textbooks we already have QR codes.
Yeah.
Fine. So the student will take his mobile, he'll scan the code, and it will take him to the relevant video over there. Whatever. For example, there's a lesson in the textbook called the Fun Day Act. It is based on this thing only. Whatever we are doing here. So we already have a QR code in our textbooks, in the JK Post textbooks. The student can take up the mobile, he can scan the code, and it will take him to.
We are only looking at one viewpoint, which is the lessons which the pandemic had basically taught us. But we have to go beyond that. When we talk about the digital education, when we talk about the online classrooms, it has a couple of phases for which the content need to be developed parallelly. The first we call it the blended classrooms. The concept of blended classrooms, where actually in blended classrooms, I'm talking to the teachers also, it's very important that you develop the e-content not only for those students who are at home, but you give the content to them, and when they come to the classroom, the same thing has already been read by them, or they have been in the digital form, or in some different form, and then we discuss about that content. That's the blended classroom. The second example is a flipped classroom. The content which need to be developed for the flipped classroom has to be different with what the contents developed for other ways are. Then we talk about distance education. So these three kinds of education systems, as far as the digital technology is concerned, content development for these three would be different. And then that has to be understood by the content developers. That's very important.
Thank you. So we'll conclude this session and we'll move on to the next session. And meanwhile, there's one more panel discussion. So I know it's been a long day for all of you. Thank you so much again for patiently sitting through it. We promise that we'll try to have a bit more tighter schedule tomorrow, because we have a number of guests in the morning, so because of which our schedule just went off haywire. So over to you, Zephyr. Thank you.
Global crisis did not kill education entirely. We look forward to connecting with you in future and keep working and taking steps together for a greater quality education. While the internet creates an entry to a vast amount of resources, it also comes with its own costs, most concerning of which is the threat to students, especially girls, women and minors, using the platform. Instances of cyberbullying, stalking and predators having access to minors through the internet are quite common, yet insanely dangerous. commencing our 6th session on cyber crimes against women and children, I'd like to call upon the stage Vineet Kumar. Vineet is a cyber peace and cyber security pioneer globally, a social entrepreneur, an activist, 3-time TEDx speaker, Forbes Under 30 Asia finalist, and a recipient of 8 international and 17 national awards. Vineet is the founder and CEO of Cyber Peace Foundation, CPF, world's first and largest NGO and think tank in cybersecurity, which has impacted 200 million internet users in over 112 countries. Today, Vineet is termed as one of the world's best ethical hackers and entrepreneurs. Over to you, Vineet.
Thank you. Thank you to do is, since it's a workshop, I want to build the capacity for you all in cybersecurity space. So just take this as a learning exercise where I'm going to talk now on the flip side, like I mentioned earlier, the flip side, the darker side of internet, the kind of challenges, issues that we see with everyone, not just with children, women, or vulnerable population. It's basically with netizens of all age groups, all income groups and all geography. So I'll be sharing some of these case studies with you, some of the challenges that we see, especially talking about the online child sexual abuse and exploitation. CyberPeace has done some of the research reports. We have studied certain platforms, and what we found out were a lot of issues on the platform where children are being abused at different levels, plus also leading to trafficking in certain cases. So I'll be sharing all of that, but I'll just start off with a quick intro, and let me just see. Anyways, it breaks down, and moving on to the next slide. Again, you'll have to help me, I believe it's again stopped working. So next slide please, next. So the way my presentation in fact will be, I just have 30 minutes and I'll be extremely quick, a lot of things, a lot of cases, and also I'll end up with some cyber hacking tips and reporting channels that we have. In fact, if a child is getting abused, what is the reporting platform, where do you go and report? I'm going to cover all of that, take it as a complete package that I'm going to cover in the presentation. Before I move on to the next, how gone up, and it's going up day by day. If I see the latest statistics, the 2022 statistics also, which is yet to come, the same 22 statistics have yet not come, but then I'm sure we'll see a steep rise in the number of users, in the number of usage of tech. The tech is being used at multiple places. In fact, when we talk about platform, whether we talk about emails, whether we talk about using those digital assistants like Alexa and all, steep surge in the number of sales, and it's going up. Next. There's a good website that I would request you to have a quick look. I was trying to download the latest statistics, but the internet here actually was not proper, so I could not download the latest stats. Please make a note of a website called internetlivestats.com. It's internetlivestats.com. This will give you the current set of users, people who are joining the internet space and in different platforms, the way they are joining. And you'll see it's dynamic. Every second the number of users are increasing. So I've just taken this is a week-old statistics. Now if you see, the numbers would completely change. In fact, every second the number changes as users join different platforms. Next slide. And why it's happening, why the numbers are increasing? Thanks to the connectivity. The more and more we are getting connected, and now you if you map your homes, on an average you will find 10 to 12 devices. And this is an average home. I'm not talking about those advanced homes where everything is smart. An average home, if you see, you have routers, you have smart lights now, you have refrigerators with the smart air conditioners, there are smart, everything is smart, and the smart module is almost everywhere, and that's why the numbers are increasing. Thanks to, again, the connectivity. That's the best part about connectivity, that we are going more and more digital, and every device is now getting digital. Next. Now this is an index that I wanted to showcase. A detailed report, you can further maybe Google and access it. The 2020 Child Online Safety Index. So a survey of 30 countries was conducted during the first year of the pandemic, ranked India among the top 10 countries. So that's the survey. I'll be talking about some of the results of the survey later once I move ahead to the slide, but you can see India is among the top 10 when it comes to child online safety index. Next slide. What percentage of the Indian population do you think use the internet? This is a question for all of you. Yeah, can we have some answers here? 30%. Any other answers?
60%. Below 20.
Below 20, no. You are doing fairly well. 40%? Yes, you are correct. You're closer. In fact, we're closer to 50% now. I've not seen the latest Internet and Mobile Association of India their kind of report, but yes, you're closer to 50 now. Next, please. This is 34, and it is now closer to 50 because I've not seen the latest report, but we are the second largest Internet using population in the world, and in times to come we may even surpass China and become the largest Internet using population in the world. Next slide. Now it's working actually. This is working or fine. So what are the categories of cyber threats? So if you see there are technology related threats like whatever, financial fraud, malicious code, denial of service attack, if you talk about cyber harassment, hacking threat, all of that come within technology related threats. Then there are content, cyber content that is not getting reported. People don't wish to report the cases, thinking that maybe if they report, the entire society would get to know, and there are issues with a girl child getting married and all that, in fact, issues that crop up. When the girl later on becomes an adult and when she's getting married, and a lot of issues that come up. So there's social stigma that I believe is number one why people are not reporting cases. And there are other factors also that people don't wish to interface police and all that because they feel that it's a big headache kind of walking up to a cyber police station and reporting. These are some of the top crimes that are happening. And most of you must have experienced those flashy Coca-Cola awards, KBC, Kaun Banega Crorepati scams and all that, where you must have got a message from KBC, from Amitabh Bachchan, and then asking you that you have been selected and all you need to do is click on this link and pay a certain amount to get a seat reserved for KBC. It's all scams and there are different kinds of scams happening. In fact, we have some of the hotbeds, the cybercrime hotbeds in the country that are coming up. You must be aware again of Jamtara as one of the space. That's from my state, Jharkhand. But then I would say, उसको बहुत ज़्यादा बदनाम कर दिया गया Jamtara. There are many hotbeds across the country that is coming up. It started from there, but yes, the cases there have gone down, and there are more of these hubs that are coming up, that are slowly coming up. The different crimes, again, I'll talk later, but yes, next slide, please. Yes, if you want to understand the space, I'm sure all of you understand technology very well, but just to apprise you, World Wide Web, if you break the entire web, there's the World Wide Web, then there's the deep web, and there's the dark web. Now, World Wide Web is where all of the platforms like Facebook, Yahoo, Google, Netflix, everything, whatever you use, in fact, whether it is OTT messaging platform or OTT platform like View, where you view and consume content, all of that comes under the surface web category. Now, the thing is, I'm not going on the dark web as of now, just the surface web. The kind of research that Cyber Police Foundation had done, plenty of these websites and platforms with simple keywords we use. Like for example, child sex. Contents are being shared and there are people, there are consumers who are there on the platform always seeking such kind of a content on this platform. So I'll be sharing that also in some photos. Some pictures are disturbing. So that's why, in fact, I requested that we just keep it in a closed audience as of now, and I kind of showcase what we have found just by using certain keywords like child sex and all that, and the results are extremely bad. Next slide, please. This is the dark web. Now, चोर बाजार जैसा होता है वैसे ही आप समझ जाइए $1,800. Why? Because $10 are the ones जिसमें जो भी anti-malware solution होगा वो detect कर लेगा that this is a virus. But an $1,800 solution would be undetected by even these security defense systems or anti-malware solutions and all. That's the level that they have gone up now. You get everything from banned goods, drugs to even child sexual abuse materials, everything at a cost. And you can see the cost. If you need a bank account of a particular individual, you go there, you hire a cyber criminal as a service, by the way. You hire that cyber criminal, and that criminal will get that individual's bank account or the email password within seconds. That's the power of the underground marketplace or the dark web. Next slide, please. Now coming to the online threats to children and young people. Major threats, it's not all, but these are some of the major threats that we see in our researches. And as we heard in the panel also earlier, cyberbullying, cyber stalking is something very common, And it's happening via different platforms, even Zoom. Zoom is one of the platforms where bullying happens. Now I'll also narrate a case which our team was involved in solving. That particular case, one of the schools actually reached out to us. The mistake that they did, I'm going to highlight the case completely. When the online schooling and online classes started, what they did was they created these Zoom links with the password, and what they did was they published that Zoom link with passwords on their official website. So all these criminals got easy access to the content or the meeting links plus the password. Even the passwords it was published. And through that they were able to get into these Zoom rooms, and then they were able to it's kind of right now a lot of platforms we find that the CISA material is being circulated. Cyber-enabled trafficking is also happening through certain platforms. There was one case where it's not a child-related matter, but there was a woman, in fact, in her early 20s. What she did was she was married, and her husband actually took a loan from an instant loan application. You must have heard about instant loan application where collateral-free loans, you just go to the app, download that app, and then you get loans up to 50,000 rupees collateral-free. But the moment you download that app, the app actually is no less than a virus, a spyware. It takes the entire access to your phone, even your phone's micro. They get into a virtual relationship by chatting with individuals through different formats, and during the relationship they end up sharing a lot of data about themselves, about their families. They actually share the nude photographs, semi-nude photographs, and they don't realize that these photographs could be misused in the times to come, and that is what happens after the breakup. The breakup happens, and then these kind of photographs actually start surfacing. So those child self-generated sexual content where nobody else is generating the content. Child himself or herself is generating those content and kind of circulating it at different places. So this is again on rise, and electronic addictions like gaming and other stuff which also leads to addiction is on the rise. By the way, just a quick kind of an information for all of you. If any child is getting addicted, or if addicted by technology, any kind of technology, there are internet de-addiction centers set up now. AIMS has one. AIMS has set up an internet de-addiction center. NIMHANS has something called as the SHUT clinic. So you can reach out to those clinics and seek help for a child, and let the child come out of those dangerous situations. Next slide, please. Again, different kinds of crimes. I've shared most of the important. This is again something taken from the UNICEF report that we have contributed to, and we have categorized different kinds of crimes. Again, radicalization is also one, sexual abuse and exploitation. You can again find it online, the entire categorization of cybercrime. Next slide, please. Bullying. I mean, if you want to understand what bullying and stalking is, this is again a live case. What you see in the picture is a Facebook post. A post done by a teenager, and the teenager just had a breakup. The best way to express was go on a Facebook platform, post his photograph and write a message. So the message he wrote was, pain makes you stronger, fear makes you braver, heartbreak makes you wisher. He wanted to write wiser. He made a spelling mistake, he wrote wisher. Now imagine on the right hand side of the page, you can see the kind of people who are there with that mentality that rather than consoling the child, they are making fun of the child. Chota bhi band ho gaya kya? Effect. Then somebody writing Horlicks makes you stronger, Horlicks makes you braver, Horlicks makes you wisher, and then making fun of his English. So imagine the number of likes, the number of shares, and this eventually led to the child getting bullied on the cyberspace, which people don't realize that sometimes people are unaware that such kind of things can bully a child. Next slide, please. What is considered as an online harassment is when you try to have a forceful sexual conversation with a child or anyone, it's common, it's again across the age groups. When you send too many spam links to anyone, for example, those KBC messages, those lottery, or also if you send some stuff which is incorrect, actually incorrect, those are also considered as online harassment. This can also be termed as misinformation. Sending objectionable images, like if you send certain content which is objectionable, like a porn content, then that is also called as harassment. Or passing any kind of remarks or comments on any kind of photograph is also considered as common. Like if you send too many good morning messages, for example, that also can be considered as a case of online harassment. So tomorrow if you say good morning to anyone, you must be sure that the person doesn't file a case under the IT Act or something. Next slide please. Again, the use of tech and way hackers kind of misuse. One is cryptocurrency. These days are misused in a lot of ways. Next is if you have baby monitors installed in your home, make sure that those baby monitors are secure. Otherwise, a cyber criminal can hack your baby monitor and then start grooming the child. This happens. These are the cases. I'm not saying this will happen, but these are the cases which have happened. It has also happened in India. I've just picked up from internet and added some screenshots here. Next slide, please. Next. Now the investigative report. This was the first investigation report on Bigo Live. It was a live streaming app, now banned in India. We gave our reports, and Ministry of IT also took cognizance of the report. Bigo Live actually was being run by, its parent company is ByteDance. ByteDance was the one which also ran TikTok. Under this Bigo Live, there were girls, young girls, teenagers used to come and they used to say that I'll strip online in front of the screen if you pay me, say, 50 rupees or 500 rupees. Till I collect 500 rupees, I'll not strip. If you send me 500 rupees via, say, Paytm or via some wallet application, then I'm going to strip online. So this is a complete report. Next slide, please. The images could be disturbing at some places. I'll request you to kind of ignore and just try to see what issues I'm trying to highlight. Next, these are the images actually which were captured from the report. I've just added it. It's there basically in the article also and the report that we had shared with the Ministry of IT. Next, a lot of other stuff happening to the gaming platform. So we have a complete report there which is on the website. I don't have time to cover completely. I will cover later. Next. Sextortion scams via the WhatsApp video was very common, where you get calls from random numbers. The moment you pick up the call, it's a video call. One side is you, the other side would be a girl stripping, and then they'll create a video of you and start blackmailing. Next. I already mentioned this case, the instant loan application. Next. This was again very common during the COVID times. Still, I've seen that in certain groups, we still find these kinds of messages running, like you earn 200 to 3,000 rupees per day, and all you need to do is join this link. So the thing is, it's a very organized campaign for children. The complete report where we are talking about different issues, different ways trafficking is happening. Live streaming is constantly on the rise now, and especially targeting the tribal areas, villages and remote areas. Something to worry about. Because these criminals, what they do is they go in such areas where people are not much aware. What they do is they offer, say, 1,000 rupees to the head of the family, and in return they say that you have to strip your daughters in front of a camera, which they do. And in certain tribal locations they agree to do it for 1,000 rupees because their 1,000 rupees will give them meals 3 times a day. But in return, that individual or the father doesn't understand the entire world is watching the child getting viewed and in fact getting abused through different tech-based platforms. So this was the study, and similar kind of streaming is happening from different locations. Plus now what happens is, so it's happening and people are just doing it and it continues to increase every day. Next. Certain recommendations that have come out of the report, where again we have talked about awareness, capacity building at all levels, training, helpline, counseling training to be done at school. Even counselors need to be trained. And one interesting thing that we did in the state of Rajasthan, which is working well in collaboration with UNICEF, is we trained the computer science teachers in every district. We selected 2 teachers. It was in collaboration with the education department. We trained them, and they are our ambassadors on the ground, where we kind of handhold them and they kind of assist the children on the ground. They do awareness program, also do counseling, plus in advanced cases they connect to the internet addiction centers. So these are certain inputs, advisories that have come out of the report. Next slide, please. Next slide, I've covered it all. So gaming and all that covered. Next. I mentioned about Zoom and how different issues, different platforms are abused. Next. This was a raid that CBI carried out in 59 locations in India, crackdown against child sexual abuse material. More and more such raids to be carried out, again, which will create some deterrence. Next. We did a project Smart Rescue in collaboration with anti-trafficking organization. Again, similar kind of a research where we got inputs from the ground. There are a lot of dating websites being run. You also might be getting certain messages like "Mujhse dosti karoge," "Main akela hu ya akeli hu," something like that. So we started pulling those messages and we started studying. हम उस message को detail में study करने लगे. Detail में study करने के बाद पता चला it's a complete racket that is being run, where even minors are kind of involved. Next slide. I don't have time, so I'll skip a lot. So different platforms were again analyzed to do the research. Next. We did proactive, we did reactive. Proactive, like we developed a crawler to crawl the surface and the dark web, and also a reactive research where we got inputs from individuals like you, where you shared messages, links और phone number surfacing कि आप किस celebrity के जैसे दिखते हैं, जानिए आप पहचानिए किस celebrity के जैसे दिखते हैं. Again, and no, there's one more app, interesting app to know when you will die. आप कब मरने वाले हैं, किस लोकेशन पे मरने वाले हैं. आपका आएगा गोवा में आप मरने वाले हैं, हार्ट अटैक से आपकी मृत्यु होगी और 2070 में आप मरने वाले बीच के किनारे. So this is what is right, but then these are all bogus applications, rogue applications. In return, they capture all your information, like your name, your birthday, your friend list, your likes, dislikes, even your co-auth, your password information also, which later can be misused against you. Next slide. Selfies again have a lot of information. If you have location services on, और तब आप सेल्फी लेते हैं तो आपको फोटोग्राफ के साथ आपका लोकेशन भी आ जाता है. And if you upload it on a blog, like you are writing a blog, और उसमें आपने उस फोटो को डाल दिया तो people can find your exact location. And there have been cases where selfies के कारण locations have been revealed and threat to the child or the individual have happened. Next slide. Like the live check-ins. Now, a live check-in like this actually happened. There's again a case where a child of a businessman, a well-to-do family, actually the mistake he did. Normally when he used to go to the school, he had armed guards with him. So what this criminal did was he created a fake profile. And through that fake profile, he dressed up as an influencer to make porn, catfish and blackmail people. Like, you will just post normal photograph with that hashtag. But there is something called as deep fake, where a normal photograph could be converted into a nude photograph. Or a photograph could be made into a video and then further blackmail you. That's how deep fake runs, and there are many applications like that. Next. Sulibai, Bulibai, and the young and educated hate mongers that you must have aware, where again technology was misused to another level. People were selling photographs. Next. Next, we don't have time for the video, so please move in. And I mentioned about Jamtara and the hotbeds. If you see hotbeds are across. How to keep yourself safe now? Let me also give you some resources. This is all about the issues, but how do we keep ourselves safe? Next slide, please. Next. Keep limited information on your Facebook is one such answer. The more you keep here, the more information you keep here, criminals would kind of target you in some way or the other, and that's what we advise the children. In your home, don't mention the school that you are studying or other relevant information like the society you live, etc., etc. All of these platforms, whether Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, Snapchat, all of them have security, privacy, safety, well-being features. All you need to do is go to the security settings. Under settings, all of these features are there. Just enable the features. Like enable privacy, enable security like two-factor authentication. There are a lot of options that come within them. So try to enable those features to keep yourself safe. Next, common security cyber hygiene practices. Always use a senseless and unique password. Don't keep password like your bike's name @123, 1234, your bike's name, etc. No. Keep a password which nobody can guess, a non-guessable password. Regularly update all your apps. If you are using iPhone or Android, by the way, Android has around 200 sensors on an average. That steals a lot of information about you, your moves, your likes, dislikes, everything it captures. So make sure that you update its firmware, you update all its application, and also have an internet security application that kind of controls the traffic that goes in and out of your phone or the digital devices. Control your digital footprint, whatever you store. आप जो भी लिखते हैं ना वो रह जाता है. Just remember the provisions, everything is there. I'll also share where do you report and the reporting platforms that are there. Next slide. These are other sections that are there, the other sections that are covered within the IT Act. Next. These are the portals where you can report complaints. Just remember cybercrime.gov.in is for reporting any kind of complaints, whether child, whether women, whether financial frauds. This is one place to go, a platform being run by the Ministry of Home Affairs. If there is a child who is getting abused using the tech platform or in any way, then ncpcr.gov.in has something called as the POXO e-box. You can also report on the POXO e-box. If it's a women-related matter, then that can be reported on ncw.nic.in. It's National Commission for Women, their website. Next. We have again cybercrime.gov.in. This is a snapshot of the website, but this is how you go and report. Helpline. Next. Any issue with any platform can also be directly reported to the platform. Every platform, especially the US-based platform, actually have DMCA. DMCA is Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Under this, without going to the police, if your photograph is going viral, you can reach out to Facebook. There's a DMCA form that you'll find on the Facebook page. You just need to report that and Facebook will take your content down. It could be any of the porn website also. If you find any video, photograph of students or anyone in your family or in your circle surfacing, you can directly report to the platform. Finally, you can report to police also, but the platforms will take cognizance and get the content removed. Next. 7 resources that Cyber Peace Foundation has. I'll also share that. Next slide, please. These are some of the activities that we do, but next, I'll just share the resources. Next. We keep doing these awareness programs in different states. This is one such. Andhra, we did one exercise called Avandan program on online safety. Next. With National Crime Records Bureau, we have another program to skill law enforcement and police called as the CCTNS Hackathon and Cyber Challenge that every year we do for investigators. Next. These are the set of handbooks. You'll find these handbooks on our website. Also CBSE, like I mentioned, on the CBSE website, one to go where you can see all these videos, learn about skimming and other stuff. This 30 minutes is too short a time to cover everything for me, so I'm just leaving you here with a set of resources that you can go through it whenever you have some free time. Next slide. Next. So that's all. I think I've covered it all. I'll not take. Can we move on to the next slide? I'll just show e-Raksha. Next. Yes, these are the clubs that we run, the cyber clubs in schools and academic institutions. So just in case if you can be of help, we'll be very happy to set up clubs and cyber ambassadors network here in JNK also. We have a set format. We are running that with NCRT right now. Next. CBSE and other state boards also collaborated this year. There is a category for school students. We have categories for the college students, teachers of universities, schools, parents and guardians. It's a competition for everyone to understand online safety. And please promote to your school students, children, also among the educators community so that we have more and more participation this year. With that,
these all discussions where if 1/100th of this discussion was actually served to a parent who is being motivated to let the child have his her phone and use the platforms, and he would have been very scared, really. And so I will just ask you one thing, sir, that what would be the, rather what should be the mode of actually going on online here onwards? Should there be a pilot study? Should there be a kind of, what mechanism should we adopt?
Is basically show children and show everyone a responsible usage of internet, how we use internet responsibly. There are a lot of good things that are happening with the internet, just one portion that is bad. So I mean, if you are planning to start with that, so one is you need to be completely aware about the technology. You need to be aware about the platform. For example, if you are on Facebook today, so it's not something that we are here to make friends. We should understand the platform. A lot of other stuff happening to the gaming platform. So we have a complete report there which is on the website. I don't have time to cover completely. We'll cover later. Next. Sextortion scams via the WhatsApp video calls, very common, where you get calls from random numbers. The moment you pick up the call, it's a video call. One side is you, the other side would be a girl stripping, and then they'll create a video of you and start blackmailing. Next. I already mentioned this case, the instant loan application. Next. This was again very common during the COVID times. Still, I've seen that in certain groups, we still find these kinds of messages running, like you earn 200 to 3,000 rupees per day, and all you need to do is join this link. So the thing is, it's a very organized campaign for children. The complete report where we are talking about different issues, different ways trafficking is happening. Live streaming is constantly on the rise now, and especially targeting the tribal areas, villages and remote areas. Something to worry about. Because these criminals, what they do is they go in such areas where people are not much aware. What they do is they offer, say, 1,000 rupees to the head of the family, and in return they say that you have to strip your daughters in front of a camera, which they do. And in certain tribal locations they agree to do it for 1,000 rupees back, because 1,000 rupees will give them meals 3 times a day. But in return, that individual or the father doesn't understand the entire world is watching the child getting viewed and in fact getting abused through different tech-based platforms. So this was the study, and similar kind of streaming is happening from different locations. Plus now what happens is, so it's happening and people are just doing it, and it continues to increase every day. Next. Certain recommendations that have come out of the report, where again we have talked about awareness, capacity building at all levels, training, helpline, counseling to be done at school. Even counselors need to be trained. And one interesting thing that we did in the state of Rajasthan, which is working well in collaboration with UNICEF, is we trained the computer science teachers in every district. We selected 2 teachers. It was in collaboration with the education department. We trained them, and they are our ambassadors on the ground, where we kind of handhold them and they kind of assist the children on the ground. They do awareness program, also do counseling, plus in advanced cases they connect to the internet addiction centers. So these are certain inputs, advisories that have come out of the report. Next slide, please. Next slide, I've covered it all. So gaming and all that covered. Next. I mentioned about Zoom and how different issues, different platforms are abused. Next. This was a raid that CBI carried out in 59 locations in India, crackdown against child sexual abuse material. More and more such raids to be carried out, again, which will create some deterrence. Next. We did a project Smart Rescue in collaboration with anti-trafficking organization. Again, similar kind of a research where we got inputs from the ground. There are a lot of dating websites being run. You also might be getting certain messages like "Mujhse dosti karoge," "Main akela hu ya akeli hu," something like that. So we started pulling those messages and we started studying. हम उस message को detail में study करने लगे. Detail में study करने के बाद पता चला it's a complete racket that is being run, where even minors are kind of involved. Next slide. I don't have time, so I'll skip a lot. So different platforms were again analyzed to do the research. Next. We did proactive, we did reactive. Proactive, like we developed a crawler to crawl the surface and the dark web, and also a reactive research where we got inputs from individuals like you, where you shared messages, links or phone number surfacing कि आप किस celebrity के जैसे दिखते हैं.
जानिए आप पहचानिए किस सेलिब्रिटी के जैसे दिखते हैं. Again, and no, there's one more app, interesting app to know when you will die. आप कब मरने वाले हैं, किस लोकेशन पे मरने वाले हैं. आपका आएगा गोवा में आप मरने वाले हैं, हार्ट अटैक से आपकी मृत्यु होगी और 2070 में आप मरने वाले बीच के किनारे. So this is what is right, but then these are all bogus applications, rogue application. In return, they capture all your information. Like your name, your birthday, your friend list, your likes, dislikes, even your OAuth, your password information also, which later can be misused against you. Next slide. Selfies again have a lot of information. If you have location services on, और तब आप सेल्फी लेते हैं तो आपको फोटोग्राफ के साथ आपका लोकेशन भी आ जाता है. And if you upload it on a blog, like you are writing a blog, और उसमें आपने उस फोटो को डाल दिया तो people can find your exact location. And there have been cases where selfies के कारण locations have been revealed and threat to the child or the individual have happened. Next slide. Like the live check-ins. Now, a live check-in like this actually happened. There's again a case where a child of a businessman, a well-to-do family, actually the mistake he did. Normally when he used to go to the school, he had armed guards with him. So what this criminal did was he created a fake profile. And through that fake profile, he dressed up as an influencer to make porn, catfish and blackmail people. Like, you will just post normal photograph with that hashtag. But there is something called as deep fake, where a normal photograph could be converted into a nude photograph. Or a photograph could be made into a video and then further blackmail you. That's how deep fake runs, and there are many applications like that. Next. Sullivan, Bullibai, and the young and educated hate mongers that you must have aware, where again technology was misused to another level. People were selling photographs. Next. Next, we don't have time for the video, so please move in. And I mentioned about Jamtara and the hotbeds. If you see hotbeds are across. How to keep yourself safe now? Let me also give you some resources. This is all about the issues, but how do we keep ourselves safe? Next slide, please. Next. Keep limited information on your Facebook is one such answer. The more you keep here, the more information you keep here, criminals would kind of target you in some way or the other, and that's what we advise the children. In your home, don't mention the school that you are studying or other relevant information like the society you live, etc., etc. All of these platforms, whether Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Twitter, Snapchat, all of them have security, privacy, safety, well-being features. All you need to do is go to the security settings. Under settings, all of these features are there. Just enable the features. Like enable privacy, enable security like two-factor authentication. There are a lot of options that come within them. So try to enable those features to keep yourself safe. Next, common security cyber hygiene practices. Always use a senseless and unique password. Don't keep password like your bike's name @123, 1234, your bike's name, etc. No. Keep a password which nobody can guess, a non-guessable password. Regularly update all your apps. If you are using iPhone or Android, by the way, Android has around 200 sensors on an average. That steals a lot of information about you, your moves, your likes, dislikes, everything it captures. So make sure that you update its firmware, you update all its application, and also have an internet security application that kind of controls the traffic that goes in and out of your phone or the digital devices. Control your digital footprint, whatever you store. आप जो भी लिखते हैं ना वो रह जाता है. Just remember the provisions, everything is there. I'll also share where do you report and the reporting platforms that are there. Next slide. These are other sections that are there, the other sections that are covered within the IT Act. Next. 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 These are the portals where you can report complaint. Just remember cybercrime.gov.in is for reporting any kind of complaints, whether child, whether women, whether financial frauds. This is one place to go, a platform being run by the Ministry of Home Affairs. If there is a child who is getting abused using the tech platform or in any way, then ncpcr.gov.in has something called the POXO e-box. You can also report on the POXO e-box. If it's a women-related matter, then that can be reported on ncw.nic.in. It's National Commission for Women, their website. Next. We have again cybercrime.gov.in. This is a snapshot of the website, but this is how you go and report. Helpline. Next. any issue with any platform can also be directly reported to the platform. Every platform, especially the US-based platform, actually have DMCA. DMCA is Digital Millennium Copyright Act. Under this, without going to the police, if your photograph is going viral, you can reach out to Facebook. There's a DMCA form that you'll find on the Facebook page. You just need to report that and Facebook will take your content down. It could be any of the porn website also. If you find any video, photograph of students or anyone in your family or in your circle surfacing, you can directly report to the platform. Finally, you can report to police also, but the platforms will take cognizance and get the content removed. Next. Certain resources that Cyber Peace Foundation has, I'll also share that. Next slide, please. These are some of the activities that we do, but next, I'll just share the resources. Sorry, next. We keep doing these awareness programs in different states. This is one such. Andhra, we did one exercise called a 1-month program on online safety. Next. With National Crime Records Bureau, we have another program to skill law enforcement and police called as the CCTNS Hackathon and Cyber Challenge that every year we do for investigators. Next. These are the set of handbooks. You'll find these handbooks on our website. Also CBSE, like I mentioned, on the CBSE website, one to go where you can see all these videos, learn about skimming and other stuff. This 30 minutes is too short a time to cover everything for me, so I'm just leaving you here with a set of resources that you can go through it whenever you have some free time. Next slide. Next. So that's all. I think I've covered it all. I'll not take. Can we move on to the next slide? I'll just show e-Raksha. Next. Yes, these are the clubs that we run, the cyber clubs in schools and academic institutions. So just in case if you can be of help, we'll be very happy to set up clubs and cyber ambassadors network here in JNK also. We have a set format. We are running that with NCRT right now. Next. CBSE and other state boards also collaborated this year. There is a category for school students. We have categories for the college students, teachers of universities, schools, parents and guardians. So it's a competition for everyone to understand online safety. And please promote to your school students, children, also among the educators community so that we have more and more participation this year. With that,
these all discussions where if 1/100th of this discussion was actually served to a parent who is being motivated to let the child have her phone and use the platforms, and he would have been very scared, really. And so I will just ask you one thing, sir, that what should be the mode of actually going on online here onwards? Should there be a pilot study? Should there be a kind of what mechanism should we adopt?
Is basically show children and show everyone a responsible usage of internet. How we use internet responsibly. There are a lot of good things that are happening with the internet. Just one portion that is bad. So I mean, if you are planning to start with that, so one is you need to be completely aware about the technology. You need to be aware about the platform. For example, if you are on Facebook today. So it's not something that we are here to make friends. We should understand the platform.
So please be here before 10 a.m. so our schedule does not bombard off like it did today. Good evening, guys.
Just a minute.
Just a minute, please. Panel discussion is going to happen. Please have seats. Just 10 or 15 minutes, please.
What really exists in terms of the capacity of teachers in Jammu and Kashmir when it comes to digital learning, teaching, and in this entire digital ecosystem. So what is our capacity right now? How much we are empowered to deliver digital learning? And
okay, good evening. I know it has been a lot of time and everybody is on their toes, but just briefly for just 1 minute I will tell you. Basically, we have our own teacher education system. Our SCRT is functioning, our diets are functioning, even CRCs were functioning. And this, so far as this digital transformation or digital learning is concerned, there has been a lot of capacity building for teachers so far as our SCRT is concerned or types are concerned, but the outreach I can say is not that much. We have yet, I think, 60 or 70% teachers who are yet to understand all this. But we need to just upscale this, all of this digital learning. I can tell you, we also want to just empower our school leaders. That's most important thing regarding this vis-a-vis this digital learning. Right now, I told you that these programs that are being just done through our teacher education institutes, we need to upscale those. We need to have more outreach of those programs. Even I was talking about this school leaders. School leaders, we need to have their understanding about this digital transformation. Whenever they plan, whenever they put forth a plan for their school or management of their school, somewhere this digital transformation should come. So even our SCRT is doing a school leadership academy in SCRT. It is just hand-holding our school heads. But from me, let me tell you very frankly, we need to have more outreach. This is a point from me.
Capacities we have in the system.
Sir, me Ulfana and I'm also working as a teacher in a master in a higher secondary school, and I had also been at this as a resource person level also in this area. So as Rohit sir already said that there is more than this 60% teachers need to know how to utilize this online teaching and online digital resources. At the same time, this SCRT and DITES, apart from many of the NGOs like Cavalia, and then we had this Pratham, and even NCRT came to our rescue to make teachers tech savvy, so that this e-content may be produced and then it could reach to the students. As during pandemic also we had reached the students in this area. Teachers were making this e-content through KindMaster, now learning platforms and other tech-savvy these programs. But the thing is, even a teacher, if he is being or she is being her capacities are being built up online, but there is dire need of building capacity offline also. Because we in the morning, one of our sir asked us a question, how many of you know to use the buttons of the remote control of your TV? Same is the case with this Android phone. There are so many applications and we are not aware. But at the same time, this is not only the darker part of the story, there is a brighter part of the story also. Most of the teachers, even now, we are using this technology as a support to our teaching learning process in the classrooms. Though there are smart boards in our classrooms, there are other things, but everybody can't have access to a single smart board in whole of the institution, in whole of the higher secondary, or in whole of the high school. So teachers who are tech savvy, who have utilized from their own resources or from the capacity building programs who have improved their capacities, they are using this technology for the empowerment of the teachers and at the same time for the empowerment of the students. I can share an example here from my own school that I'm this time teaching entrepreneurship to higher secondary in a higher secondary school. But at the same time, I'm a resource person for the school education also, and off and on I'm out of the school. So in order to build up that lag, I have to go for online classes during the evening so that I would meet that lacuna, that I am out of the school. And for that very day, I go for the online teaching to my students, give them notes, give projects, and the students at few of the schools have started to make presentations and all that, and even webinars are conducted for the schools.
Absolutely. As you said, being tech savvy is a requisite for anyone to use technology and use the resources. So, sir, as you said, we need to have more outreach. So, the 30% which is already motivated, they have the skill set, they are putting the extra effort to learn new things. Those we are not not so much concerned about them because they themselves will find the ways. But what about the rest 70%, and what sort of a capacity building we are doing on our part? What sort of a training content is available for them? See, in the earlier session we talked about the learning content for students, right? But what about the content for teachers if they have to upskill themselves? So any
Yes, sir.
Actually, recently our SCRT they have just prepared master trainers.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what their job is, they will have to go to districts and train at least 100 teachers each district. But when I said that will not suffice. But further, we are trying to create communities, teacher communities. Recently, government has announced complex cluster system. So that will have a number of teachers in a cluster. There will be a kind of community. And if there are 100 teachers or say 50 teachers in a cluster, at least 10 teachers are trained in this ICT and all that, then they will be forming a community inside a cluster and they will have a self-learning. A community ban jayegi, wahan se chala jayega. And then the important thing is that there are not many job training ho rahi hai, which is being done through SCRT and all other organizations. That is the content which is actually needed by the teacher in classroom and even teacher educators. And even, so to say, parents are being empowered vis-a-vis these digital technology and all that. A lot of things are happening because there's a paucity of time, that's why we are being so brief. Otherwise, a lot of things are, but we need support of UNICEF like organizations to partner with us vis-a-vis these, to take this to last teacher.
Also, we are having PTMs every month with our parents. So in those PTMs also there is one-to-one interaction with the parents, and through that we also empower our parents. Parents get to know what new is going on in the school now. Since we have 20 marks for internal assessment, in that area also we give these projects and other digital things to the students so that they will be in a group and a cooperative learning and peer tutoring is going on. And with the help of that, even our students have made communications and contacts with universities at Punjab, at Bangalore and other places also, so that there is exchange of learning is going on in all places.
Absolutely. So what I gather is that there are a lot of planning which has already happened. There are cascading trainings which are happening. But what issues and challenges you see? Because one is this planning and disseminating these trainings. But what is the uptake and how much result this is yielding and what sort of a response we get from teachers? What are their challenges when it comes to digital learning? That okay, I want to learn, but somehow I'm not well versed with this sort of a training arrangement. Right. So what challenges you see and you can contribute to?
So for you would actually I want to answer this question from the perspective of a teacher overall, because I'm not involved in the primary education or secondary, but yes, during the COVID what happened, like Bahar Sahab also explained, that a lot of the professors got off guard, and there was a requirement that you have to jump to Zoom and learn all of these things. So there were a number of workshops which were conducted by various organizations, and I was part of those organizations as a trainer many a times. And whenever we conducted a training, we first actually did some survey, like all the trainers do, and try to understand what the training needs, and then design our content around that. So one of the common themes which emerged from all of this was that when it comes to learning, adults learn differently. We all understand that.
right now. So there's a lot of apprehension also on other side that how much we expose our children to the online content. But what is the what is the level of awareness amongst parents when it comes to digital learning? How much they encourage their children, and what sort of support they seek from the state education system when it comes to online and digital learning?
So actually parents are, when it was advent of COVID, parents were ready कि चलो कुछ तो हो रहा बच्चे कर रहे हैं. But with the passage of time, parents got to know that our children are getting addicted to this technology, because apparently a student was in a class, but he was playing a game on the mobile. And when these problems cropped up, everybody was banging, do away with these online classes. We don't need these online classes. So we have to have some kind of this kind of technology, this kind of that. These laptops or these tabs or mobiles, they must be designed in such a way for the students that there must be some stop to this kind of there must not no cyberbullying and all that. It should be stopped. And one more thing, though our department also gives tabs to the students, we have distributed many tabs among the students, and Pratham is giving tabs to the students. But at the same time, even if I had a chance to go through one of the tabs, the tab is, there is no Play Store is not working, nothing is not working, but when the child enters through Google, it works.
Yeah.
So we have to check it, that there is some stop to all these things, that a tab will be only for educational purposes and other things must not come to in.
Just one more point. Basically, this is the gray area that we have right now to just reach to parents. Usually, the government has recently announced that every month there will be a kind of PTM on 26th of every month, and there is a clear agenda that you have to talk to parents regarding their child. I think taking the cues from this workshop, what we'll be doing, inshallah, will be just after schools are open in March, we'll be taking this cyber bullying and these aspects of what we discussed here. We'll be taking these to parent teachers. But we have one tongue deeper, that is usually government school. In government schools, usually parents they are not interested in coming to these parents. But nevertheless, we'll have to move on, we'll have to knock the doors of parents. But definitely we'll take cue from these presentations here. We will take this on board in after March.
No, sure. Absolutely, sir. That
We can go for community mobilization.
Yes, absolutely. But my last point to the discussion is that, are we using this momentum that we have built during COVID, where digital learning took a center stage, and now there are a lot of peripheral issues which are coming up, and with this sort of reluctance amongst parents and teachers as well. Are teachers pushing back and saying, no, the traditional form is better, and we don't want to get into this digital learning, and that's why we don't want to learn new things? So is there a resistance?
I think you are in a way right in saying that, putting that forward, but there are few of the things I think we have to keep in mind when we talk about this. One important thing is that when we talk of using digital platforms for capacity building of teachers, we have already demonstrated that it is possible. We have one example, just 2 months back, UNICEF and our organization joined hands, and utilizing the UNICEF platform for capacity building of Anganwadi workers. Out of 28,000 Anganwadi workers, we were able to reach 22,000 Anganwadi workers approximately, training them through online mode in early childhood care and education. So there is immense possibilities of using it for capacity building. But at the same time, there are reservations because many of us, even a lot of the teachers who are in the system, like me are from a little bit older school who like that offline mode more and feel that ये online से distraction होता है, हम concentrate नहीं कर पाते ज़्यादा time पे, screen time का issue है वगैरह. मगर जहाँ पर आपकी possibility है कुछ तो आप cascading model से कर सकते हो, master trainers बना के वगैरह वो तो आप कर सकते हो. लेकिन जहाँ पे आपको कोई नई चीज़ आ रही है system में, which you have to at the stretch you have to reach to 40,000 teachers, 50,000 teachers. I think there is no other mode than online mode that can be utilized for this purpose, and there are already, it has been demonstrated and it can be used effectively. But there are few points I think which I want to put forth. When we talk of digitization, when we talk of digital education and of everything, we must keep an eye on that we are talking about a state. Last year there was a report that 70% of children do not have access to gadgets for online education. So we also have to keep in mind when we talk of, so that infrastructure, creating infrastructure for that, or creating those possibilities for children who do not have access. Secondly, this digitization is also creating a digital divide, knowledge divide, because there are children who are enrolled in private schools whose parents can afford gadgets and whose parents can afford, they do buy from Byju's and everything, they will have access to knowledge or online modes of knowledge. But there are also children who are enrolled whose parents still have button phones. Yeah. So in that case, how do we look at that digitization of education? So there are a lot of challenges in that mode. We did this year a commendable thing was done for identification of out of school children in the state of in UT of J&K. 38,000 teachers were trained through online. So that there is already a demonstration that it is possible, and they did door-to-door survey of 22 lakh households. So it is possible, but at the same time we have to keep into account the issues of parents, issues of children also.
Sure. So, the need is not just to train teachers on their technical skills, but also in terms of how inclusive digital education can be. What to do when children do not have access to personalized devices, and in terms of how this can be scaled up in just one go. Just quick last thought that in terms of taking this to the next level, what we need to do, while all these things are happening, any innovative thing which we can think of, or anything which which is the need of hour and we should put our focus on. What should be our priority areas for, say, next 1 or 2 years?
So we need firstly to have linkage, as we already talked about, that we must have linkage with NIT, EMM, RC of University of Kashmir, and at the same time we need to have some demonstration schools.
So,
like university has one of the schools in their premises named as University Model School. If that is a model school for a university, we in school education department, we have SCRT, we have DITES. SCRT and DITES need to have one demonstration school where all these things are available, and that will be a training center and at the same time a model kind of center where all these things will be going on in both ways, online and offline mode. And through these demonstration schools or these things, we, a layman or one person who does not have this technological exposure, he would come to the place and get to know about it. Also supporting this, Anjali ma'am was talking about Diksha. Apart from Diksha, we also have Disha, where children go for class 10th and they don't have this internet connection and they can still go for these things. But the main thing is first linkage, and then we need to have demonstrations.
I think so that's why this hub and spoke model will work. We're just focusing on this hub and spoke model for next 2 years. Will not be specified, will not be taking school as a unit, will be taking a group of schools.
I think
And research.
I think one of the major areas of work for next 2 years is creating localized content and contextualization of the content, because whatever content right now is available mostly in this sphere, most of it is made for a larger audience, for country, but much of it is not localized or contextualized. So that is one important area for, I think, next 1-2 years in the state, that content also has to be contextualized and localized.
No, absolutely. And with this we close our discussion as we are really short of time. But thank you so much for your valuable contributions, and thank you to the audience that they stayed and listened to this panel discussion. And I hope this would be helpful in developing the building capacity of our teachers as well as our parents. So thank you very much, and it was indeed a pleasure. Thank you.
Actors, patient audience and immaculate organizers, thank you for executing everything with so much of passion and zeal. And lastly, thank you for having me here.
Done pretty much at the spur of the moment. अगर मैं रोहित का जो इनपुट था, डॉक्टर सलीमा जान से इंटरेक्शन था, क्योंकि जब बहुत सारी चीजें एक साथ हो रही थी, there's a lot going on, we kind of tend to forget to have an overview. We tend to have this thing, convergence वाले जो issues हैं, convergence की जो बातें हैं, वो भूल जाते हैं. जैसे रोहित ने बताया, यही इसी शहर में होके डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ स्कूल एजुकेशन कश्मीर आपका एमए रोड पे है और कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी एक दूसरे एंड पे है, और वो एक दूसरे के बारे में 2 डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट जाते हैं. ये कन्वर्जेंस, ये कोलैबोरेशन कितना फ्रूटफुल हो सकता है, ये आपके अपने आप में पूरा डिसिप्लिन है. देयर इज अ होल body of work around education in emergencies. We also need to keep that into account. Kashmir being in a very fragile zone, I think we should have some kind of preparedness on that. And I think one of the things that we are also trying to build upon is to have flexibility in our partners here. Pratham and we have been doing a tremendous job. Unfortunately, we could not really get to see through the entire journey, but it's human needs, bijli, pani, bijli to me of course, but ये है कि हाँ, food, water, shelter. Nobody thinks about education really. Everybody that seems to be the last priority when it comes to emergency. क्या होता है, floods होते हैं, आप सबसे और ये थोड़ा सोचते नहीं बच्चों की पढ़ाई का क्या होगा, या कोई आता है तो ये सोचते हैं कि बच्चों की पढ़ाई का क्या होगा. सबसे पहले होता है कि हाँ, ration supply is basic human needs, and education is not seen as a basic human need, unfortunately. But how it helps in kind of bouncing back better, especially if you talk specifically of children. Children, it is one of the biggest normalizers. Normalization करने के लिए इसलिए हमें प्लान भी उसी हिसाब से करना है. जब आप इमरजेंसी शेल्टर फूड वाटर इन सब चीज़ों के लिए प्लान करें, एजुकेशन के लिए भी प्लान होना चाहिए. Minister has a model for that. We have these models of our whole discipline on education and emergencies points towards it, how we can emerge out of it. Then I think the couple of other areas of reflection, we are talking about a lot of content. I think ये भी करने की ज़रूरत है, देखने की ज़रूरत है कि हमारे पास क्या कंटेंट है, इसको कंसोलिडेट करें. बहुत कुछ, जैसे कि डॉक्टर सलीमा जान ने कहा कि बहुत कुछ रोकता है, क्या नहीं है, हर चीज़ का कंटेंट है. आप सब अगर एक मिनट से इवन अगर आप विद इन द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्कूल एजुकेशन कश्मीर, if you start talking to each other, you will see that there are so many initiatives, there are so many things. We recently concluded the second batch of the Data and Social Sciences supported program, constructivist use of ICT in teaching learning. Some of you have also done that course. You would have realized that we created a Telegram group in that, and you would have realized that you could learn so much from each other. Your colleagues across divisions, across districts, across regions. We are planning to do for the vision document.
Prasharak, for presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the workshop. And as Tanvi has given a brief of what we have discussed yesterday, I'll just set the context for today's entire day and what we are planning to do. So while we have our sessions aligned and we'll have panel discussions and other sessions here, one thing that we are planning to do today is that we have 5 thematics for this workshop. One is on content, second is on the learners, third is on teachers, the fourth one is on monitoring, evaluation, and fifth one is what vision we are coming at. We just display the 5 buckets that we have designed for the workshop, and let this come so that it's easier to. Digital learning and digital transformation of education for Jammu and Kashmir. And what it should be, say, after 3 years from now. How do we see our content getting developed? How do we see our students getting prepared to learn digitally? How do we see our teachers getting empowered and parents getting empowered in terms of when it comes to digital learning? What sort of a monitoring mechanism we'll have in place? How do we focus on the entire ecosystem? How do we measure that what we're trying to do, whether it is in the right direction or not? What is going to happen to the learners, to the educators, and what is our vision for the content? So I would like to invite each one of you to just pick up one thematic area, and we have our team members here, Mehreen, so they'll collect your email ID, name, and contact number, and yeah.
That's Mary.
So and you can just write that which area interests you the most and where you would like to contribute. So each area will come up with a thematic document. What sort of initiatives that we have, what needs to be done. If you can just see, there are pointers written for each thematic. So those are the areas which we try to expand and then put it in some shape. So if there's any question on this, I'll take those questions. Otherwise, we'll go to the next session.
The content is authentic.
Yeah, see what Terry has said yesterday, right? When it comes to content, where you see what is the quality of content, right? So that is what we'll brainstorm. That in the last and focus on measurement. And on all these 4 things, whatever initiatives we're planning, how do we measure their impact?
This is the authenticity of a content which will be developed. Like, for example,
It is already there in some form and some shape. It is not digitized. That's a different story. We already have textbook from so many years, and that is a validated content which is already there. Now, how do we digitize it? And in that process of digitization, are we losing any critical area to critical element? That is what we'll do. So reference point would be whatever our board has designed already. Right? And we can also have right?
I think that and who is engaged in ICT in education, that is most welcome. So feel free, this is an open exercise. Just start that, like that. And for our next session, we were expecting the project director Samantha Shiksha to join. So before we connect that, I think we'll continue with the sessions by the.
Sir, excuse me. I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
To a convergence kind, I have a suggestion.
Yeah, please.
Almost we are all stakeholders, school education, University of Kashmir, NIT, even we have NGO, Move Beyond NGO. Convergence के लिए अगर हम digitally इसके लिए बारे में सोचेंगे,
मुद्दा मकसद है कि हमारा टाइम बच जाए, तो डिजिटली हम एक डिज़ाइन कर सकते हैं प्लेटफॉर्म, सिंगल प्लेटफॉर्म का विंडो, जिससे हम फ्रॉम प्राइमरी लेवल टू यूनिवर्सिटी के जितने भी शोबा है वहाँ पे या कम्युनिटी की हेल्प से हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म बना सकते हैं, जिससे हम एक कन्वर्जन इसका कर सकते हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जिससे प्राइमरी लेवल के स्टूडेंट्स को भी फायदा होगा, हायर सेकेंडरी लेवल या यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट्स को भी फायदा। एक तो इसमें मतलब जरूरत नहीं हमें फिजिकली बैठे या कुछ SPOCs या नोडल वार्सेल्स को हम बना सकते हैं जो एक जिनकी महारत होगी टेक्निकली, एक वेबसाइट या डिजिटली कोई प्लेटफॉर्म बना सकते हैं ऐप, जिससे हम कन्वर्जन का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। मेरी सजेशन है फ्रॉम प्राइमरी लेवल टू यूनिवर्सिटी के जितने भी हैं, जैसे कि कल हमारी सलीमा मैम थी, उनकी भी एक सजेशन थी, यहाँ से स्कूल एजुकेशन की एक सजेशन थी। बेहतर रहेगा कि डिजिटली हम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ला रहे हैं एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में, जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन यूनिवर्सिटी या MIT में आई है वो हम स्कूल लेवल पे ला सकते हैं उन्हीं की हेल्प से। तो ये मेरी एक सजेशन है।
हाँ जी, थैंक यू सर। अपने यूपी के कितने ज़्यादा टीचर्स या इंटरनेशनली नेशनली कितने ज़्यादा लोगों को जान पाए हैं एज कम्पेयर टू लास्ट 20 years? Can you give a figure for that?
पहले हमने तो ऑनलाइन उसी से
ऑनलाइन, आप मुझे भी ऑनलाइन जानते हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
और मैं समझता हूँ, मैं if I say in the last 2 years, maybe 30 years, I haven't made so many contacts as I have in the last 2 years in COVID. I mean, there are 155 of you in the first batch of the TESX course. I think I interacted with all of you personally. We have done so many Zoom sessions. We have met people nationally. I mean, there is one teacher sitting out there in Rajouri, Mr. Ayaz Rana. We've never met, but we are good friends. We talk for hours on the phone. So that's, I think, yeah, that is, I mean, digital has convergence is happening from that perspective. Webinars के जरिए, workshops के जरिए, online workshops के जरिए आप लोग जो है वो
सर मेरा कहने का मतलब स्टूडेंट फ्रेंडली
the same effect now. Okay, so I'll move on. Prashad, we can put up. I'll hand it back to Huzaifa to take it from here. And meanwhile, I'll just come back to confirm if and when the director joins, but we can continue the session. So same time.
Education must go on. Taking those words of our mentor, Mr. Danish Aziz, let's move forward. Honorable dignitaries, respected delegates, teaching faculty from all over the valley, and the wonderful audience. Yet again, on this freezing cold day, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you present here for the second day of our digital transformation of education in J&K Vision 2030. I am Huzaifa and I'll be your host for the day. First off, I'd like to thank IIETC NIT Srinagar, Move Beyond, a startup of NIT Srinagar and UNICEF India for coming together and organizing this workshop. I further extend my gratitude to Deloitte for being the knowledge partner for the event. I'd also like to thank the Department of School Education and Information Technology, civil society organizations, Digital Empowerment Foundation, and PyJam for providing us with a plethora of resource persons who have gathered here today to enlighten us and make our workshop a successful and visionary event. The COVID-19 pandemic magnified the necessity and reach and potential of the digital tools for fulfilling traditional tasks such as teaching and learning, as well as other needs like survey and capacity building. As schools and community centers now go back to normal means of functioning, these digital tools will serve to be a crucial medium for effective delivery of education interventions. Technology holds immense potential to enhance education access, remove language barriers, streamline educational administration, and support professional development. With the thrust given to digital learning in the new Education Policy 2020, technology is set to play a major role in the improvement of educational processes and outcomes. In the past 5 years alone, the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir has already carried out a significant number of initiatives related to digital learning. A long-term vision is essential to ensure both synergy and sustainability of these initiatives. The Ministry of Education has released a National Digital Education Architecture to enable a coherent, multi-channel, multimodal learning continuum which includes live online classes, digital report cards, a multi-channel chatbot, and a digital survey mechanism. We have framed our workshop in sync with our Vision 2030, where we envision Jammu and Kashmir to consolidate its digital learning initiatives with National Digital Education Architecture's framework and emerge as a model for regions in the country. Day 2 of our workshop consists of 6 interactive sessions, ranging from solos to question answers and panel discussions, separated by 2 breaks. Our panel discussions today are in sync with the Vision 2030, and we'll be discussing the parts D, enhancing ecosystem, governance, infrastructure and connectivity, and also part E, monitoring and evaluation of our vision. Digital divide in India, that's the theme for our first session. As per various surveys, there exists a grave digital divide in India, wherein gaps exist in the usage of internet and access to digital infrastructure based on gender, area of residence, whether rural or urban, caste, whether upper caste or lower caste or scheduled tribe, or age, etc. We have with us the resource person from Digital Empowerment Foundation, Mr. Osama Manzar, to carry forth the session on digital divide in India and ways to overcome it. Experiences from across DLF programs with special focus on education. Osama Manzar is a global leader on the mission of eradicating information poverty from India and the global south. With over 25 years of experience, Osama has worked in the areas of journalism, new media, software enterprise before he established the Digital Empowerment Foundation to digitally empower the masses. With a footprint of 1,000 locations and over 9,000 digital foot soldiers across 130 districts in 24 states. An international visitor, a leadership program fellow of the US State Department, Osama is also a social entrepreneur, author, columnist, impact speaker, angel investor, storyteller, mentor, and sits on several government and policy committees in India and on international organizations working in the areas of internet access, digital inclusion, and misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Osama Manzar for the first session. You can come here or you can turn on the mic.
मैं मिली-जुली ज़बान में बात कर सकता हूँ, इंग्लिश और उर्दू हिंदी। तो मैं एक डिस्क्लेमर भी देना चाहता हूँ कि मैं कायदे से तो मैं एजुकेशन में लेक्चर नहीं दे सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मैंने खुद ही 8 साल लगाए ग्रेजुएशन करने में और बहुत फेल होता था मैं। और दूसरी चीज़ ये कि मेरे बच्चे स्कूल नहीं गए कभी, और they are 24 and 20. So, and the first one has written a book also just now. So I'm just trying to bring a perspective that are we doing education as a business, or are we really making a civilized society? We all say that children are, child is the father of man. बट अगर वो बाप है तो उससे हम पूछते क्यों नहीं है कि तुम्हें क्या चाहिए? क्यों हमेशा बोलते हैं कि ये मत करो, वो मत करो, ये पढ़ लो, ये कर लो। हम सिर्फ कोट करते हैं कि child is the father of man, but we don't believe it, we don't practice. We also say child is the future of the nation, but we don't believe it. We also say that this school is actually going to make you go to the future, you go to the moon, but actually we don't work on that. तो मामला बहुत खराब है. Actually we don't send children to get education, we send children, outsource children so that we can have our own time for 8 to 10 hours. और कोई इसको संभाल ले अगले 10-12 घंटे, और उसके बाद हम ये पूछें कि तुमने इंजीनियरिंग कर ली कि नहीं, तुम अच्छे बन गए कि नहीं. We don't want to invest ourselves. And the least we do is planning. क्योंकि सबसे पहले आपने स्कूल का डिज़ाइन बना दिया, लेकिन आपने डिज़ाइन थिंकिंग नहीं की. आपने ये डिज़ाइन नहीं किया कि सर्दी में स्कूल कैसा होना चाहिए, या होना भी चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए, टीचर का कैरेक्टर क्या है, हमारे अपने बच्चे का कैरेक्टर क्या है, हमारा खुद का कैरेक्टर क्या है। तो आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू फिगर आउट कि कैसे आधे घंटे का इस्तेमाल करूं, लेकिन आप लोग जो यहाँ बैठे हैं उनके हाथ में ये स्टैटिस्टिक्स है। आपके यहाँ 28,000 स्कूल्स हैं, ये 28,805 स्कूल हैं। देयर आर 28,805 schools in Jammu and Kashmir in 22 districts. And मैं सोच समझ के बोलने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। And across 22 districts, you are divided into 22 districts. All districts are not good.
20 now.
अच्छा, so 20. So 20 districts हैं और उसमें कुपवाड़ा जैसी भी जगह है जहाँ पर अभी हमने वहाँ 30 स्कूलों में कंप्यूटर सेंटर लगाए, लेकिन हम आर्मी के साथ ही गए, you know, so it's not easy to move around there. Even though many of our schools where we went to put a computer, you know, you just couldn't go otherwise. There is no electricity, there is no internet connection, and they could only walk. And if you are walking to the school, you might be the only person walking on the street. It is so remote. Students हैं 27 लाख, 18,644. Teachers 1,67,106. बच्चे और टीचर का जो रेशियो है वो 16 का है। इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट। एक टीचर जो है 16 बच्चों का ख्याल रखने की कोशिश करता है या करना चाहिए, लेकिन हम प्लानिंग ऐसे नहीं करते हैं। लेट मी टेल यू, दैट्स द रीजन आई एम टेलिंग दिस नंबर्स। एंड टीचर पर स्कूल जो है वो 6 कम टीचर नहीं होते हैं, बहुत होते हैं। और इनरोलमेंट पर स्कूल जो है वो 94 है। तो बेसिकली बहुत ज्यादा बच्चे नहीं हैं पर स्कूल, तकरीबन 100 बच्चे हैं पर स्कूल, तकरीबन 6 लोग हैं स्कूल को चलाने के लिए। क्या वो 6 एक दूसरे के साथ बात करते हैं कि कैसे इस स्कूल को चलाएं? क्या वो 100 का ग्रुप बना के सोचते हैं कि चलो आज हम कैसे प्लानिंग करें? क्या वो 6 इस बात को सोचते हैं कि यार आज स्कूल नहीं बनेगा, लेकिन हमारा 6 का ग्रुप है और 100 का है, तो एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना लेते हैं 6 लोग और 100 बच्चे उसमें डाल लेते हैं या एवरेज डाल लेते हैं, और उसके बाद हम एक दूसरे से डिस्कस करते हैं। आज चलो हम किसी के घर पे जाके बैठ लेते हैं, वहां पर अच्छी जगह है और वहां पे पढ़ाई कर लेते हैं या सीख लेते हैं। Why we can't do that? Because ऐसे भी तो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बन ही रहे हैं ना, ऐसे भी तो फॉरवर्ड हो ही रहे हैं, ऐसे भी हम डिक्लेयर कर रहे हैं कि जो मर गया वो नहीं मरा है और जो नहीं मरा है वो मर गया है। तो और ऐसे भी हम इंस्टाग्राम यूज कर रहे हैं पोस्ट करने के लिए। तो बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो हमको डिस्कस करना चाहिए। चूंकि विजन डॉक्यूमेंट बना रहे हैं, मिशन डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं बना रहे हैं, तो हमारे यहाँ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में कहते हैं विजन वही होता है जो कभी अचीव ना हो, और मिशन वो होता है जिस पे काम करना चाहिए। So I would first of all request to make a vision document, not a vision document, because vision document तो बन गया है, वो तो नेचर ने बना के भेजा है कि आपको पैदा किया गया है तो अच्छे से रहिएगा, जो पढ़ाया नहीं जाता किसी स्कूल में। तो this is very important. The second part is digital, everything is digital. But what is digital? Are we taking digital as an automation system, or as a medium, or as an infrastructure, or as a content itself? Is this medium a message, or is this, and the message is only going to be on this digital infrastructure? That is another very, very important thing. We have done some experiments all over the country, and it has been mentioned in the document G20 के केस स्टडी बुक निकाली है। G20 जो इससे पहले के प्रेसिडेंसी इंडिया को दिया गया, उन्होंने एक केस बुक निकाला जिसमें DF के केसेस उसमें मौजूद हैं, पेज नंबर 80 पे। आप लोग वो डॉक्यूमेंट चाहे तो हम दे सकते हैं, जिसमें डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के एग्जाम्पल दिया गया है कि अगर गवर्नमेंट ना बनाए तो आप खुद से कैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना सकते हैं। जैसे सड़क अगर गवर्नमेंट नहीं बनाए तो आप खुद से कैसे बनाते हैं, और यूजुअली लोग बनाते हैं, गाँव में लोग सड़क बना लेते हैं खुद से, नालियाँ बना लेते हैं खुद से, टॉयलेट्स बना लेते हैं खुद से। हम हर चीज़ के लिए सरकार का भी इंतजार नहीं करते। मोबाइल खरीद लिया आपने, लेकिन उसका इस्तेमाल कैसे करें, उसको ऐसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इस्तेमाल करना है या सेल्फी लेने के लिए इस्तेमाल करना है, दैट डिस्कशन यू नीड टू डू एंड फिगर इट आउट। सो द रीजन आई एम सेइंग इज दैट district is your hub and schools are the final points. It's a hub and spoke model, right? And if the internet is available at the district level, there is no reason why you should not have internet in the school. So, is the school planning the internet or the Department of Telecom planning the internet for you? So, you must plan internet for yourself. Don't allow DOT to plan internet for you. So that you can figure out कि मुझे 28,000 nodes चाहिए 100 Mbps या 200 Mbps का, ताकि मैं वो unlimited use कर सकूं. जैसे school is an unlimited place. Why do we go to school? Actually we go to school for community learning, not for physics and chemistry learning. But we don't treat like that, because I'm not saying if I didn't send my children to school, that doesn't mean that they were homeschooling. No, they were not homeschooling. They were traveling, they were going around, they were meeting people, they were acquiring education on their own way, you know. If Danish is a great person of education, they will come to Kashmir and park themselves in Danish's house and go around with Danish, you know, something like that. So, I'm just trying to say, how do you design yourself? Computer लगा देते हैं लोग, क्यों लगा देते हैं? Because procurement is very important. But when you put computer, do you really install a highly educated instructor to how to use that computer? That is more important than just pushing a computer or a mobile or a bandwidth or an internet. So are we planning that you need just, out of these 6 teachers, you need to train absolutely holistically at least one person per teacher to know how digital works. Don't teach anything else. How digital works from all perspectives, what Vineet said yesterday, what Danish is saying today, and in terms of culture, how does it work, in terms of security, how does it work, in terms of education, how does it work, in terms of behavior, how does it work, in terms of social networking, how does it work, how does it work as an addiction, how does it work as a peer learning, everything. उन्होंने categorize किया QR code के साथ, QR कोड के साथ कि फिजिक्स में अगर 4 मूवी देखनी हो तो वो क्या होनी चाहिए, या सोशल नेटवर्किंग पे देखनी हो तो क्या होना चाहिए, या बायोलॉजी देखनी है तो क्या होना चाहिए, या केमिस्ट्री देखनी हो तो whatever. So basically our job was, and this also was made by the children. Another set of children in Pondicherry where I live who do not go to school, they have created their own school. So they saw this Google glasses, it is not Google Glass, Google Lens or something. They found out everything. कोई जाके यहाँ से ये खरीदा, किसी ने डाई बनवाया, किसी ने ये बनवाया, ये सब बनवा के, और ये किताब फिर उन्होंने ही बनाई, डिजाइन. I'm just trying to figure out, okay, are we investing time in designing our plan in such a way that you imbibe education in such a way that is available infrastructure, available connectivity, available content, but you design yourself. ये आपकी जिंदगी, आपके बच्चों की जिंदगी है. How can you design it in such a way that they can imbibe education and they do not go trendy? Because trendy can be addictive, and that's what yesterday we were talking about. कि सारे ट्रेंड्स क्या होते हैं, ये क्या होते हैं, वही हम सिखा रहे हैं. सभी इंजीनियर बन रहे हैं तो सभी इंजीनियर बने जा रहे हैं, सभी डॉक्टर बने जा रहे हैं, जॉब नहीं है. We make engineers, but we don't know how to make that engineers. Infosys has got one of the largest training centers to make those engineers work for Infosys in such a way that they want them to. And that training is almost 6 months or 1 year. हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में 400 एम्प्लॉयज हैं और 2000 सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं जो गांव में काम करते हैं. कोई इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है पूरे इंडिया में जो ऐसी ट्रेनिंग दे सके कि कैसे गांव में डिजिटल को यूज करके किसी पूरे बंदे का भला किया जा सके. That is education in itself. ये है. Do you know this is a computer? This is a full-fledged computer. All you need to, and ये मार्केट से मिला है, बाजार में मिलता है. ये 4,000 का बिल कितने का है? 4 to 5,000 rupees. You can connect a monitor in this, and the monitor could be anything. आपका सड़ा हुआ टीवी जो पुराने जमाने का पड़ा हुआ होगा, शायद वो भी मॉनिटर बन सकता है इसका. And you can connect a mouse and you can connect a keyboard. Your computer is ready within few thousand rupees. So this is Raspberry Pi. ये अवेलेबल है, इसके कई वर्जन अवेलेबल है. 9,000 का भी है, एक 6,000 का ऐसा और इसमें पता है सबसे ज्यादा खूबी क्या है? बच्चा खुद अपना कंप्यूटर बनाएगा. That is what we need to teach. We are taking education as a consumer. We are not taking education as a producer. And children are the best producer. आपने देखा है कोई खिलौना दीजिए और उसको खेले नहीं ठीक से, वो तोड़ के ही मानेगा. And that's the beauty of children. And these are the collection of सारे QR codes हम बांटते रहते हैं जहाँ जाके आप इसमें देखो. So you know you really don't need to you need to do the design thinking. You don't need to get in. Don't go to school with the education is not available within the boundaries of schools or within the screen of a computer. The education is available in community level in terms of what do you want to imbibe and how do you want to imbibe. That's the most important thing. ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है सडनली कि हमारे सारे स्कूल बैठे पड़े हुए हैं और हम कंप्यूटर खोल के सोच रहे हैं कि हम उसी से सब कुछ मिल जाएगा. शायद इसी के लिए किसी और ने सोचा कि स्कूल तो धरे के धरे रह जाएंगे, एजुकेशन तो यहाँ पड़ा है, कंटेंट तो यहाँ पड़ा है, स्क्रीन में पड़ा है, आप वहाँ चले जाओ. Many people have started saying that we don't need teachers, and they are absolutely right. You know why? Because our teachers are not teachers. अगर टीचर कल्चर सिखाए, एजुकेशन रियल में सिखाए, then that is irreplaceable by the screen. So we need to plan these future schools, and actually you need to plan it. You know, अभी सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है स्कूल की. Of the country in individuality, वो community से आता है, and teacher is a community person, school is a community person, and access to computer should be community level of plan. Then you know कि हर कोई जानता है कि ये क्या देख रहा है, वो क्या देख रहा है, क्या देख रहा है, क्या नहीं. Don't control, but since everything is in transparency, आप घर पे रहते हैं तो क्या करते हैं? घर पे everybody knows everybody. तुम क्या पहन रहे हो, क्या देख रहे हो, क्या सुन रहे हो, क्या बातें कर रहे हो. If you have a transparent system at school, you should have a transparent system in school, in home. Then you should have also in the school. Thinking that ये मेरा content है, ये मेरा machine है, ये मेरा mobile है, ये मेरा access है, ये मेरा username है, ये मेरा password है, ये मेरी degree है, ये मेरा culture है, ये मेरी नौकरी है, ये मेरी गाड़ी है, ये मेरा घर है. You know, everything is individualized. Where is the society? Where is the community? And that's the reason why we are breaking. And that is exactly the reason why we need to have a document which actually strengthens the community-based learning system. And school is a community-based learning system. That is the last pillar left in our society where we can actually save our society by making them extremely well connected, and I repeat it. We should have an open space in the school with digital infrastructure, with openly accessible by the children, so that it discourages them to have an individual access point, and then use that access point as a learning space or experimentation space or innovation space to go and imbibe it. इसका डब्बा को हम बोलते हैं कि ये डब्बा जो है विदाउट गेटिंग ऑनलाइन यू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज इंटरनेट. आप ये सोच के देखो कि क्या आप इंटरनेट सोचते हो कि सिखाएंगे तो ये नहीं सोचते कि ऑनलाइन होना जरूरी है और मोबाइल होना जरूरी है या कंप्यूटर. वी डोंट. We go to the, because you are only in poorest of the poor area where there is no connectivity, and there are a lot of them. Your 20 districts will have more unconnected communities and schools and houses than connected. But your planning is planning for connected society, not an unconnected society. That's very important for you to think. तो इस बॉक्स को आप खोलेंगे तो इसमें सारी एक्टिविटी ओरिएंटेड चीजें हैं. And you cannot learn anything which you don't be part of it. तो ये मेरी गुजारिश है कि इसलिए पूरा प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं, हजारों करोड़ों रुपए की प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं, जबकि मैं आपको बहुत ही सिंपल इजी प्लान बताता हूं जो अवेलेबल है और कोई नहीं करता क्योंकि ये सबको घटेरे में खड़ा करेगा. You need to just apply GPS system in all the toilets and bathrooms of the country, in schools, to give weekly report whether it's clean or not with photographs. You don't need the technology. You don't need any new infrastructure. It's a job of the teacher who अगर मिड डे मील का रिपोर्ट दे सकता है, वहाँ टॉयलेट बाथरूम का रिपोर्ट दे सकता है, with photograph and location. ऐसे फिर come and drop out. दूसरा एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ. Significant number of teachers do not go to school, but they share location on WhatsApp. Where are they? Why can't they share location on WhatsApp for their attendance? आप बोलो मैंडेटरी करो, सारे टीचर को जैसे ही वो स्कूल जाएगा उसको व्हाट्सएप लोकेशन से, आप मैं नहीं कह रहा व्हाट्सएप से ही भेजो, आप टेलीग्राम से भेज सकते हो, आप कोई अपना सिस्टम बना सकते हो, आप अटेंडेंस लगाओ, आप अटेंडेंस बच्चों से क्यों मांग रहे हो? और आप लिखते हो अपनी सैलरी से पहले कि सर, why don't you report it? It's a very simple technology. If the teacher will be there, then the children will be there, and then there will be education. So, these are small little, things that could be applied. I'm just giving for an example. There might be some schools might be doing, but I don't think they do. With your document, because it is going to take the, decision of your 28,000 schools and 2.7 million children in the state, who are going to be the future not only for the state but for the country and the world. So it is important that you make a good plan. It's a very good opportunity for you to do. ये presentation मैं दिखाना नहीं चाहता, मैं share कर चुका हूँ. हम लोग कुपवाड़ा के कुछ स्कूलों में काम करते हैं, but it is not like out of the world. We are just trying to make computers and tablets available to the children who have not even seen it in those schools, because we only work in poor areas. Poor area in साल में एक बार भी आप कनेक्ट करते हैं तो उनको कनेक्टेड काउंट करता है. So please don't get carried away by knowing that 50% of the country has internet access, because your father, who made a call to his son in Chicago for 1 hour in a year, is also counted as internet user, which is not. That's first thing. Second thing, meaningful connectivity is very important. You cannot have 2G because you cannot do transactions. So this connectivity is nothing for you. You cannot have offering connectivity which doesn't translate into something. You cannot have a road on which you cannot drive a car. So please be mindful that India is actually more than 75% unconnected meaningfully. So don't get carried away कि सबके पास स्मार्टफोन है, सबके पास ये है, सबके पास कनेक्टिविटी है. Don't get carried away by that. You always think of connectivity कि ये कर क्या रहा है हमारे लिए और हमारा काम इससे हो रहा है. That's very.
To listen to you, your visionary mission, if I may call it so. I can't call it a missionary vision because that's something entirely different. Inspired us to unlearn the set notions of technology and digitization that we have in our minds. I hope we unlearn and learn anew. I hope we think about they, we and us instead of me, I, my phone. Thank you. Kindly hold on for a couple of minutes.
All of you. Assalamu alaikum. A lot of familiar faces. This is an extremely important and critical convergence point for all stakeholders. Specifically, I have been called to talk about this one topic, which is the state of coding and digital education across our state. A lot of you may be aware of some of these initiatives, but I would still like to take you through अभी तक के क्या-क्या initiatives हुए हैं, what have our learnings been, and some of really interesting proof points that we have generated. Of course, this was done all in collaboration with UNICEF, so a lot of inputs have also come from there. Next slide. We spoke a lot about contextualization, local content. How many of us are aware of a course that is called Let's Code? This course was made in Urdu, and इसमें काफी local examples थे. It included aspects of design thinking, computational thinking. We took a lot of local examples, and in fact, this was one of the first courses launched by any state on computer science and coding education. How many of us are aware? Next slide. This was a project some students from a school in Sopore. Youth Ideathon is a national sort of a competition that happens, just where 10 teams got selected. Out of the top 100, top 3 were from Kashmir, and in fact top 10 where one of the projects made it as a finalist. The solution was simple. Apples जो होते हैं हमारे स्टेट में, grading those apples is an industrial process, right? So every farmer doesn't have facilities to grade apples at their local locality. तो इन बच्चों ने basically एक system बनाया. It's a prototype. A low-cost prototype जिसमें वो apples को grade कर पाएं, segregate कर पाएं. So this was selected as one of the top 10 solutions nationally. In fact, they got a 1 lakh grant to turn their idea into reality. Next. These are other projects from our state, and these are students that have made us proud at the national level. Some of these projects have made it to the Atal Tinkering Lab, National Marathon. Some of these students are here, I'll let them talk more about it. Next. There was a student from Kashmir who was selected as a youth ambassador for 100. 100 is one of the top global education organizations. So what I'm basically trying to say is everything is there, right? Our students have the potential, our teachers have the agency, and things are happening. And this is what makes me hopeful about the state of education, right? Sometimes we just need to look around and see things that are happening around us. So coding is a topic that has had an explosion last 2 years, right? A lot of us would have got ads, let's teach our kids how to code and send them to Google, right? They will earn $1 million paychecks. But I want to start with asking all of you, why do you think kids need to learn coding, or is it even important, right? Next. So this idea of coding, right? It is not an isolated technical thing. As humans, हम लोग logic employ करते हैं, right? We keep thinking, we solve problems. So in a way, we are also coding. We are also design thinking, problem solving mindset, and that is what this coding is really about. सबसे पहले तो it's about having a problem solving mindset, right? Because the new world that we are living in is uncertain. Jobs are changing every 2 years. Technologies बदल रही हैं, right? आप एक language, coding language सिखा के बच्चे का future secure नहीं कर सकते. It is a mindset that every student needs in this new world. Really like a programming language. जो design carpet का बनता है, it is not something जो carpet weaver randomly बनाता है, right? For example, when you paint, you keep painting as you go. But when you make a carpet, you have a blueprint in your head. और वो blueprint को तालीम उन lines of code में convert किया जाता है, right? So I want you to understand that coding is not something that is alien to us even as a culture, right? Next. So I'll move on and talk about some of the initiatives that have happened in collaboration with UNICEF across the last 1.5 years. There are a bunch of things that have happened. So we started with the teacher capacity building program with JKKN. 50 teachers were selected as part of this program, and it was a very interesting and successful initiative that happened. The Let's Code course, I'll talk a bit more about this. We also set up a few Pi labs. Shama spoke about these Raspberry Pis, right? So these are labs where instead of traditional computers, you have Raspberry Pis. These are very low-cost computers that are perfect for government schools. We did a lot of teachers across digital skills, across computer science, computational thinking, and these 50 to 55 teachers in turn taught 1,500 teachers in their schools. This was happening both in a blended manner. Teachers used their cell phones and also taught across their ICT CAD labs. And this was spread across 13 districts. Next. This is a very, very interesting course, and I would like to talk more about this course. I have a few videos I would like to share. Next. Next.
क्या आता है जब हम कंप्यूटर्स की बात करते हैं? ये जादुई डब्बा क्या है? लोग इससे क्या काम करते हैं? कंप्यूटर्स हर जगह हैं। ये हमारे फ़ोन में, वॉशिंग मशीन में, धुएं का पता लगाने वाली मशीन में है, या ये हमारे यूनिकॉर्न खिलौने में भी हो सकते हैं। कंप्यूटर साइंस क्या है? क्या ये साइंस है या कोई आर्ट यानी कला है, या ये दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन होता है? आपको क्या लगता है कि कंप्यूटर साइंस कौन सिखाता है? क्या सिर्फ कंप्यूटर साइंटिस्ट और सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर्स ही इसको सीख सकते हैं? कोई ऐसा जो मैथ का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग या लॉजिक में अच्छा हो? क्या इसको सिर्फ बॉयज सीख सकते हैं? इस बारे में बहुत सारी गलतफहमियां हैं कि कंप्यूटर साइंस को कौन सीख सकता है, और इस शोबे से मुतल्लिक बहुत गलतफहमियां हैं और जिनसे तासुर भी है। हकीकत ये है कि कंप्यूटर साइंस को कोई भी सीख सकता है। आप एक डॉक्टर हो सकते हो, टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके बीमारियों का इलाज बेहतर तरीके से कर सकते हैं। एक इंजीनियर जो खुद से चलने वाली गाड़ियाँ बनाता है, एक किसान, एक उस्ताद फैशन डिज़ाइनर, एक इलस्ट्रेटर या एनिमेटर, और ये लिस्ट ना खत्म होने वाली है। इस मशहूर रहने वाले कोर्स में आप कुछ कंप्यूटर साइंस और स्टेम के रोल मॉडल्स के मुतारिफ हो जाओगे। आप कंप्यूटर साइंस CS के बहुत सारे बुनियादी कॉन्सेप्ट से लेकर कुछ पेचीदा कॉन्सेप्ट जैसे इनपुट आउटपुट प्रोसेस, सिटीजनशिप, मशीन लर्निंग और बड़े डेटा वाली कहानियाँ, एनिमेशंस, डेमोन्स्ट्रेशंस और बहुत सारी कल्चर से मुतालिक हकीकत से भरी मिसालें। आपके लिए एक इंसान के जैसा आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस वाला रोबोट है जो आपको पढ़ाएगा, आपकी मदद करेगा, और आप सॉन्ग तैयार करना, फेस इफेक्ट्स और पैटर्न्स बनाना, और पेड़ लगाना या नेट ज़ीरो के लिए कोडिंग करना। चलिए इस तरह को एक साथ तोड़ते हैं। कंप्यूटर साइंस कौन सीख सकता है, और आसपास की टेक्नोलॉजी की ब्यूटी को सराहिए। आइए हमारे साथ लेट्स कोड में शामिल हो जाएंगे। CPU एक मास्टर शेफ है। वो हर किस्म के पकवान बनाने में माहिर है, जैसे कि खमीरी रोटी, राजमा, पुलाव, रोगन जोश और फालूदा भी। और वो हिसाब का भी बहुत पक्का है। नमक मसाले का अंदाजा बिल्कुल इस तरह है कि हर बार बेहद उम्दा पकवान बनता है। और क्योंकि वो एक मास्टर शेफ है, तो वो अपने दोस्तों पे नजर भी रखता है कि वो काम ठीक से कर रहे हैं या नहीं। पास ट्रैक करेंगे और इसका पोजीशन गो टू ब्लॉक से सेट कर देंगे। अब जब बटरफ्लाई रूम से बाहर आए तो हम चाहते हैं कि थोड़ा सा मूव करें। हम व्हेन दिस प्राइस क्लिक को यूज करेंगे और बटरफ्लाई का पोजीशन चेंज कर देंगे, और ग्लाइड ब्लॉक का यूज करेंगे। और इसके पास अभी बटरफ्लाई के नए X और Y कोऑर्डिनेट भी हैं। अब चलिए ये देखते हैं। बढ़िया, वंडरफुल। अब बटरफ्लाई पे क्लिक करेंगे। अमेजिंग, देखिए हमने मेटामॉर्फोसिस के प्रोसेस के लिए कोड कर लिया है।
Natural elements that we have taken, and this is absolutely free. Such courses are generally available for lakhs of rupees. Kids can do this in their mobile phones as well, right? So you can definitely take this course to your schools, to students, and the idea is that we don't need content that is not contextualized. The more we contextualize content, make it relevant to our students in their local context, उनकी understanding भी काफी ज़्यादा होती है. So we also did a bunch of hackathons, showcases throughout the last year. Next. This is something I want to talk about a bit, right?
अगर इस स्लाइड की ओर आप ध्यान दें.
Notice on the left hand side, top page, you have a real life scenario, right? And on the top right, you have code. Generally हमें क्या लगता है? We need to start with coding. We need to learn coding. It basically starts with understanding real life scenarios, real life problems. और उन्हीं चीजों को जब आप प्लान या एल्गोरिथम में कन्वर्ट करोगे, आप उसके बाद कोड लिखोगे. ये बहुत जरूरी है because anybody who is a good problem solver can learn how to code. It doesn't necessarily need you to have the best technical skills. And it starts with design thinking. It starts with understanding the local problems. So, through our capacity building programs, what we ensure is that we take local problems, और उन local problems के जरिए teachers, students, together they learn how to solve those problems, and then eventually a specific policy or a curriculum that allows students and teachers to learn this, right? There needs to be access to technology. Right now we have around 2,500 ICT CAD labs, but it needs to of course go beyond that. We need to support teachers with capacity building initiatives, and of course create proof points, right? Can we have clusters, districts, schools that are proof points through which other schools get inspired, and we can hopefully scale them. Next. In terms of the curriculum, we think computer science is a holistic domain. Coding is एक पहलू है. There is design thinking, there is digital well-being and safety, which we heard Mr. Vinny talking about yesterday. There is computational thinking, artificial intelligence. So a holistic curriculum, a curriculum that doesn't just focus on one aspect, is really important to make sure our students are really getting better prepared for the future. Thanks. So that's it. That was my presentation. We have students, and these students were part of some of our programs, and they have done amazing in their journey with coding. They would be happy to share some of their projects. I would love to invite them to the stage.
Baba, I am the student of class 12 from Government Boys High Secondary School, Bomai Sopor. And I am with my teammate Ruban Abdullah. He is also the student of class 12 from Government Boys High Secondary School, Bomai Sopor. And today we got an opportunity to discuss our project with such a great dignitaries present here. So basically we have designed an app in Scratch programming language, namely Smart First Aid app, under the mentorship of Sajad sir and Ishfaq sir. So actually the idea of this app came into our mind from our school, because every day we used to see our schoolmates getting unconscious during school assembly, or whenever we do experiments in our labs. Being a medical student, whenever we do experiments in chemistry lab especially, there are so many chemicals present there, and हर एक बच्चे को knowledge नहीं है हर एक chemical के बारे में, तो हम किसी भी chemical को touch कर सकते हैं without having knowledge about that chemical. So उस chemical की वजह से burns भी हो सकते हैं. तो at that time हमें क्या करना चाहिए? या like while playing games किसी भी कोई भी बच्चा encounter कर सकता है, like fracture हो सकता है किसी भी बच्चे को. So moreover our school is situated near forests, near mountains, so there are एक इंसान को हमें first aid की जरूरत पड़ती है. like किसी को burn होगा, या कोई बच्चा जो है मतलब लैब में मतलब किसी भी केमिकल के साथ काम करते हुए उसको मतलब burn हो सकता है, या fracture हो सकता है, या कोई बच्चा unconscious होता है, headache आ जाता है, fever आ जाता है स्कूल में. तो हमने ये प्रॉब्लम डिस्कस की और हमने इसके लिए सॉल्यूशन बनाना स्टार्ट किया. So there can be a number of solutions from your side also, but we tried our best to make a critical solution of this problem, and finally we made the Smart First Aid app. Now for live demonstration, Ruban will execute it. Like you can see, please type your problem. वहाँ पे आप अपनी problem mention कर सकते हैं. At that place, you can mention your problem. We have mentioned only few problems there. We can add n number of problems there. Like we have added unconsciousness, burns, fractures, snake bites, headache, fever. Because the idea of these, जो भी यहाँ पे हमने problem discuss की है हमारे school में अक्सर होता था. तो वहीं से ये idea भी हमारे दिमाग में आया. Like please type your problem. So you can mention there like Ruban, please mention girl.
Hello, this is Smart First Aid app. Please tell me how can I help you today? Hold burnt skin under cool, not hold, running water or immersed in cool water until the pain subsides. Cover with skill. Non-adhesive bandage or clean cloth. Do not apply butter, oil, lotions, or creams, especially if they contain fragrance. Apply a petroleum-based toilet 2 to 3 times per day.
So after entering on burn or whatever problem you have, you will get a
Hello,
written and
this
audio
is Mark
information about that.
Payback. Please tell me how can I help you today?
Mention fracture.
Apply ice packs to limit swelling and help relieve pain. Don't apply ice directly to the skin. Wrap the ice in a towel.
So the accident was snake bite. So that's why we have mentioned snake bite also there. So please mention snake bite. Please type your problem right there, snake bite.
Remove rings and watches before swelling starts. Wash the bite with soap and water. Cover the bite with a clean, dry dressing. Mark the leading edge of tenderness / swelling on the skin. And write the time alongside it. Don't try to capture the
Few, but we can add some more. जब भी हमने ये प्रोजेक्ट किया था तो हमने कंसल्ट किया था डॉक्टर से भी. So yeah, we have an Android version of this app also. So it will be available soon in China. So it was so nice to be out here in front of you all. Hopefully there will be many more opportunities awaiting, and I want to thank Samagra Shiksha, Baijan Foundation, UNICEF, JKKN for giving us this great and golden opportunity. Thank you very much.
I would add something here. In Scratch there is a tool called translation tool. So we can add on that option, like you have to select which language you want to get the output. You just write the Urdu, and we will get the multi-language, not only Urdu, in other languages we can get the output. So moreover, like the Android, I must add here, sir. First, I'm thankful to being a mentor. Baijan Foundation, they conducted the workshop here, and we have the UNICEF here. They appreciated this, and we were having the World IT Day here. They managed that, and these things boost the talent. And I'm from like a village. This girl is also from the village, and as to get here, it is also an achievement, sir. And moreover, like we have Ruban. Ruban was selected from all UT. We should provide them laptops, like we have the good ICT labs in our schools. It is a hard, bitter truth, like in some schools the labs have been closed. So when you provide these platforms, they will provide Excel. And trust me, I being the MCA, I will add here, the Ruban Uttala, that student guy here, there was a football match going like final of the football match. In my career, I believe as a teacher, I made the life of one student. I believe I have done the justice to my job. Thank you.
Sir, can I kindly just please in a second,
Sir.
Can we include that sign language and braille to make it all inclusive?
Exactly, sir. Like we have the regarding CWS, you were
Yes,
saying. We have a workshop on SCRT as well. There is like some tools. Ginger is an app which, if integrated with the Scratch, that can be beneficial for the students with special needs. There are so many apps. It needs integration of one software with another software. And moreover, I request this is a platform to discuss this issue. Baijan Foundation, we have UNICEF, and we have thanks to like this Move Beyond and IIT Center. IIT Center, I would like special thanks because Ruban Uttala was recently called a week before by this very cell to display his project for patent right. So, as a I'm not techno, I'm a student in ICT with CWSN, because as Sarah has posed the right question, in every library developed e-content, there is no content for CWSN students. As you can see in Diksha or DSEK, SCRT. So these tools need to be like, we can say, इनका हमने एक ट्रेनिंग सेशन बनाना है.
The Precious has been developed now by the NCRT, and that's through which we are conducting the screening kind of thing of the students.
Exactly,
and that's for the teachers and the head teachers only. We need to develop some application through which the.
Thank you so much, sir. To see that digitalization and technology are all reaching the grassroots level is quite inspiring. I hope we bridge the rural-urban digital divide and the various other digital divides and acquire quality and accessible education for all. I would like to ask you to move to.
So what's your name and how you see this workshop will really increase technology in education system?
How many you are?
Yeah.
Yeah,
rolling.
So far as the digital transformation of education in J&K is concerned, so far as the
Vision
Vision 2025 is concerned, it is the need of the hour. We need to, we need to train our students. So far as the challenging circumstances are concerned, you might have observed when we are looking back to the past, there was no such type of the technological advancement so far as education is concerned. So in one way we were getting degrees and all other things, but in practical world when we were not up to the mark, that was not up to the mark. Right now we have to train the students so that they will take part in different types of, so far as the challenges of life are concerned. And this is very important. If we at this time we will not make our students so very informative, so technocrats, then when? So this is the responsibility of the teachers, the government, the organizations, the NGOs. If they are working on it very jointly and in a very cordial atmosphere, definitely our future will be very shine and very bright.
Your good name?
My name is Javed Abdullah and I am from Handwara, Girls High Secondary. Handwara is my posting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Centered around the focus D of Vision 2030, enhancing the ecosystem, governance, infrastructure and connectivity. Our panelists are Osama Manzar, Shoaib Dar, Dr. Baharul Islam, Dr. Arshad Sallu. The panel will be moderated by Deependra Thakur from Deloitte.
Our 5 pillars that we have developed for the digital transformation document. And the topic is that, how do we enhance the digital learning ecosystem? And this is in reference with the infrastructure which is available, the connectivity which is available in the state, and the governance mechanism that we have when it comes to use of this digital infrastructure. On the panel with me, we have Dr. Baharul Islam from IIM Kashipur. We have Osama Manzar from Digital Environment Foundation. We have Shoaib Dar from IJAM Foundation. And we have Dr. Arshad Sallu from IIT. I welcome you all to this panel discussion. And before we start this panel discussion, I would also request you people who are interested in this topic, as we discussed in the morning, to just jot down their points on the discussion, and then later on we can have a small Q&A session. Right?
Okay. Dear panelists, my dear colleagues, dear guests, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Very good afternoon to you all. I'll just first try to get connected to this by just understanding the scenario and to just see that where we actually are presently. I believe that we are day by day becoming a redundant surplus because the technology has now started taking its grip, and we have our teachers whom I believe that they will be classified as illiterates in the next couple of years if they will not be able to cope up with the challenge that we are presently facing. And subsequently, I believe that we will have the problem of becoming ineligible, not eligible for the profession that we are actually working in. Since we have NEP 2020 now and as believed as a comprehensive document, inclusive, and it talks about the holistic kind of development because we have challenges of 21st century, and we need to find out solutions to these all challenges, having a greater kind of impact upon each one of us. holistic kind of development, we need to understand that there are the 21st century skills that every child and the teacher has to now have with them, and to just understand that what exactly is the need down the line there for us. There are certain skills that we need to understand what are those skills and how do they make an impact upon our living. We have different skill sets. They are suppose they have been classified as those are 21st century. The skills have been classified as learning skills, literacy skills, and there's a category of these skills that's called the humanistic skill. Humanistic skills include those life skills, emotional skills, social skills, and many other skills also. Job skills, including the job skills. The literacy skill include these ICT, the basic foundational skill, the content knowledge skill that actually exactly a teacher or the student need to have. There are other learning skills. They are those meta skills, the skills that we need to act and we need to learn through. They are like the communication, creativity, collaboration, communication, and many other skills you can just put in there in this category, by which we actually learn that foundational knowledge, and we just exactly understand that how we are supposed to live our life. So coming now down to what exactly is the situation on ground, because since I'm working in the right hand, we used to just go around in the district and see what exactly is the need and what exactly is the situation there on the ground. We visit schools there in the district and see that how what kind of infrastructure is available there in our institutions. Suppose we have last year we asked about start creating e-content, and that we started creating, and the teachers were, I believe, not ready to do this instantly, because they were first reluctant on this ground that they don't know how to operate the application, the teacher application. And there was then after the Talash survey that we conducted, digital survey. Earlier even in fact Samagra Shiksha had conducted a manual kind of survey, and that survey gave us some fictitious data that around 26,500 children are only who are out of school. Yeah. But the recently conducted survey has given us an exact data that around 93,000 children are still out of school and they have never been enrolled or they are the dropouts. Yeah, so when this is the situation, and out there from this chunk of out of school children, we have 72% of children who belong to the SEDG group, socio-economically disadvantaged group. And out there from this chunk of 72%, we have 62% who are CWS in category children. And we hardly just bother about to make some applications or some technological interventions for these CWS children. This is one perspective of it, and there's also Samagra is doing wonders, because that has started creating the infrastructure, because that is looking after both the things. One, when it has subsumed, this teacher education has subsumed with this SSA and this RMSA, it has subsumed, has become Samagra Shiksha. It has started working on both the fronts. One is it develops the infrastructure, and at the same time it develops also the human resource.
So sir, you rightly said that with the use of technology we are actually able to get the actual information from the ground, and you quoted that survey which brought us to the reality. But the question here is that while we have applications, we can train people on application and use them for some particular purpose, but do we have sufficient infrastructure on the ground? Right? Training itself, may not be fruitful unless until we have devices, we have internet connectivity on the ground. So, Mr. Dar, I just want to pose this question to you that when you go to the field, how do you see connectivity and infrastructure being there, and how it is utilized?
That is actually the problem with certain areas, that during this survey, this Talash survey, we have certain areas where there is no connectivity at all, and people from those areas used to come some 5-6 kilometers down to the urban area to just find out if there is anywhere the connectivity available to upload that data. And another problem there was that when Samagra Shiksha started just conducting this survey, there was a bulk of this information that was supposed to be loaded upon this application, and at times, to my understanding, it got crashed because they even had no idea about that how many servers they require to just to accommodate that much of data. And the connectivity issues are there. But I understand that now, since department has come up with, because the NEP is there, the NEP in fact has got inspired and by the SDGs, these Sustainable Development Goals, and all Sustainable Development Goals are actually getting support system from the technology only, and in pursuance to those all SDGs, we have NEP with us, and NEP through we just try to get connected with our children without classrooms. Sure. And this cluster system, yesterday some of the panelists and speakers have talked about this intervention now. We have cluster kind of system, and cluster kind of system will definitely just pull up this kind of problem in areas where there is little connectivity.
Yeah. So, going back to the equipments and the use of devices. So, Mr. Kar, if you want to add your experience of the field.
Sure. So, of course, the UNICE data does say there's around 28% access in terms of computers. So, if we look at the entire landscape, there are around 2,500 ICT plus CAL labs across the state of Jammu and Kashmir. In terms of the actual, I think the problem happens when you're trying to understand how many of these spaces are actually functional. Yeah. Right? Some of these labs were set up in 2012, some were set up in 2019. So one, there is a gap there. A lot of these schools do have access, but we don't know whether they are functional or not. In fact, we have seen a lot of teachers sometimes complaining or raising this issue of, I do have access to some sort of digital equipment, but it's not functional. So I think one is that gap. The other is this challenge of what does it mean to digitally equip every school? And I don't think that's a realistic viewpoint. If we just do basic math in terms of if we were to equip all schools across the country with computer labs, the budget for that runs over our entire education budget. So that is a state that is not a realistic state. So how do you even approach this, right? So the approach has always been to select a certain group of schools or a cluster of schools, equip them, and then other players, parties, whether it's non-profits, other organizations come in and fill that gap. But I think what that has led to is a situation of divide, of course. And sometimes that divide is worse than having no access.
Sure. So you're saying that if we try to get everyone a computer in every school, the budget may overrun the state's budget and the country's budget for the education. Samaji, I just want to come to you and get your thoughts on how do we operate in a low tech, low connectivity environment wherein we have a difficult terrain in Jammu Kashmir, and you have many solutions to low connectivity and low equipment situations. Any thoughts on that?
So, connectivity can be seen from the perspective that it's not like you cannot treat it like a road road बनाना ही पड़ेगा और घर तक जाना चाहिए और गली तक जाना चाहिए. You can see connectivity more for the perception of accessing content in a digital format, availability. So in many places you can have an offline digital content availability.
Yeah.
And there is like Wikipedia offline, YouTube offline. There are many content offline. You can create your own server, a school server or an area server, and it can be created even on a Raspberry Pi also, and you can create your own ecosystem. So it is actually often, because 90% of the things that you are seeing on internet has nothing to do with time.
You know, you don't want everything concurrent. So one important aspect is that what kind of digital content infrastructure you need so that you can bring the same content and the same content. आजकल server जो है back की तरह होता है, छोटा सा भी हो सकता है. You can take it and then every 1 week you can go to some connected area and then just reboot. Reload and upload and whatever. So that's one aspect of handling the lack of infrastructure. The second is what we have been doing is that so let's say this is my location and this is a tehsil headquarter or a block headquarter and this is a school where there is no connectivity. And this distance can be 80 kilometer, 20 kilometer, 30, but in most of the cases, the nearest connected place would be only 5 to 10 kilometers, not more than that. Because connectivity has really reached in many places, it may not be available to you. So there is a technology, very easy technology that is available, that you buy a connectivity here and do the wireless transfer, which we call community networks, from here to here. There are 2 megahertz which is available free of cost or without license, which is 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz, which is used usually to create your own network. So जैसे ये छत है, यहाँ से ऊपर आपने जाकर छोटा सा टावर लगा दिया और यहाँ कनेक्टिविटी अवेलेबल है. And let's say यहाँ से वैली में दिख रहा है, वहाँ पर 50 घरों में या एक गांव में अवेलेबल नहीं है. So लाइन ऑफ साइट होनी चाहिए, ये दिखना चाहिए, वो वहाँ चला जाएगा, फिर वहाँ लोकली आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं घर घर. तो एक ये बहुत आसान तरीका है and it can be done on your own. We train, 90% of our connectivity network engineers are illiterate, including girls, and most of them are girls. And they do connectivity in the villages on their own, they manage it on their own, they run it on their own. There are many videos that is available on YouTube that we have been doing. So this is the second very important thing that is being done. The third thing that I would like to see, because your discussion is in the category of governance, infrastructure and connectivity. Here, connectivity itself is an infrastructure by the way. So there is a policy level, governance levels work need to be done. यहाँ एक लिस्ट है मैं देख रहा हूँ, इसमें लिखा है percentage of school having libraries / reading corner / book bank facility is 85%, was last year and now is 87%. Now the whole definition of reading corner or book bank is changed. Why can't we have a book bank on a computer? And that is exactly what I'm saying as a server. So that can go as a library which is available in your room, where you access. So this definition need to change at a governance level. और इसके लिए budget होगा. Now this budget can be converted into a tablet-based library or digital library, and can also work on taking subscription of magazines, newspapers and books, and which can be read on this one. And then from here, kids can download and they can take it also. So these kind of things has to be converted into a modern or the new kind of scenario is the one thing that we need to change in the system. If you are really seeing all this, जो US इसमें क्या नाम है, इसकी रिपोर्ट मेरे ख्याल से सबको पढ़नी चाहिए ये रिपोर्ट. Numbers tells the story. जो यहाँ पे है UDISE plus udisE+.gov.in पे सारा डेटा अवेलेबल है और बहुत ही रिवीलिंग डेटा है यहाँ पर जो आपको ये बताएंगे कि आप कैसे अप्रोच करें गवर्नेंस सिस्टम को, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सिस्टम को और कनेक्टिविटी.
Professor Ganesan, I just want to come to you that while Sama has said that there are ways to connect, and this could be as simple as connecting two nodes and supplying it. But what sort of a challenge you see? Because yesterday you were speaking that you had to bring a few students to your campus because in their area there was no connectivity. So from a government perspective, if you have to innovate, what sort of a challenge and issues will come when you have to convince the higher ups in allocating funding in this manner where some innovation can be taken on?
One thing we have been discussing at various platforms like ITU and others is one is basically to consider internet as a kind of infrastructure common. It must be accessible to all. It should not be a privileged one. there is a very marked disbalance which I see in Uttarakhand, for example, not very different from J&K, is that some of the institutions like us in IIM, for example, I have 1 GB connectivity free of cost. And whereas within 500 meters I have a government postgraduate degree college where they do not have that. And one day I realized that some of these our students are, sharing their passwords. So a line of boys, they park their motorcycle outside our campus on the back side near the classroom where our, modern is, and they are downloading maybe films and other things. But anyway, they are accessing our network. So I think let us make it open. When we are not using it, we are using even less than 25% sometimes. When our campus is closed, it is 100% not being used. Why we cannot give it to our local degree college students and they can use it, we can just lay 100, 200 meters cable and they can have it. But there is a policy bottleneck. We cannot share, there is an agreement, we cannot share our network with others. Now, this is where perhaps at the senior level, people like who are the head of the departments and ministries, they can always talk to NIC, Nick Net, who manages this, and give access to others, sharing whatever resources we have. It may be an institute of national importance, but others are also, what I say, that every institute is an institute of national importance. Another thing that it is written in the Act of Parliament. So infrastructure common, that we should move towards that. And the surface level, once another thing which was said, and I felt it very throughout whenever we talk about IT and content, is that we need now content curators in institutions. Students giving them just internet connectivity will not serve the purpose, as it is not serving most of my program students. We have to identify which particular videos to be watched or which document to be read on, for example, strategic management particular case. And the teacher is the curator here. He gives us the link. Otherwise, but in most of the time we say that we have the infrastructure, but the content is not being delivered or content is not being used which we want them to. So content-wise, that is another curation. The third one, which we say that there are a number of this community network, openness network. We're talking about it all the time. All this infrastructure which are already there, we can now start thinking in terms of sharing infrastructure with each other. If school department does not have enough money, perhaps we can talk to Railtel. If Railtel is not in Kashmir, we can talk to Power Grid. We have a number of other ways of taking the optical fiber cables to the villages. But the thing is that we need to have it as a mission to reach out to them. And for that we use the Universal Access Fund and many other funds which are available to the Ministry of Telecom and others. But that is a kind of highest level policy move which seniors in the department, perhaps it cannot be moved by a school teacher or a group of school teacher, but certainly it can be moved by Department of Education, and they can have a talk with NIC, the senior level up, they can talk. And what we can, I would like to say that somewhere our policy, because my area is policy and governance, somewhere our attention is not so much on the need-based demand supply ratio, need-based policy making we are talking about. Now, the program, the departmental officers want to show that it works very nicely. So how it will nicely? They will identify the colleges or schools where the internet is there, the library is good, where there is a trained teacher. So ultimately they end up buttering the side of the bread which is already buttered. The idea of the digital library should start from that remotest corner of the village where the child does not have access.
Yes, absolutely. And the prioritization is a made of art, right? Prioritize those areas which are totally unconnected rather than, and we see this in general connectivity also, that all the telecom companies tend to have their establishment where there is a lot of demand, where there are commercial establishment, where there people can afford to pay for a monthly subscription. Now, in terms of capacity, right, there is upfront cost, which Shoaib, you said that it is far much more than the education budget itself. But there is also a recurring cost attached to connectivity and infrastructure. After 3 years, you need some sort of maintenance of computers. So, how do we tackle those issues of recurring costs when it comes to internet connectivity? And I want sir also to contribute. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a very important sort of an area, because a lot of infrastructure that was set up, and over a period of time we realized that maintenance is a big issue. So one was, it was not thought about right at the start. When you are setting up a computer lab, or when you are equipping a district with digital access, can we have a 5-year sort of an approach to it? What would it look like 2-3 years from now? Second is the thing with technology, especially computers, is if you do not use it, it tends to sort of disintegrate. I can give an example from Pune. So there is a district called PCMC. It has a really high digital access. So right before COVID, they have spent a lot of money in equipping these schools with digital access. Because of COVID, these devices did not get used, and most of them were dysfunctional after COVID. So one is, when you're thinking about sort of setting up devices, are you also factoring in how those get utilized, which then boils down to the teachers that are using it, right? So every school which you're sort of selecting for setting up digital infrastructure, is there teachers, are there humans who can sort of take that infra forward so that kids actually use it? And more often than not, spaces which do get utilized will get some sort of support when it comes to sort of maintenance otherwise. But I think fundamentally it boils down to rethinking how you look at digital access. Right? I think low-cost devices, open source devices are the only way you can sort of bridge that gap, because these are electronic devices at the end of the day bound to get damaged. So.
Absolutely, and you rightly said the capacity also is an important aspect. How do we keep a low-cost maintenance to this? Dr. Shah, I just want to check on what sort of a capacity building initiative we have done when it comes to the digital ecosystem. Are our teachers able to operate the lab and fix some minor glitches that they might face during their classes?
Strategies to arrive to by 2030. We have the Sarthak document with us, the action plan. That guides us about that we have the timeline given for each project to complete by that time. And we have Samagra Shiksha that actually supports institutions in terms of the maintenance of those institutions, and most especially those funds are actually being divided into different segments, and one of its a greater chunk rather goes to the maintenance of these ICT labs. But about ICT labs, since I would further tell you that what actually the DIETS and the SCRT is doing for just capacitating the teachers, because we most often see that in institutions we don't have computer literates available, computer trained people available in the ICT institutions. And even CAL centers are not being catered by the professionals there. So DIETS and SCRT is conducting some rigorous trainings. But I would further request the administration from this stage also that we need some rigorous kind of training further, and some hand-holding is supposed to be done. And would also request the forum here, the agencies here, the NGOs here, UNICEF most especially, to kindly just reach out to those schools to just support them, because they need some hand-holding about how to just operate in circumstances when we have challenges more than what capacity is there in the institutions available.
So partnerships are key to make it successful. And Osama, I just want to come to you on this, that when it comes to partnership, you have to understand that it's for a larger good, and they are what do you call it, a shortcut to achieve the aims and objectives.
Yeah, so it's not easy. In fact, even if you have money, then you may not be able to do it, because there are more people interested to tell you not to do it than to do it. But what I am saying is, actually there is a fund required in this. Any new area, if you require a fund, it will be very difficult. So one approach is go to district collector or district office and link it to Department of Education, and infrastructurally get a fund allocated from there. But as far as doing is concerned, for doing, rather than getting into the tendering business and all that, you can partner with a not-for-profit organization to lay those towers or whatever. Most of them are not towers like really towers. It is like, this is a tower.
Yeah.
You know, in many cases we have used as bamboo tower also, but may not be stable. So it depends upon a line of sight, height, how do you need it and all that. But what I'm saying in terms of doing it, it requires, because you'll be doing it for many schools. Even if you go to one district, there will be at least 300 schools or maybe 200, I don't know, something like that. So, and I have written down something that we should talk about this to the whole education department. That can there be a policy that the government allows a school to manage their own network, that means can we create a school net or a school, like BharatNet is the last mile connectivity. But from BharatNet, school wants to manage its own network, you know, because it is for education purpose, it is for students, it is for teachers and the ecosystem. So that is a policy advice that one can do, is that कि जैसे ग्रामीण सड़क योजना अलग होती है, the highway की अलग होती है, तो इसमें भी क्यों नहीं आप ऐसे करते हैं? You will never see the National Highway Corporation of India is making a village road. तो village road बनाने का कोई और करेगा, तो हम उसको दो करने के लिए, you know, let school lay their own cables. And in that manner, there could also be that there should be a scheme of hardware scheme, software scheme, connectivity scheme, bandwidth scheme, or the scheme which can allow you कि आप 100 रुपये आपके महीने में खर्च होते हैं, 50 रुपये की सब्सिडी मिलेगी, या आप खर्च कर दो रिइंबर्समेंट मिलेगा, जैसे बिजली आजकल सोलर के लिए मिलता है. If you install the entire solar system, more than 70-80% money government gives you back. That's an infrastructure. That's an energy infrastructure, electricity infrastructure. So if connectivity is an infrastructure, तो पहला नंबर कि connectivity must be considered as a basic infrastructure in education at a school level. That's the most important thing. That's what Varun said. Okay, you know, consider it as the base infrastructure. And the second is that hardware, software, library, digital content, everything falls into that one. And you provide that कि टीचर्स के लिए हमको ऐसे देना पड़ेगा, इनके लिए कनेक्टिविटी के लिए ऐसा देना पड़ेगा, इनके लिए ऐसा देना पड़ेगा. क्या पता वो बोलेंगे ठीक है हम स्कीम दे रहे हैं कनेक्टिविटी के लिए, आप खुद ही लगा, which is fine. That is even better. Then they can take their own decision. So this is what I would suggest, that we can push that, because unless we push that, government is not going to take policy decision like that. It is very important that we do that advocacy at our level.
Absolutely. So a demand should be there from the ground with the help of the institution with some innovative solutions. My last question is, while we have talked a lot about connectivity and not connectivity, Varun sir, I just want to know more about once you have connectivity in a school, what sort of a inclusive access that we give, like between a girl student and a boy student, who gets more access to a computer? Like, do we have these biases where no boys have like much more tech savviness, and then that's why they have the right to use the machines, and girls get or maybe some differently abled children not getting opportunities to access them.
My experience is opposite, maybe because I deal with only some of the brilliant girl students, is that the girls are more proactive in accessing information and utilizing them. They have less time to waste around. And which boys do. And therefore, we had this issue, a few years back when we talked about it. I did an India-Canada study on debate around that my general category student is 90+ percentile in CAT examination, and the other one is around 75 to 80 percentile. So we are making both of them MBAs at the same level. But what I found very interestingly is that we did a very close study of that. That the boy or a girl from Kalahandi district of Odisha, scheduled caste or scheduled tribe, getting into an IIM, devotes triple the time than the boy from Delhi. Because he has gotten access to a lifetime of an opportunity. He is looking at that ये मेरी जिंदगी का वो पड़ाव है जहाँ से मैं दोबारा लौटना नहीं चाहता. So he tries very hard to not to get into the slot track. अगर 3-4 पेपर में फेल करते तो हम उनको slot track में डाल देते जो 3 साल में MBA करते हैं. So that's an ignominy for it. So that way, once we get the access, I see the girls or even those who are marginalized, do not have access to technology earlier, they show much more interest to leap onto the opportunity.
Yeah, I actually wanted to add to that, and I think let's look around, right? Let's look around the room. How many female? What does the female participation look like? Or in fact, even the panel.
Yeah.
And it really starts at a school level.
Yeah.
And we have really seen that. In fact, if you look at factors that enable girls sort of engage with technology and newer careers, it really starts at the school level. So I think it boils down to how are we sort of allocating those resources, right? Also in terms of content, right? The videos that I was showing, we specifically contextualized them. We had to have contextualization for girl students. And I completely agree with Dr. Badal. Once you cross that barrier, the possibilities are endless. But particularly in Kashmir, there are a lot of societal biases also. And this is a big sort of a concern we see on ground.
And quickly, what can be done to address these biases?
Sure. I think start at a school level, right? Who is teaching ICT, for example? Can we ensure equal sort of a participation of female and male teachers there? That's number one. Second is when you create groups, right? Can they be heterogeneous groups? Can girls and boys learn together to interact with the device? Also from a lens of designing content, right? Girls have this notion or a bias towards technology, and a lot of it is societal. So designing content, demystifying it, keeping it simple, also in training specifically including this aspect of inclusion. Because a lot of teachers want to sort of bridge that gap.
I have a question for
Absolutely, yes. I was just about to open this for questions, but we'll just take 3 questions. Right?
Yeah.
And before we take the questions.
Yes, please. This has actually been addressed by the SDGs because District of Kupwara. So we were talking about infrastructure. So let me give you some statistics. In my zone, I did a survey on ICT labs. We have 163 schools, so including higher secondary and high schools, from primary and middle schools. Okay, so among these schools we have 10 plus, or rather 14 schools, 2 are non-functional, having ICT plus GAN labs. So this is how you just summed up 25% or 30% of schools having. This is statistics from my zone. So among these schools, the content which the authorities have installed is already expired. One of the schools is Mr. Khurshid is here. He is in charge of that Kerala. In 2018, it has been installed, and one of the systems having Celeron processor with 2 GB RAM in 2018 or 19. So how is this fair? It's not only teachers or just we are having just this trouble and that trouble. Why not we the authorities who are just involved in this held accountable for that? Because it's totally unfair. In 2019, a Celeron processor with 2 GB RAM installed. So with this I conclude. Thank you.
Yeah. So anyone want to take? Yeah.
To give it an idea, अगर शाहजहां ने टेंडर निकाला होता तो ताजमहल नहीं बनता, लोएस्ट रेट पे ताजमहल नहीं बनता, मार्बल पे भी लोएस्ट रेट और जेम में मिल जाए ताजमहल. So Obviously, this is a governance issues, and along with that, there are the idea. थोड़ा सा एक idea अपने आप को देता हूँ. ये तो कल बात हो रही थी कि एक pioneer हो, कोई एक बंदा आके आए. Somebody has to move this. And once it, for example, the other day we were talking about, for example, हम Bain Institute में सारी चीजें खरीदता है, पार्टियन ऑफिसर अपना जेब से और पता नहीं कहाँ से खरीदता रहता है. टीचर से कोई नहीं पूछता कि भाई जो यूजर है, और इसी हिंदुस्तान में इसी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के कानून के तहत ऑडिट भी होती है उसकी. नालसा यूनिवर्सिटी अभी हमारे टीचर्स वहाँ वाइस चांसलर से रिटायर थे, प्रोफेसर फैजान मुस्तफा, उन्होंने सारे पार्टियस कमेटी में LLM LLB के स्टूडेंट्स डाल दिए. तो एक वीसी ने ये हिम्मत दिखाई कि मेरे पार्टियस कमेटी में मेरा LLB LLM का स्टूडेंट होगा. उसकी नौकरी नहीं गई, वो CBI ने उसको अरेस्ट नहीं किया, और उस यूनिवर्सिटी की ऑडिट हर साल होती है. बाकी क्यों नहीं कर? बच्चे को क्या मालूम इसको क्यों डाल दे पार्टियस को? मैं
How you can bring in communication was taught by Aristotle. He said that once something is taught, it's encoded somewhere, for example, in 1975, early 70s. How the students were educated in far-flung areas, that there was a satellite instructional television experiment that was done. There was a place at a school, so many students were brought in, and on a television, through that they were educated. But there was the facilitation job of the teacher. What is encoded there in the communication that is being shown on the screen? As per Aristotle, whatever is encoded or whatever is taught, it doesn't 100% reach to the student. So there comes the job of facilitation. This teacher has to decode what was watched there, what was seen there, and then encode it in the mind and put it before the student, what was said there. That is about television. In today's age, I think when somebody was speaking that we don't have internet penetration in every area, we are still cutting teeth when it comes to digitalization. I think there comes all the more duty and responsibility of the teacher that they do that facilitation job. Or Osama spoke that we don't have internet available here. We can have reams of notes or information capsules in offline mode. There again, there lies the responsibility of the teacher. He can decode that information for the students in the far-flung areas. Even in Kashmir, digitization would take time. And the other thing I would say, for example, yesterday somebody was in a panel from Educational Multimedia Research Center. Their e-content is developed. And I made a remark that actually it was started that e-content of your 1995 was being shown in 2005 through cable network. That was an obsolete content, and somebody was talking about the obsolete content. The case is such that it's lost in logistics. For example, I was a media student studying at Kashmir University, MERC, Media Education Research Center, and just to that there is an adjacent room that hosts EMMRC, Educational Multimedia Research Center. If we had to study something in the EMMRC, we had to approach the authorities first so that we can get to the next room for studying some models that were prepared at EMMRC. So there lies the hurdle that on the logistical part. How do you ensure that the content, e-content that's been produced at EMMRC would all the way reach and in the updated version, not in that obsolete form, 2022 version to the students?
Correct. So, point well taken, sir.
Government infrastructure. First, I would like to thank UNICEF and Directorate of Kashmir for organizing such a wonderful program, which has galaxy of information providing. So, Mr. Osama just talked about the connectivity issues and digital literacy, libraries, and further, I just emphasize on creation of one digital library in each panchayat at least. I still remember the date in the year 2007. I had the opportunity to visit Kurukshetra University, and I was surprised to see 200 systems were there in a single lab. Whereas in our state, we don't have any such lab where students have access to such a wonderful. So these should be first of all attended to, at least the community should reach at one place if they don't have access to the system at their home or somewhere else. Second, talking of the access points, which Mr. Sommer told that there should be line of sight will be easy. So wherever school boundaries are good enough, and as you know, we generally have one or two, simply one connection that caters to 1,000 rupees for 1 month for one connection, say optical fiber. Wherever optical fiber has reached, each school must be told that they should put up on optical fiber, and still as you know, biometric attendance is there and all the issues are. So this will not cater to your biometric attendance system or digital transformation system or uploading and downloading of data. So many day-to-day activities are getting into this, and getting an optical fiber should be must for all wherever this has reached. Second, the binding on the BSNL, which is the binder for most of the government organizations that go for BSNL only and don't go for other ISPs. So that is again a concern. One my colleague also put up question.
Grassroots level worker.
Yeah.
सर मेरा ये एक्सपीरियंस है कि मैंने अभी तक क्या ऑब्जर्व किया है, तो हमारे स्कूल में जो रोल है वो बॉयज हायर सेकेंडरी वीरवा की बात कर रहा हूँ, हमारी हायर सेकेंडरी में जो रोल है वो 500 है। तो आईटी में मेरा सब्जेक्ट का रोल है ओनली 27 है, और फिजिकल एजुकेशन है तो उसका रोल बाकी जितने भी बचते हैं वो सारे किसमें फिजिकल एजुकेशन में। तो जब 11th में कोई बच्चा आता है आईबी या आईटी लेकर, तो मुझे उसको ये पढ़ाना पड़ता है व्हाट इज कंप्यूटर एट 11th क्लास में है, और मुझे उसको पढ़ाना पड़ता है व्हाट इज कंप्यूटर। तो अगर ये मेरी सजेशन ये है कि अगर ये सारी जो वर्कशॉप्स है अगर ये स्कूल लेवल पे होते, बच्चे को ये पता चलता कि अगर ये इंसेप्शन है, अगर इफ दिस इज इंसेप्शन ऑफ डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन, तो ऐसे जो वर्कशॉप है वो स्कूल लेवल पे भी होने चाहिए, ताकि बच्चे, क्योंकि जो सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चे हैं उनको कंप्यूटर या उनको नहीं पता होता है, तो अगर ये वर्कशॉप्स वहाँ होते, 8th में होते, 5th में होते, तो बच्चे को पहले ही एजुकेट किया जाता कंप्यूटर के बारे में, तो वो आगे फिर हमारे स्कूल में जो वहाँ कॉल सेंटर भी है, वहाँ आईसीटी लैब है, इंटरेक्टिव पैनल है, वहाँ मेरे पास जो मेरी हायर सेकेंडरी है वहाँ जो मुझे लगता है जो यूएसए में कोई स्कूल होगा जैसा वहाँ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होगा वैसा ही मेरे स्कूल में देयर इज फाइबर, देयर इज एवरीथिंग इज देयर, बट स्टूडेंट ही नहीं है, स्टूडेंट को इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है व्हाट इज आईबी, सब्जेक्ट क्या है, उसको बिल्कुल इसकी इंफॉर्मेशन ही नहीं। तो अगर सर अगर हम बच्चे को सोने का भी कंप्यूटर देंगे लेकिन उसको कंप्यूटर के बारे में पता ही नहीं होगा, तो व्हाट्स द फन? इसका मतलब क्या है? तो ये होनी चाहिए, ऐसे वर्कशॉप्स होने चाहिए एट 5th लेवल, प्राइमरी लेवल भी होने, 8th की स्कूल जो 8th तक, तो वहाँ ऐसी वर्कशॉप्स होनी चाहिए ताकि बच्चे को पता चल जाए कि मार्केट में चल क्या रहा है।
And I thank the panel members also for their valuable contribution. Thank you very much, and then now we'll proceed to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can data analysis help in better planning and delivery of education? We have with us the resource person, Professor Arun Mehta. Professor Arun is former professor and head Department of Educational Management, Information System, National University of Education Planning and Administration. Over to you, sir.
Whatever data is required for efficient formulation of plan is now available in ready-to-use form, thanks to the activities undertaken as a part of the Unified District Information System for Education, through which the information is now available in ready-to-use form on all the aspects of school education in our country. As of now, we were collecting information only on the number of schools, enrollment, teachers, infrastructure. Now we have also started collecting information on a few IT related variables also. We now have information on number of schools having computers, number of schools having functional computers, internet, functional internet, laptop, and other aspects also. But it is just beginning, and whatever information which is available on the IT related variables are concerned, they are only at a point of time. You know in India we collect information on educational variables once in a year, and that is 30th September. So information and whatever numbers which are quoted here, they were as on 30th September 2021. So that information might have improved for the better now. So far as the planning is concerned, if we correctly analyze the data, believe me, half work is done. But unfortunately, you all know, despite being information available on every aspect of school education, in terms of universal access, universal quality of education, universal retention, and universal enrollment or participation, despite that, the information is not optimally utilized. If the information is correctly utilized, problems are identified, focus groups are identified, definitely the half of the work is done. But 44 चल रहा है, हर जगह एक ही दवाई दे दो आप, वो नहीं चलेगा। जब तक इंडिकेटर्स को यूज नहीं करेंगे और इंडिकेटर बेस्ड आपका डायग्नोसिस नहीं होगा और डायग्नोसिस बेस्ड आपका इंटरवेंशंस नहीं होगा, आई एम सॉरी टू से वी आर स्टिल वेरी फार अवे रीचिंग attaining the goal of universal school education in the real sense. काफी प्रोग्रेस की है यूनिवर्सल एक्सेस में, यूनिवर्सल रिटेंशन में, यूनिवर्सल पार्टिसिपेशन में, but unfortunately the goal is still far away, but we are moving towards achieving the goal, but still the goal is a distant one. जब आप डायग्नोसिस एक्सरसाइज करेंगे तो आपको क्वांटिटेटिव एनालिसिस करना है, क्वालिटेटिव करना है, टाइम सीरीज करना है, स्टॉक स्टैटिस्टिक्स करना है. You have to analyze data from all the sources, government sources, non-government sources, for the formal education, non-formal education, disaggregated data, aggregated data, every bit of information which is available for our consideration is to be considered so as to know where do we stand. The objective of diagnosis exercise is to present the truth and not to hide the truth. That is the very important aspect of education planning. But unfortunately nowadays data is not very rigorous. Rigorous analysis of data is not taking place. And you know better than me that district plans under the Samagra Shiksha now, they are being formulated based on the 60 plus sub-action sheets. यहाँ से जो MIS का ऑफिसर है हर स्टेट का, वो एक्सेल शीट्स के अंदर डेटा भर के देता है. उसके बाद में एडसील जो टेक्निकल सपोर्ट ग्रुप है समग्र शिक्षा का दिल्ली में, वहाँ जाके बैठते हैं और उसके बाद यूनिवर्सल एनरोलमेंट, जो बच्चे स्कूल में आगे हैं उनको स्कूल में रोक के रखना, यूनिवर्सल रिटेंशन, और जो ड्रॉप आउट नहीं हुआ है और बच्चा कंटिन्यू कर रहा है सिस्टम में, एक लेवल ऑफ एजुकेशन से दूसरे लेवल ऑफ एजुकेशन में ट्रांजिट करे. और ट्रांजिट करने के बाद में वो अगर प्राइमरी से अपर प्राइमरी में चला गया है तो ही शुड कंटिन्यू रिमेन एंड कंटिन्यू एंड रीच ग्रेड 8 एंड पास ग्रेड 8 with the satisfactory quality of education. That is the meaning of universal school education or universalization of school education. लेकिन अब आपको पता है अभी नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 ने तो आपके स्कूल स्ट्रक्चर के अंदर बहुत ही परिवर्तन कर दिया. स्कूल स्ट्रक्चर में फाउंडेशनल लेवल उसमें आपके 3 to 5 और ग्रेड 1 और 2 इनको क्लब कर दिया. प्रिपरेटरी स्टेज के अंदर, प्रिपरेटरी फेज के अंदर ग्रेड 3, 4 और 5 को डाल दिया. मिडिल स्टेज आपका पहले वाला ही है, अपर प्राइमरी लेवल 6, 7 and 8. And secondary stage, that is the fourth phase of the restructured school education is the secondary level consisting of grade 9 and 10 previously of secondary and 11 and 12 of previously higher secondary. तो ये 4 फेजेस नए बने हैं। आज की तारीख में एक भी बंदा मुझे ये बता दे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में इन 4 फेजेस के हिसाब से एनरोलमेंट कितना है, ग्रोथ एनरोलमेंट कितना है, रिटेंशन रेट कितनी है, ड्रॉप आउट रेट कितनी है, ग्रेड टू ग्रेड ड्रॉप आउट प्रमोशन रिपीटिशन रेट कितनी है, क्योंकि किसी ने वर्कआउट ही नहीं किया है। और ये जम्मू एंड कश्मीर का ही मसला नहीं है, द लीड शुड हैव टेकन फ्रॉम द नेशनल लेवल। उनको सभी स्टेट के साथ में बैठ के नए इंडिकेटर को डेवलप करना पड़ेगा। द मीनिंग ऑफ यूनिवर्सलाइजेशन व्हिच आई हैव जस्ट शेयर विद यू, ये 4 फेजेस की वजह से उनका मतलब ही बदल गया है। एज ग्रुप के हिसाब से उसके कॉरस्पॉन्डिंग लेवल में या क्लासेज में कितने बच्चे सिस्टम में हैं, तो इसको कहते हैं एनरोलमेंट रेशियो, या इसको कहते हैं ग्रोथ एनरोलमेंट रेशियो। इसी तरह एक और होता है नेट एनरोलमेंट रेशियो, एक और होता है एज स्पेसिफिक एनरोलमेंट रेशियो, एक और होता है एडजस्टेड नेट एनरोलमेंट रेशियो। तो इन 4 बिंदुओं पे बात करूंगा मैं। तो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में प्राइमरी लेवल पे ग्रोथ एनरोलमेंट रेशियो है 112। इसका मतलब क्या हुआ, जितने बच्चे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में हैं 6 से 11 वर्ष वाले, अंदाजन आपको पता है जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में 6 से 11 वाले बच्चे कितने हैं? वो है करीबन 9,88,000। 11 से 14 वाले बच्चे हैं 8,81,000। करीबन 19 लाख बच्चे हैं आपके एलिमेंट्री लेवल वाले 6 से 14 साल वाले। तो प्राइमरी लेवल पे ग्रोथ एनरोलमेंट रेशियो आ रहा है आपका जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में 112%। इसका मतलब क्या है? एक बात तो यहाँ पे निश्चित है कि केवल जम्मू एंड कश्मीर एज ए होल अगर हम एनरोलमेंट रेशियो देखें तो ये हमें बहुत ज्यादा प्लानिंग में मदद नहीं करेगा अनलेस अंटिल इस रेशियो को, एनरोलमेंट रेशियो ही नहीं बाकी सभी के इंडिकेटर्स को अनलेस अंटिल वी कंप्यूट करें डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज, सभी 20 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के एनरोलमेंट रेशियो बाकी इंडिकेटर्स कैलकुलेट करें और उन डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ब्लॉक वाइज या जोन वाइज और बॉयज और गर्ल्स का, तब तो जाके आप ये पिन पॉइंट कर पाएंगे कि श्रीनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इतने बच्चे थे, उसमें से इतने एनरोल्ड है, इतने एनरोल्ड नहीं है। अभी बताया कि 93,000 बच्चे आपके हाउस होल्ड सर्वे से पता चला है कि आउट ऑफ स्कूल है। ये 93,000 कम नहीं है। अगर हम इसको 6 से 13 की पॉपुलेशन आपकी जो राज्य की है उसकी देखें, 5% बच्चे अभी भी आउट ऑफ स्कूल है, ये 93% के बेसिस के ऊपर। एंड 5% नंबर डिस्पाइट सर्व शिक्षा अभियान, डिस्पाइट माध्यमिक शिक्षा अभियान, डिस्पाइट समग्र शिक्षा अभियान ऑफ 4 years नाउ, दिस इज ह्यूज नंबर। तो आपने बताया था प्रेजेंटेशन में कि ये दलित है, ये ओबीसी है, ये कौन है, एससी एसटी। तो अब अगले साल का 22-23 का 23-24 का जो प्लान बनाए तो जो आउट ऑफ स्कूल सर्वे से इंफॉर्मेशन आई है उसको आप यूज करें, उसके हिसाब से बच्चों को स्कूल में लाने की कोशिश करें, अन्यथा ये काम कभी भी होने वाला नहीं। तो ग्रोथ एनरोलमेंट रेशियो प्राइमरी लेवल पे है 112%। इसका मतलब है 112% इंक्लूडिंग अंडर एज 6 and over age 11 children are enrolled in primary corresponding primary classes 1 to 5 in Jammu and Kashmir. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि साहब ये 100 से ज्यादा हो गया तो we have achieved the goal of universal enrollment, primary enrollment. No, it is including those of the underage and overage children. So gross enrollment ratio is a crude indicator which gives us some information about the participation of children of a particular age in the corresponding primary level of education. तो ये ज्यादा एक लेवल आगे में पढ़ रहे हैं। 6 से 11 वाला बच्चा 1 से 5 में होना चाहिए, लेकिन कुछ बच्चे एंट्री लेवल जल्दी एंटर कर देते हैं सिस्टम में, तो कुछ बच्चे हैं वो 6, 7, 8 में भी होंगे। इसलिए नेट एनरोलमेंट रेशियो इज अ बेटर इंडिकेटर ऑफ एनरोलमेंट पार्टिसिपेशन, बट इट इज gross enrollment ratio, net enrollment ratio is better than gross enrollment ratio, but it is not free from the limitations, because हम नेट एनरोलमेंट रेशियो में उन्हीं बच्चों को लेते हैं 6 से 11 वाले जो 1 से 5 में, लेकिन जो 6 से 11 वाले बच्चे 6, 7, 8 में हैं कक्षाओं में, उनको कंसीडर नहीं करते हैं. तो इट इज एन इम्प्रूव्ड वर्जन ऑफ एनरोलमेंट रेशियो बट इज नॉट फ्री फ्रॉम द एरर्स. सो उसके लिए एक नया और इंडिकेटर है नेट एनरोलमेंट रेशियो, एडजस्टेड नेट एनरोलमेंट रेशियो. वो जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में प्राइमरी लेवल के लिए आ रहा है 100. इसका मतलब है कि 6 से 11 के बच्चे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में सभी बच्चे एनरोल्ड, चाहे वो 1 से 5 में हो, चाहे 6 या 8 में हो, लेकिन सभी के सभी बच्चे जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में 6 से 11 वाले सभी एनरोल्ड है. ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात है. लेकिन हमारा उद्देश्य क्या है? 6 से 11 वाले बच्चों को 1 से 5 में भर्ती करना, पढ़ाना. ये कब संभव होगा? जब हम यूनिवर्सलाइजेशन की तरफ बढ़ेंगे. एंड वी मूव टुवर्ड्स द यूनिवर्सलाइजेशन, चिल्ड्रन will start entering the system at the appropriate age, entry age, and that age is 6 साल का बच्चा जब पहली क्लास में एंटर करना शुरू करेगा, तब आपका ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशियो, नेट एनरोलमेंट रेशियो और एडजस्टेड एनरोलमेंट रेशियो सारे एक हो जाएंगे. कोई ओवर एज अंडर एज नहीं बचेगा. लेकिन ये 100% नेट एडजस्टेड नेट एनरोलमेंट रेशियो बताता है कि बहुत सारे बच्चे जम्मू और कश्मीर में करीबन 14% बच्चे हैं, वो ऊपर की क्लास के अंदर पढ़ रहे हैं. अच्छा, 40 minutes more. Exercise is over. It will help us in knowing where do we stand. What are the educational problems in my district, my zone, my state, and who are the what focus group which need your attention as educational planner. ये सब चीजें अगर आप प्लान फॉर्मुलेट करने के पहले कर लेंगे, तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि अगले साल वाला प्लान आपका बहुत ही सही हो सकता है. और आप
kindly proceed to the upper floor for a lunch break. Kindly join us back in 15 to 20 minutes max. I'm so sorry.
So what's your name and how you see this workshop like for Kashmir as an education perspective when we talk about technology?
See, my name is Anjali and I'm from district Srinagar only. As far as this workshop is concerned, this has been an eye-opener. COVID pandemic came all of a sudden and we were not prepared for anything. To some people it might have been nightmare as far as COVID is concerned, but I do believe that to we people it has proved to be a great thing that has transformed our thinking, our knowledge, our whole perspective as far as the teaching and learning is concerned. We have been able to generate what we were not able to think ever before. Like we shifted from that orthodox and conventional way of teaching to the digital platform. And this workshop being organized by UNICEF for every child in collaboration with so many other groups has been a tremendous effort for all of us by them. As a teacher, I do appreciate such programs wherein we have learned how to shift from the rote learning and memorization and to cater to what new policy NEP 2020. Most recently, we had a new document about educational policy transformation from rote learning to the life skills NEP 2020, and I'm very much fortunate to be a part of it. We have learned a lot.
So what's your good name and what purpose is this workshop? Like if we see the education system in Kashmir, so how technology will grow up the education system?
My name is Gul Muhammad. I'm working in Pratham on a digital initiative.
Loud thoda. Loud thoda pan.
My name is Gul Muhammad. I'm working in Pratham on digital initiative. जैसा कि आपने बोला कि मतलब हम कैसे डिजिटल इनिशिएटिव को आगे बढ़ाएं या हम क्यों यहाँ पर आए हैं ये डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन और इन JNK मतलब एजुकेशन को थोड़ा डिजिटली बूस्ट मतलब इससे हेल्प वगैरह मिलेगी. तो हम मतलब मुझे ये लगता है कि पहले तो मतलब हमें अवेयर करना चाहिए लोगों को कि डिजिटली के बारे में, क्योंकि अगर हम पेरेंट्स की बात करें, मतलब अगर हम उनके एम्पावरमेंट के बारे में बात करें, पहले हमें उनको अवेयर करना है कि आपको हम किसके लिए एम्पावर कर रहे हैं। हमें उनको उनके बच्चों के टुवर्ड्स उनके रोल ऑफ पेरेंट्स क्या है, ये सब सारी चीज़ें पहले उनके लिए मतलब अवेयर करना पड़ेगा। उसके बाद बाकी तो मतलब जो भी कंटेंट अवेलेबल है, मोड है, जैसे मतलब एज ए पार्ट ऑफ प्रथम मतलब हमारी वेबसाइट्स पे है, मतलब कंटेंट फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट है, वो उसमें कोई मतलब चार्ज वगैरह नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है कि लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस बहुत है, अगर वो फुलफिल हो जाए तो दैट विल बी गुड।
थैंक यू।
Is Project Director Samagra Shiksha for the keynote address. He joins us online.
This would even is funded by UNICEF, but he is generating
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Please.
Can somebody?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Okay. We're now joined for the keynote address.
Good afternoon to the participant and those who are organizing this big event of digital transformation in J&K. I heartily congratulate the UNICEF team for organizing this wonderful event, though in the cold weather of Kashmir. Had it would been done in Jammu, I would have participated physically. But anyhow, UNICEF, in association with the Samagra Shiksha, has really done tremendous work for the transformation of digital education in J&K. Recently, we have concluded two such big programs. One was the STEER, that is student-teacher engagement and their reinforcement, and other application that was Talash, to which we identified out of school children, and now their mainstreaming is in the process. The Talash application developed by the UNICEF was appreciated at the Ministry of Education, and J&K was one of the very few states who did it on the ground. It was an education census of its kind, and we identified 95,739 out of school children from the age of 3 to 22 years. So I thank UNICEF team and the teacher fraternity of my school education department who did this job, and we are ready with the data, and now the mainstreaming is in the process. We also launched another program with the UNICEF through the Pfizer Foundation, and that was initially done for 50 schools, and then it was replicated to some other schools, where the students were taught about the logic, but taught about the coding, and it has really helped us to have the development of the logic in the students. So another good initiative and by the UNICEF in association with the Faizam Foundation. It was really helping and wonderful. Now this workshop, which has been organized by the UNICEF and the NIAT Srinagar, for working on the digital transformation of the education sector in the J&K. I hope the lot of deliverables would have come across during the sessions, and whatever has been spoken over there, whatever has been taught the participants from the school education department, it's again going to be a big boon for the students of the Jammu and Kashmir of School Education Department. So I once again thanks the organizer of these programs for organizing this program and making aware our teachers of the latest development happening in the digital transformation in the country and across the globe. I will look forward for organizing more such programs in the coming time so that we are able to spread the mission of the digital transformation of the education sector in the J&K. We all know that the future lies with the technology and the digital literacy only, and such things should keep on happening so that our students does not lag behind the student in the country and the world over. So I wish a big success to the UNICEF and the organizing partner, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this event. It's really heartening to know that a lot of efforts are being done by the UNICEF in the education sector, and I am witness to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for gracing our workshop with your presence, sir. Next up, we have on the stage Mr.
But first of all, I would like to speak about what Move Beyond is all about. Move Beyond is a first startup of NIT Srinagar, which was provided incubation support. Second, what we do is, as of now and as far as my knowledge is concerned, we are the only career guidance, counseling and consultation center operating in private space in the entire J&K and Ladakh as of now. And I have a co-founder, you might be knowing him, his name is Dr. Shabir Hassan. He's an alumni of Harvard University, USA. He's a microbiologist. So he also has been doing the counseling and consultation for long in a very voluntary, separate. But then he also has joined our organization around almost a year has done, and now we are doing it very professional, separate. And Move Beyond is a startup. By startup, I mean a company. It's a business establishment. What our idea is, apart from this career counseling, consultation, and guidance, I would like to remind you all that you have the experience of the students in the schools, which you are always witnessing don't have the required motivation for coming to the school or attending to the tuitions back. It is always the push and pull game, either at the hands of teachers and parents, most of it. There are many reasons to that. The fundamental reason which we have been able to understand is that students really don't have any vision that why they are going to school. And it's not only school. I call university, college. You have the difference of names, and there is a new dimension of knowledge which they are taught. or the training, but it's a kind of school. Again, you have the timetable, you have the classes, you have the exam, you are promoted. So this 20-25 years of schooling of a student, and then when you see the situation in the country of unemployment or say unemployability, that at times you have a person who has spent 25 years in Yale University, but he is then helpless to find a simple job to just feed himself. That's very disgusting, and there's a disaster for a family, equally for the parents and the society as well. And then the unemployability. You have a person with doctorate, but he doesn't know how to write a letter. And I was recently in a conference at Delhi, which was organized by Alliance for Education. I don't know the full form, but that Najib Jang, Amir Qureshi, which is the former Chief Election Commissioner, and a few other dignitaries, Shahin Siddiqui and all that, they have made it. One of the professors from IIM Ahmedabad was telling that India doesn't have an unemployment problem as big as they have the problem of unemployability. The skilled population of India is only 5%. By that I mean that if you have the 100 jobs, still you can only accommodate 5 people. 95 ought to be there because you don't have the people for that. And I would like to quote one of the discussions of World Economic Forum, which I heard myself, that there was an economist who was telling that there was a misconception in the world that China is having the cheap labor, that's why MNCs go to that country. But it's not the cheap labor, it is the skilled labor present there, which is nowhere around. And tell you very frankly, I have engaged with many senior most economists, educationists in an informal level or as well as on formal level. And I would like to quote Mr. I forgot his name. He is heading Center for Inclusive Growth and Sustainable Development in Azim Premji University. He has agreed with me that in fact we are manufacturing, we are doing a great disservice to our youth who are in the colleges and the universities because rarely some skill formation is taking place. That's why IBM or any other company, they retrain the engineers who come out of the colleges. And to me, as a person who has come from activism, who is more concerned about the social issues, the social dynamics, it's very disheartening for me when I see a person who is helpless and depressed for not having a job. And at the same time, he has invested 25 years of his youth, money, energy, time, and when everything, his parents, his education was a priority. For a native or even for a millionaire, they work extremely hard like that. Their kids should get educated, well trained. And at the end of the day, where they are, they are clueless. And it's not easy, let me tell you very frankly. I would have met at least more than 15,000 students till date, one-to-one, in all these years. And I love doing that and listening to their stories. It's not easy at the age of post-graduation to tell a student to start from zero. It's not possible. And then they say, kahin pe laga. And you know, at the recent example I would like to quote, I had a MA literature student. She was telling me that she has some problem in enrolling in accounts assistant course at Kashmir University. There is an eligibility criteria problem. Help me in that. Somehow, you know, a lot of people for that matter. I was surprised to see an MA literature guy going for accounts assistant certificate course because she is not getting any job in MA literature. But when you look through, she really doesn't know how to put those sentences together. And she has got more than 65% title in her master's. So in order to address this issue, there are many ways to address this issue. But so far, as a private person, as an individual, I think I can only aware a person. So the career counseling, I find a very big response to this problem of unemployment and unemployability. And I would like to tell you, wherever I have gone till date, maybe to this school, to government school, to some private school, to Malanson, GD going to come, I have got a fan following because you know, I am surprised about that students for the first time, somebody confronts them like, what are you doing in the school? And when you, for example, qualify 10th class, then you go into 11th, 12th, then you go into graduation, then you go into post-graduation. You see most of the students who take science in 11th, 12th go to the commerce and arts in graduation. But if they have to now study commerce and arts from graduation, they have to start from zero once again. So they have to start from 11th. This is a disaster with most of our students. Most of our students. And I can tell you, In my workshops, I have seen 99% of the students doesn't know about psychometric testing. I'm telling you all schools, not the government schools, every school. They hear the word for the first time, psychometric testing, which is the only possible tool we have these days to just have some more understanding of one's personality, attitude, or whatever, which can be utilized in choosing a particular stream. अब देखिए पूरा एजुकेशनल प्रोसेस अगर हम थोड़ा सिंपलीफाई करें, एक कोर्स ही तो लेना है, as simple as that, और उसी कोर्स पे पूरा स्पेशलाइजेशन, पूरा मास्टर बनी हुआ था, इतना ही थोड़ा सा काम है. I don't think it's a big deal, and I don't think I'm doing something supernatural thing or something very big. I think I'm doing a very simple job. But ये थोड़ा सा कोर्स भी नहीं सिलेक्ट हो रहा बच्चों से. छोटा सा कोर्स ही तो सिलेक्ट कर लिया 10th के बाद, और 10th के बाद स्ट्रीम लेनी है, क्या वो 10th के बाद सोचेगा? When everybody, when there's a pressure of kya kare, the skill selection must start, the process must start from 8th class, which the NEP says. I think it is the 14 years of age, the NEP says the career counseling must start. And there are very levels of career counseling. How much you can speak to a student when he comes to in graduation. So, in a nutshell, what I want to tell you is the career guidance counseling and the consultation idea which I am working on, this is the inspiration. And in addition to that, the career, now there was one more problem for me that I individually can talk to 10 people, 100 people or 1,000 people. And for example, in a year I can end up talking to 20,000 people. But I'm really concerned about each and every student of my UT, even for that matter the whole planet. But not to exaggerate, but so far as my UT is concerned, we have lakhs of students. So my idea was how I can reach to all. That was the biggest depression with me. My mentor is here, Professor Saad Parvez, is the mentor of my startup. He can tell you how much he struggled, like, kaise kare. Then he got the idea of indexing. So we have the Nifty 50 stock exchange in which you see live to share count, kitna price ho gaya. Then they thought that can I make a tool which can give me the index कि MBBS कितने बनने चाहते हैं, कितने लोग IAS करना चाहते हैं, कितने लोग आर्मी में जाना चाहते हैं, so that I will catch them young. और उससे क्या होगा? मुझे एक आदमी से भी वही बात करनी है. For example, if I am dealing with an IAS aspirant, मुझे एक IAS aspirant से भी उतनी ही बातें करनी है जितनी मुझे 100 IAS aspirant से बातें करनी है. So this indexing tool which I want to make online, even the work is in progress, I can address thousands, even millions in a one session. This is how I can be accessible. This is how I have thought of reaching out. And this very model was presented to Honorable LG at NIT Srinagar during his recent visit. He has also given us an administrative support. Like, I don't know whether you know or not, the Directorate of School Education sometime back in the month of December 20, even in Jammu Directorate as well, with reference to the Honorable LG's letter, has written all the schools across J&K, including universities, colleges, even the skill development department, that move beyond may be facilitated for organizing career counseling and developmental activities. And we are trying our bit. And career indexing is the idea so that we can reach to all the students, absolutely all the students, and we can also monitor their satisfaction level. Like, are they really happy with the counseling we are delivering? Are they really getting any value? And as of now, whatever the work we have done, I would not be able to show that all because of the paucity of time. You can check our Google reviews. You can see what students are telling about us. And I really feel proud in doing this work today. So with this, I will take the leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Real-time online monitoring of the employees and other necessary stakeholders is necessary to improve governance and provide support so as to enhance the learning outcomes of students. In alignment with this view, states and union territories were advised to establish Vidya Sameksha Kendra at state level for tracking student enrollment, progress in their learning levels, textbook delivery, support required by teachers in schools, etc. Vidya Sameksha Kendra or VSKs are aimed at leveraging data and technology to bring a leap in learning outcomes. We have with us Deependra Thakur, Associate Director of Deloitte in Education and Skill Practice of the firm. He has over a decade of experience of working with both government and private sector entities. In his current role, he is managing a large educational transformation project of Government of Gujarat, which is funded by World Bank and AIIB. we have Deependra to discuss Vidya Sameeksha further. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Deependra.
Good afternoon again, and thank you very much. I'll just discuss few challenges that we faced and how this idea of Vidya Sameeksha came up. Next. Yeah. So on the screen, if you see, and these are the general challenges with any state will have. There's a difficulty in tracking the enrollment of students and out of school children. There is a difficulty in monitoring the attendance, both of teachers and students, right? A lot of paper-based reporting happens, right? There are CRC visits, VRC visits, they will give their comments, and it's taught on paper, and if you have to pull out that, what were the observations 6 months back of a CRC or VRC, no one really knows. We only count the number, okay, out of 12 visits, 6 visits done, 4 visits done. But what is coming out of that visit, no one was actually able to gather and analyze. So that was one of the problems, and that's how the review system was made. And what we reviewed, have you done visited? Yes or no. But what came out of those visits, nobody was tracking. Then no real-time evaluation of monitoring, real-time evaluation and monitoring of academic performance. Right? It's like at a year end you will have some exam or some assessment, and there's a report card, and that's it. We are not testing them on a continuous basis and giving remedial work or some sort of assistance or help. There is a lot of data in school education system, but it is all in silos. One system captures about student, one system captures about teacher, some other system will capture about the infrastructure. For example, I don't know about Jammu Kashmir, how the payroll system of teachers integrated with the other system, or maybe the school infra system, if there is an MIS capturing school information. Today, if you have to plan that, I am planning for 1,000 computer labs. So, how would you plan that? Where do you give those computer labs? Library, you put these 10 computers, and that is. So, there is information available in the system, but it's not talking to each other. Right? There is no triangulation of data. In one system is reporting X, other system is reporting Y. And you're not able to see where this difference is coming. And I'm sure in Jammu Kashmir also this situation and problem would be there. So what happens higher wala hai because so that our numbers at least look good. And we can say this system mein higher hai humne yahan se liya. So these were the issues and challenges that we were also facing. So and if I have to just summarize this, and if you can just go to the next slide. See, school education is a department which has maximum number of employees, right? It's the largest department, I guess, rural development, health, and education. These are the three departments which would have 80-90% of the workforce of the government, right? In terms of impact also, see the kind of impact the school education department makes. It's one of the top 3 departments. Right? You directly interact with so many children. Right? So monitoring this system is the biggest challenge. If I have to summarize the other points, how do we monitor this huge system? So we are saying that technology can help, and how it can help. This we have applied in Vidya Sameeksha. So what is it? It's a technology-enabled online real-time mechanism where we monitor not only this infra and administrative components, but also learning progress of every student across grades and in every schools, and with the core purpose of whether we can improve grade-appropriate learning or not. Right. So now I'll just give you a sense of this. When we say every student, every grade, in every schools, how many schools we have in JNK? 28,000, right? How many students?
24 lakhs.
24 lakhs. So 24, if supposedly I am doing 2 exams per year, right? So 24 lakhs students into 2, 48 lakhs, 48 lakhs into 28,000, right? So that's the data that you can generate if you're doing 2 assessments. If you're just trying to assess your students in terms of their grade appropriate learning, and if you conduct 2 exams only, you have 24 lakhs into 2 into 28,000 data points. Right? And you have so much data and you have to draw meaningful insights out of it. You would need some sort of a high-end technology to analyze it. Planning, management, etc. How do you enhance learning and assessments using technology? Virtual classes, e-content, and we have this whole NDR, which is often talked about, which is a digital architecture where I'll have an identity. It's a virtual world for my movement in school education. And of course, e-content, whatever we are discussing in this today's workshop, right? So this initiative is very well aligned with the national policy or national, the next phase which we are starting in NEP. Next. Okay, so just to give you a perspective, let's see first the kind of infrastructure that we have in BSK. On the left-hand side, there's a picture where you can see a wall, and then there are our callers sitting, people who actually manage and talk to the districts. We have 23 districts, and for each district there's one person assigned who would coordinate with that district on whatever analysis we are doing on the in BSK. So their work is to continuously speak to the district and provide them support. This is not sort of a purely monitoring, but it's also providing support to the districts. Right? And as I was saying that when you consolidate these data points, this is for last year where we had 500 crores data point, because we are doing some assessments on a regular basis. So for us, it's every Saturday, for every subject we do an assessment, and that assessment is learning outcome wise. Right? So then you imagine we have around 70 lakh students, and we have a test every week, and we ask 5 questions in it, and which are not which are based on learning outcomes. So currently this number is around 1,000 crore data points. Right? And when we gather this data, what sort of analysis we do? We can actually pinpoint at a state level we see, then at a district level, at a block level, we see at the cluster level, and then at school level. And after school, and in one particular school, then I have classrooms, like grade 1, 2, 3. We do it for 3 class 3 onward. So class 3 and then number of students. Okay. Right. So 3 key elements to this. The first one is that we want our students to learn better. Now, how would they learn by our big analysis that we are doing? How would it enable a student to learn better? Any guesses? Any thoughts? How would data analysis help a student learn if you are doing it in a centralized manner?
It helps to identify weakness.
Yes, so weakness. First, identification of areas where we need to work. So at the student level, what we are doing is that we are publishing report cards, which do not say that how much marks you have got. The report card says that these are the areas where there is a focus that we need to do. And that's how, at least we know that with this student, I need to have a different approach and I need to support this particular student in a different manner. Right? Now the second component to this is that our teachers teach better. Again same, if in a class of 30 students, I know where my students are lacking and where they are good. I can actually customize my teaching and customize my approach towards a set of students or entire class. Right? While, see, we are not saying that it's pinpointing. It's like, as a teacher, I know where I need to focus. Right? And the last one is for the administration to decide better. How do we do this in terms of administration? Better decision making. And I gave an example also that if we have to plan a computer lab, now we have sufficient information that where it is needed. We were discussing in the morning also that prioritization. So with this sort of a data analysis, we try to prioritize where there is a need and what should be our focus areas. So these are the three main pillars which we want to strengthen through Vidya Samiksha again. Next. Okay, so if you have to capture so much data, if you have to analyze so much data, and if you have to draw insights and then again feed it back to the system, you need certain base for it. And luckily in Gujarat, what happened is that the ecosystem, and there are different parameters to it. But these three things are additional layers we have in our next. And as I was saying that you need a developed, mature application ecosystem. So in our VSK, if you see those blocks in gray, we have a child tracking system, we have an assessment application, we have an online attendance system. Now attendance system is also like for teachers, the attendance system is designed in a manner that whenever for students in fact, whenever they do, by default everyone is present. Now teacher has to only mark students who are absent. So that we also thought that it should not overburden the teachers. Similarly, for the assessment, there is a booklet which we give, and this booklet has the answer sheets. Answer sheets can be evaluated, and below that there is a QR sort of not QR, those circles that we used to fill up. OMR sheets sort of a thing. So teachers evaluated and fill those OMR sheets and just scan it from one several application that we have developed. Automatically, entire data gets captured. He need not to, key in the name, the grade, the question number. He has to just scan and this all get added to the database itself. Right. So there is a Civil MIS app. There is a school accreditation app. So we have a Gujarat School Accreditation Council which assess all the schools in certain parameters and give them ranking. So that application also is integrated with this. We have school administrative software for all teachers, teacher administration. It would be related to their salary slips, payrolls, leave management system, all those things. For FLN, we are trying to partner with few institutions and capture total reading fluency through an software and application. We have a CWS application also, but it is not yet integrated. So when you have these ecosystem of application and you merge them, and if they are working fine and you have triangulation, you can get a lot of insights, And this was the mapping part of the VSK. Do some sort of program management, platform management. You can actually ensure a governance which is more effective. You can have a standard SOPs developed, action taken reports, follow-ups can also be triggered, whatever is to be done, and a lot of capacity building you can do. In fact, all these things, we at every because we have given login to every teacher, and we use Teams for our. So every teacher in our ecosystem were trained to use Teams, and this is pre-pandemic, which has helped us a lot during pandemic. Next. On FLN, especially after Nipun Bharat came in, so we tried at how do we put this to the ground. Centralized summative and formative examinations. As I was saying that we call it a SAT and PAT. SAT is at the end of semester, which is twice in a year, and PAT is periodic, which is weekly test for a subject where you are only asking 5 questions. And the question paper was set up at a central level, and it was disseminated at one go
and at each school, teacher can use that question paper. So that we maintain some sort of sanctity of this assessment, right? Then Gunotsav was of course a school accreditation program that we ran, and as I was saying, minimize the non-academic work for teachers. So that was core to our designing of application system. Next. Now, what did we expect as an outcome from VSK? One is, of course, improved involvement in attendance, which is anyway, without VSK also it's a priority of any state government. We wanted to improve the learning outcomes by having this test and then analyzing that data. Improving governance through monitoring. So in today's time, our CRC, PRCs are maybe you can actually track where which school on which day which of the CRC is in which school, and we have some indicators which is shown on the map, and we can see that today the CRC visited or not. See, he might have not visited for a number of other reasons, but at least I have the information. So every day I can see what is the visit schedule, whether the calendar is followed or not, whether visit has been done or not. Right? Generally, it is always about data collection when it comes to digital transformation. Collect data, previous one. Yeah. So this is just a bird's eye view of one dashboard, which is the initial dashboard, and it says that how many schools, the data we are capturing, key parameters and statistics on the left hand side on the top. Then you can see the map of Gujarat and then the circles. The size of circle and the color of circle is also notifying some sort of analysis. And then we have average SAT score, PAT score, which is the assessment system that we have developed. Student attendance, teacher attendance, and then GSQSE score, school infra score, and student class ratio. Right. So once I see this data at any given point of day, and this is all real-time data. Right. This is not a static data. Every day we get an update in this. Right. So on some of the parameters at least, others are weekly updated. Right. Next. Similarly, this is the individual school. So first one which we have seen is a broad state level dashboard. Now we have a school level dashboard. And you click on any of these circles, it will tell you which, then you can have filters from a state to district, district to block, block to cluster, cluster to school, school to students. So that's the depth of that's the, what do you call it, depth to which we can go. And this till student level. All our data is mostly at a student level and not at a school level. Next. So this is a periodic assessment dashboard wherein we have these subjects on the top, and what is the state's average and what is the average of that particular district. And this would be district, cluster, school. Like you can compare yourself with your district, your block, your cluster, your state. In fact, within cluster also, and within school, schools also you can have a comparison. And it has all level of logins has all levels of access to a particular data. So same dashboard which the Secretary of Education can see, DE of that particular district, or block education officer, or CRC, BRC can see, but of their own area and jurisdiction administration. Next. Something on learning outcome also, as state there are some gateway learning outcomes that state has defined. That in class 12 you are expected to know 100%, but these are 10 minimum learning outcomes that you should know, which we call it gateway learning outcomes. And we can always filter this data to a student and learning outcomes. Next. We have this ORF fluency dashboard, and you will see that block wise or state wise, and I'm not taking much time on this because each graph and each dashboard will take at least half an hour to explain. And you can go to individual state, in individual district or a block or a cluster. In fact, to a children's performance also. Because as I was saying, we have a CTS, child tracking system, where we have given a unique, and it is also linked to Aadhaar. And our SCT-PAT is also linked to this. So in SCT-PAT also, whatever score they have, they get this links and suggestions on the mobile phones, wherever the children have registered. So that's one key thing. Next. And I was telling that we have this school grading mechanism which is called as Gujarat School Quality Accreditation System, wherein we have these 5-6 parameters on which we evaluate the schools. And again, this is also a topic in itself, but we give them scores and tell that what are the areas of improvement, and there is a district level ranking that we publish every now and then.
This time has been implemented in District Kupwara, also how the concept is known as Zimmedari.
Yeah, absolutely. So, this GSQAC, we started this in 2019, and this was developed with Offset UK, and now a lot of consultation we have done that what should come in.
We were having 84 indicators.
Yes, so this also has around 60 plus indicators. There are 5 parameters and then 60 indicators. I'll show you a report card of this. Next. Similarly, we have this student dashboard, and I was telling about the report card. It's there in the next slide also. But student level dashboard, where you can see the PAT score, SCT score, attendance, ORF, whatever is applicable to that particular student, right? And where he is studying. Next. Now, this is the last slide, and if you can see, there is an individual report card, and this report card gets generated automatically. So there is no manual intervention in this report card, and this is sent to all the parents. Similarly, I was telling you about this GSQAC. There is a report card on your teachers. I should you just if you can just go. And this is like each student would have a dashboard which is aligned to his or because ORF is not for everyone. Right. So this is all dynamic. So you have dashboard for student.
I would like this is an administrative dashboard, but I like to know is there any dashboard for students' own purpose?
Actually, so it's very easy for this system to create logins and give access to the dashboard to a student, right? But this is still under discussion whether we should do it or not. Right?
Like their own dashboards. The student can always get access to their reports to their
because it's all a central repository, and you can always create a login and give the rights to a student. But is it sort of a you should do it or not? That's something which is still under discussion, and we have not given it yet.
The purpose is different here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we don't know what sort of impact.
Customized dashboard. You can be on a school-wise dashboard.
Yeah. So all we are doing, we are anyway giving a student report card to individual student, right? And that's sufficient information he should know. I don't know if we start comparing it to others and what all can happen.
That can create a negative.
Yes. So that's why there's no student-based law. Teacher-based is of course there. Teacher can see in his class what is the performance of all the students. Right. So that's this was the last slide. But any questions, I'll be happy to answer. 2,000 schools in total.
Okay,
right?
good.
But if you see 1 to 8 schools, it's around 37,000.
Fair enough. Number one. Number two, now, you see, this is a common problem, where every state. How do you standardize the whole data system? Basically, how can you say that, because there's no benchmark. There's no benchmark and there's no standardization.
Yes.
So how do you compare the schools? There's a school in the remote with the low infrastructure, low resources, low teaching facilities, low content. Or rather a different content, with a school which is in the urban areas with high contents and high teaching facilities, high infrastructure. So you are comparing the two things on a common scale. So how do you justify that?
See, so sir, we are, and this is related to the school accreditation that we do. We know that if there is a difficult area, we have Kutch as a very difficult area, which is a huge district and very sparsely populated, and a lot of challenges there. But unless if I start seeing the ranking there, they are into the green zone or yellow zone, I'll never have an action on it. Right? So our purpose is very much to tell the story what numbers are telling. See, it is on the administrative side that you decide that, okay, my focus is on the schools which are in black category or in yellow category. Right? So while, see, this is all our schools. There's no good school performing and then we give them incentives. In fact, we are incentivizing those schools which are at yellow or black category to come to the green category. And we also channelize funds accordingly.
So there's a government intervention.
Yes.
That they identify the schools with low scores, low categories, and then they help them to develop.
Yes. So this is just this is just a mirror to us. That how are we looking today? Which thing we need to improve? It's not when we rank also. The focus is not at who top, who is in the bottom. That's the focus.
Sir, you counted only the merits of VSK application, but you have not deliberated on the fruits featured there from 2019, like how much literacy rate increase in Gujarat, OSC drop, reduction in OSC, and the increment in enrollment. You only showed us the expected results.
Yes. So, see, even if there is no VSK, assume there is no VSK, are your questions valid or invalid? Even without VSK, there is we always focus on improving the enrollments. And see, I have a presentation on the initiative, that one slide which I have shown, that we are trying to achieve 100% enrollment, which we have already done. So there is a separate presentation on an initiative done by state government and what is the success rate. But I don't want to show it here because the topic here is that what is the mechanism to monitor this. I can run that other presentation also where I'll tell you that from 19, what is the improvement in enrollment, what is the improvement in SAT and PAT scores, what is the improvement in civil infrastructure. Right? But what we are trying to deliberate, that is there a monitoring mechanism which can help us take better decisions, which can help three people, our students who can learn better, our teachers who can teach better, and our administrators who can take effective decisions.
But the results can be only shown.
Very valuable. But one is that first you identify those students. So identification is done there, right? Now you need to provide them remedial material or some extra effort with that student. So our G-Shala app is doing that, and because I could have shown G-Shala's application also, but just search on Google and you will get a lot of videos on G-Shala.
G-Shala Head IIEDC NIT Srinagar, Professor Saad Parvez, and CEO Move Beyond, Mr. Sheikh Inayatullah, will present the mementos to the delegates. We also have the students from Baramulla to collect their certificates, followed by the teacher. Mr. Sajjad Akbar Rathar, Ruban Abdullah, and Shaista Nazir Baba. Ruban Abdullah.
Make it right for them.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Vision Document 2030. It asks important questions. How do we monitor progress? How do we track learning effectiveness? How do we recognize innovations? We have with us our panel Professor Arun C. Mehta, Mr. Deependra Thakur, Mr. Jagdish Panotra, Mr. Arshid Hussain Zargar. The panel will be moderated by Danish Aziz, UNICEF.
Good afternoon, everyone. I can see the crowd standing on the back, but I request you all just be a little bit more patient. I know yesterday everybody had a really long, hard day. Trust me, we are all behind this event and it's been a long, hard month. So, welcome back to our fifth and our last panel discussion on Focus E, monitoring evaluation. We spoke a lot about innovations, about digital interventions. On the one hand, we were talking about integration, how do we integrate all that. But also somewhere along the line, it's also important to monitor and evaluate how are we doing this. Any intervention needs that. So, and it's the same holds true for digital interventions as well. How do we measure those digital interventions? How do we evaluate if it's having? Some digital interventions by design have their own evaluation mechanisms for monitoring and evaluation. But let's also just see, and I would say that I think what Deependra just presented was brilliant. I think that presentation itself, and I think sir just mentioned about Sunita and Vikas, so I wanted to tell you sir that they were watching, because we are streaming this event live, so they were both watching and even you were really happy to send their regards to you. And also thanks to Deependra for that brilliant presentation. Vidya Samiksha is something I think will, in the coming years, will be a reality in most of the states and J&K Union Territory including. I think from your presentation, we do have the answers to most of our questions today that we want to look at. But let's just go first to our colleagues. We have Mr. Dr. Jagdish Panotra from Jammu and Mr. Arshid Zargar from the Kashmir region. We have both of us, sir. Let us first start to build on something, but we need to know what exists first. So we would like to hear from you in terms of monitoring. Do we have something? Do we have something, or do we need to build on monitoring? हम अपने जो digital interventions को monitor कर रहे हैं कि जी हाँ वो अब आइए
सर हमारे जो हम मॉनिटरिंग की बात करते हैं तो उससे पहले ज़रूरी है जो फर्स्ट सिस्टम है हमें आइडेंटिफाई किसी भी सिस्टम को लाने के लिए उसके गोल्स और ऑब्जेक्टिव्स क्लियर होने चाहिए। हमारे पास एक टारगेट होना चाहिए। अगर हमें कोई भी डिजिटल एप्लीकेशन या कोई भी सिस्टम हम कर रहे हैं उसके ऑब्जेक्टिव्स और गोल्स क्या है। उसके बाद सेकंड इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है कि इंडिकेटर्स हमारे बने जिसमें हम मेजर कर सकें। इंडिकेटर कौन सा है, उस इंडिकेटर को लेके हमारे पास पैरामीटर्स कौन से हैं उनको आइडेंटिफाई करें। उसके बाद हमें डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा डाटा कलेक्शन पॉइंट्स और उसके बाद जो मेथड्स और जो इंस्टीट्यूशन में वो कौन से करें। अगर हम तीन चीज़ें पहले कर लें उसके बाद मॉनिटरिंग जो हम मॉनिटरिंग एज एन एडोन लेते हैं तो उससे हमारे पास जब हमारे पास गोल्स क्लियर हो ना हमारे पास डाटा इंडिकेटर्स कौन हो ना हमारे पास ये होता पता कि हमारे जो लोग हैं वो कलेक्ट करें और उनके रोल्स के रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज कौन सी ये चीज़ें। तो इसके बाद हमें ज़रूरी है एक मैकेनिज्म में डाटा का कलेक्शन करना ज़रूरी है, उसके बेसिस पे उसकी एनालिसिस करना ज़रूरी है। और फिफ्थ एंड लास्ट पॉइंट जो मेरे हिसाब से लगता है जो किसी भी सिस्टम में है ये इसी की डिजिटल की बात नहीं है, उसमें ज़रूरी है वो जो स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ उनके साथ शेयर करें रियल टाइम में और उसी के बेसिस पे जो कोर्स करेक्शन करनी होगी या बाकी चीज़ें होंगी उनको हम ले लें। अगर हम उस लूप में जाए अगर कोई गलती होगी तो फिर से हम रिप्लाई करें वो चीज़ें, अगर साथ साथ जाए बनस्बत की वेट करें एट द एंड ऑफ द डे हमने कहीं पे कोई सिस्टम दे लिया है चल रहा है नहीं चल रहा है, एट द एंड ऑफ ईयर एट द एंड ऑफ 2 years हम चल रहे हैं नहीं चल रहा है। हमारे पास एक ऐसा मैकेनिज्म होना है जिसमें सारी चीज़ें इंटीग्रेटेड हो। ओके आंसर फॉर
जगदीश जी आपके पास जाऊँ मैं, आपने एक इंडिजिनस इनिशिएटिव है आधारशिला के नाम से जिसके बारे में काफ़ी बात होती है और काफ़ी यूज भी हो रहा है और कल आपसे जो मैं बात कर रहा था तो ये कल क्या है कि वो काफ़ी रियल टाइम भी है। उसके बारे में बताइए क्या कैप्चर करता है वो, कैसे उसका वो कॉन्सेप्ट कैसे
First of all, I am thankful to UNICEF, MOBION, and MIT, and request
Senator for organizing such a wonderful workshop and gave opportunity to present me here. सर फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमें कोविड ने बहुत कुछ सिखाया, इतना कुछ सिखाया कि जो हम नहीं सीख पाते अगर इससे पहले। तो जस्ट मैं एक आपको एग्जांपल के साथ शुरू करूँगा कि हमें 2021 में 2021 में रीमॉडलिंग स्कूल का कंसेप्ट आया। तो एक्स जो हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब जी थे, उन्होंने कहा कि हमें 100 स्कूल का डेटा दीजिए along with their current data, not data but current data, real time data along with their photographs, and through that photographs I can understand the infrastructure of that institutes. तो उन्होंने ऑर्डर सुमद्रा को किया एंड सुमद्रा पास ऑन द ये हमें डायरेक्टर को ये दिया कि ये काम होना चाहिए। तो मैंने उनको पूछा कि टाइम दीजिए, कितना टाइम है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि विद इन हाफ एन आवर यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड दिस डाटा। तो मेरे पास ये जिस तरह कल रोहित गुल जी ने बताया था कि हमने लर्निंग मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम बनाया, उसके द्वारा हमारे जो लोकल इश्यूज थे उससे हमने सॉल्व किया। तो डायरेक्टर स्कूल एजुकेशन जम्मू ने भी और अलॉन्ग विद NIT के साथ मिलकर ये आधारशिला जो है ये बनाया है, उसमें मेरे पास ये डेटा था। तो मैंने आधे घंटे के अंदर ही 20 मिनट में 100 स्कूल का डेटा जो था, जो उन्होंने स्कूल मांगे थे, उनका जो बेसिक डाटा था वो मेरे पास था। उसकी मैं PDF अलॉन्ग विद वो जो फोटोग्राफ्स थे 10 फोटोग्राफ्स सारे जो थे, जिस तरह सर बोल भी रहे थे कि हमारे पास वो टाइम का फोटो होना चाहिए था, उसमें वो भी था। लिविंग असम्बली का फोटो भी उसमें था। जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है उसका फोटो भी था, इंटरनल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, एक्सटर्नल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी। आजकल कोई एक और आ रहा जो है PHE जो वाटर के लिए, वाटर पाइप्स टू टॉयलेट, वाटर पाइप्स टू मिड डे मील, वाटर पाइप्स टू स्कूल्स, ये सारा होना चाहिए। उसके फोटोग्राफ्स भी अलॉन्ग विद इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, ये कंप्लीट बिल्डिंग का स्ट्रक्चर अलग अलग ब्लॉक में जो है वो भी उसमें सारे बुक कवर्ड थे। तो वो डाटा जो उन्होंने दिया, उसके बाद उन्होंने उसमें से 100 में से 10 स्कूल जो थे उन्होंने रीमॉडलिंग के लिए वो दिए। तो ये डेटा हमारे पास था तो हो पाया। तो अगर नहीं होता तो ये थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हो जाता है, क्योंकि टाइम हमें बहुत कम मिलता है। डेटा तो हमारे पास है, तो बहुत बड़ी एप्लीकेशन जो है वो हमारे प्रोफेसर अमित सर जी ने हमें दी हुई है, जिससे हम लोग कंपैरिजन करते हैं। डेटा हमारे पास है, कंपैरिजन हम उससे करते हैं, और जो रियल टाइम हमारे पास डाटा है हम उसको ऐड करने के बाद हम लोग जो है वो डाटा प्रोवाइड करते हैं।
आइडिया तो यही था कि यूडाइस भी रियल टाइम रहेगा। तो मैं अरुण सर के पास चलूँगा। सर, जैसे अभी एक नया पैराडाइम शिफ्ट हुआ है NEP के आने के बाद, वो ये है, मैं दूसरा पैरेलल एग्जांपल दूंगा कि जैसे पहले नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क्स बनते थे और वो फिर ट्रिकल डाउन होते थे स्टेट्स को भी आप अपने अकॉर्डिंगली SCF स्टेट करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क्स बनाए। तो अब जो है ट्रेंड चेंज हो गया है कि अब स्टेट ग्रुप्स हैं, स्टेट करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क से वो जाके नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क्स में। क्या डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में भी क्या आपको लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं ऐसे इंडिजिनस इनिशिएटिव्स हैं उन्हें प्रमोट, बिकॉज हमारे लिए तो ये एक नेशनल इनिशिएटिव है उसको लेकर चलना है, यूडाइस है, यूडाइस प्लस उनके रिपोर्टिंग भी करनी है, प्लस चैलेंज डिस्ट्रिक्ट और स्टेट ऑफिशियल्स के लिए ये भी कि उनको फिर रिपोर्टिंग करनी चाहिए। तो अगर दूसरा एग्जाम्पल दूंगा दीक्षा में भी जैसे ये है कि दीक्षा में बहुत सारे लर्निंग यूजर्स के बारे में, अब दीक्षा अगर मुझे ये बता रही है कि मेरे पास इतने यूजर्स इस हफ्ते में लॉग इन किए, लेकिन मैं अगर एक स्टेट गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय हूँ, मेरा डायरेक्टर मुझसे ही पूछ रहा है कि भाई मुझे स्कूल वाइज, जेंडर वाइज ऐसा डेटा चाहिए, क्लास वाइज डेटा, ये कितने बच्चों ने क्या एक्सेस किया, कितने टीचर्स थे, कितने बच्चे थे, वो मैं नहीं दी पा रही दीक्षा के हिसाब। तो इसीलिए LMS जो हमारे यहाँ बशारत साहब बैठे हैं, उन्होंने LMS के ऊपर काम किया है स्कूल एजुकेशन कश्मीर में, उसकी सो indigenous initiatives vis-a-vis national initiatives, how should that trend be? Should we adapt national initiatives to more local needs or keep the parallel system? How do you comment on that?
काफी अच्छा प्रश्न आपने उठाया है। मेरा ये निश्चित रूप से मानना है कि जो भी नेशनल लेवल से गाइडलाइंस आती है हमारे पास, उसको तो हमें करना ही है, ऑलमोस्ट नॉन नेगोशिएबल है। बट एट द सेम टाइम वी आल्सो हैव गॉट फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी टू लुक इनटू आवर ओन रिक्वायरमेंट्स, स्टेट स्पेसिफिक रिक्वायरमेंट्स को ध्यान में देखते हुए हम हमारे स्तर पर भी कर सकते हैं। मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ, यूडाइस यूडाइस में हमने नेशनल दिल्ली में बैठ के एक डेटा कैप्चर फॉर्मेट बना दिया। उस डेटा कैप्चर फॉर्मेट को सभी स्टेट के साथ शेयर कर लिया और उस डेटा कैप्चर फॉर्मेट में वही वेरिएबल्स रखे दोज वर एप्लीकेबल टू ऑल द स्टेट्स। सभी स्टेट्स को एप्लीकेबल थे वो वेरिएबल्स रखे, बट एट द सेम टाइम हमने यूडाइस सॉफ्टवेयर में, जो कि उस समय ऑफलाइन था, हर स्टेट को ये फैसिलिटी दी, फैसिलिटेट किया कि आप अपने स्टेट के जो स्टेट स्पेसिफिक वेरिएबल्स है उसको उसमें डाल दें। और हमने करीब करीब हर एक स्टेट के स्टेट वेरिएबल्स को यूडाइस के फॉर्मेट में ही डाल दिया और यूडाइस के सॉफ्टवेयर से ही उनका डेटा कैप्चर फॉर्मेट को हमने पूरे इंडिया के अंदर प्रिंट करवाया। तो हमने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के जो गाइडलाइंस थी उनको तो फॉलो किया ही, बट इसके साथ साथ स्टेट को भी हमने फैसिलिटेट किया, उनके वेरिएबल्स को इंफॉर्मेशन DCF में डाल के, और उसी सॉफ्टवेयर में जो कि केवल यूडाइस का था, लेकिन हमने स्टेट स्पेसिफिक वेरिएबल्स उसमें डाले और उन्होंने उस डेटा इकट्ठा किया। तो हमारे ऊपर ये आरोप नहीं लगा कि ये तो स्टेट की रिक्वायरमेंट को मीट नहीं कर रहा है, ये तो केवल नेशनल लेवल को कर रहा है। जहाँ तक मॉनिटरिंग की बात हो रही है, मैं आपको ये कहूँगा, मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवेल्यूएशन, हमने ये दो बातें सुनी है, बट द ब्यूटी ऑफ मॉनिटरिंग इज दैट इट गिव्स अस flexibility to intervene into the system when the program is still going on. जब प्रोग्राम चल ही रहा है तो हमें ये फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है कि हम प्रोग्राम के ऑब्जेक्टिव के हिसाब से, गोल के हिसाब से, टारगेट के हिसाब से समय समय पर, चाहे वो क्वार्टरली हो, मंथली हो, डेली बेसिस पे हो या ईयरली बेसिस पे हो, उन एक्टिविटीज़ को मॉनिटरिंग करने की एक हमें फैसिलिटी देता है। But the evaluation है, the evaluation is conducted after the program is over. So monitoring gives us a benefit over the evaluation that there is scope of always improvement. Mid-course correction करना है तो वो flexibility देता है। अब आप मॉनिटर क्या करेंगे? कौन मॉनिटर करेगा? हर चीज़ हर जगह मॉनिटर नहीं होगी। जैसे फॉर एवरेज डेली अटेंडेंस क्या है, तो उसको नेशनल लेवल तक ले जाने का कोई तुक नहीं है, स्टेट भी ले जाने का तुक नहीं है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे कर लो, ब्लॉक पे कर लो या क्लस्टर पे कर लो आप। तो ऐसे बहुत से बारे वेरिएबल्स है। ऑल द वेरिएबल्स आर नीड नॉट टू बी मॉनिटर एवरीवेयर एंड एवरीवन नीड नॉट मॉनिटर एवरीथिंग। तो ऑब्जेक्टिव के हिसाब से, प्रोग्राम के हिसाब से हमें डिसाइड करना है। तो जहाँ तक समग्र शिक्षा का सवाल है, अगर आप इसकी मॉनिटरिंग करना चाहें तो आप कैसे मॉनिटरिंग करेंगे? या तो फिजिकल टारगेट्स आपको दिए हुए, अगर फिजिकल टारगेट्स स्टेट वाइज है तो आप, और डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज कुछ भी नहीं है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज अगर है तो आप कर सकते हैं। जैसे दूसरे टारगेट्स है, जैसे मैंने सुबह भी बार बार मुद्दा उठाया, अगर आपका कोई ग्रोथ चिल्ड्रन पार्टिसिपेशन पे कोई टारगेट है क्या, कि मैं NER 1 साल में इतना कर लूँगा, 5 साल में यहाँ तक पहुँचा देंगे, मेरे ड्रॉप आउट रेट अभी 3% है, मैं उसको अगले साल कितना कर दूंगा, उसके अगले साल कितना कर दूंगा। अगर इस तरह के टारगेट्स हमारे पास में हैं तो वो अपने आप तो अचीव नहीं हो जाएंगे। उनको अचीव करने के लिए हमें बहुत काम करना पड़ेगा। उसको अचीव करने के लिए केवल स्टेट लेवल पे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे करने से कुछ नहीं होगा। जहाँ तक डिसएग्रीगेटेड टारगेट्स हमारे पास में नहीं होंगे, आप उसकी मॉनिटरिंग भी नहीं कर पाएंगे। जब मैं डिसएग्रीगेटेड टारगेट की बात करता हूँ, इसका मतलब है बोथ माइक्रो एंड मैक्रो लेवल। कुछ इंडिकेटर्स है वो केवल माइक्रो लेवल के ऊपर आपको मॉनिटर करना है, कुछ इंडिकेटर्स है वो मैक्रो लेवल पे ही करने हैं। तो ये डिसाइड करने पड़ेगा इन व्यू ऑफ द नेचर ऑफ ए पर्टिकुलर वेरिएबल वेदर वी शुड मॉनिटर एट द माइक्रो लेवल और मैक्रो लेवल। जब माइक्रो लेवल की बात कर रहा हूँ तो इसका मतलब है ब्लॉक लेवल पे कुछ इंडिकेटर को मॉनिटर करेंगे, कुछ को डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे करेंगे, कुछ को जोनल या क्लस्टर पे करेंगे, कुछ सेपरेटली बॉयज और गर्ल्स है तो वो हर लेवल पे करेंगे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट, ब्लॉक, स्टेट, नेशनल लेवल, हर जगह पे। और भी हो सकते हैं शेड्यूल कास्ट के लिए, शेड्यूल ट्राइब के लिए, इस तरह के मॉनिटर। हमने भी बहुत प्रयास किया कि इसकी मॉनिटरिंग हो, बट कुछ खास हो नहीं पाया। हमने 2005-06 से लगाकर 2017-18 तक हर स्कूल का रिपोर्ट कार्ड बनाया और हर स्कूल को रिपोर्ट कार्ड को हमने पब्लिक डोमेन में डाल दिया। और पब्लिक डोमेन में डालने से हमें ये मदद मिली कि डेटा की अवेयरनेस बढ़ाने में इट प्लेज ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल। नॉट ओनली इट क्रिएटेड अवेयरनेस अबाउट द UDICE data in general and school report cards in particular, लेकिन लोगों ने रिपोर्ट कार्ड को पब्लिक में डालने के बाद में प्रश्न चिन्ह उठाना शुरू कर दिए कि साहब आपका रिपोर्ट कार्ड कह रहा है कि इस स्कूल में हेडमास्टर नहीं है और मैं तो उस स्कूल का हेडमास्टर हूँ। तो इस तरह के क्वेश्चन हमारे पास में आने लग गए। तो हमने कहा कि भाई जब हमने ये डेटा दिया था या तो 1 साल पुराना है, 30 सितंबर का है, या उस समय आपकी पोस्टिंग नहीं हुई होगी, या हो सकता है कि डेटा रिपोर्टिंग गलत है। बट मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूँ कि मैं ये मुद्दा स्टेट प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर और उनकी टीम के साथ में तक ले जाके इसको देखने की कोशिश करेंगे। ये तो केवल एक एग्जाम्पल है। एक छोटी सी दूसरी एग्जाम्पल मैं और देता हूँ। एक कर्नाटक में स्कूल थी, उसमें रिपोर्ट एक पेरेंट का फोन आया एंड ही सेड दैट प्रोफेसर मेहता आई विल सू यू। मैंने कहा भाई क्या कर दिया, इतनी मेहनत कर रहा हूँ मैं, तो पूरा UDICE को कहाँ से कहाँ हम मिलके ले गए कि नहीं आपका रिपोर्ट कार्ड कह रहा है कि इस स्कूल में कंप्यूटर नहीं है और मेरा बच्चा इस स्कूल में जा रहा है और 800 रुपये पर मंथ मैं तो फीस दे रहा हूँ, आप कह रहे हो कंप्यूटर नहीं है। तो इस तरह की अवेयरनेस भी क्रिएट हुई और हमें डेटा की क्वालिटी बढ़ाने में भी मदद मिली। हालांकि अब स्कूल रिपोर्ट कार्ड जो 2005-06 से लगाकर 17-18 तक पब्लिक डोमेन में अभी भी उपलब्ध है, वो अब किन्हीं कारणों से मुझे नहीं पता बंद हो गया है। डिस्ट्रिक्ट रिपोर्ट कार्ड जो हमने 2005-06 से लगाकर 17-18 तक किए थे वो भी अब नहीं आ रहा है। ब्लॉक रिपोर्ट कार्ड भी नहीं आ रहे हैं। बाकी के जो 15 पब्लिकेशन एक डेटा के बेसिस के ऊपर हम लेके आते थे, उनमें से केवल एक फ्लैश स्टैटिस्टिक्स आ रही है। और डेटा शेयरिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, डेटा डिसेमिनेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सो फार एज द मॉनिटरिंग इज कंसर्न। आप डिसेमिनेट नहीं करें, आप शेयरिंग ही नहीं करेंगे डेटा, तो लोग यूज नहीं करेंगे, और लोग यूज नहीं करेंगे तो फिंगर्स विल नेवर रेज्ड अबाउट द क्वालिटी, कंसिस्टेंसी, शेयरिंग, डिसेमिनेशन, यूटिलाइजेशन of your data. So sharing and dissemination is also very important. लेकिन प्रोग्राम के ऑब्जेक्टिव को देखते हुए, गोल को देखते हुए, टारगेट को देखते हुए ही हम मॉनिटरिंग मैकेनिज्म तैयार करना चाहिए। There is no Wix formula 44 for developing monitoring mechanism. प्रोग्राम को देखते हुए we can decide and within the program अलग अलग components भी हो सकते हैं जिसको हम आगे बात कर सकते हैं। Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's also, I was just thinking while you were speaking, I think one more thought crossed my mind, and it's a kind of reflection. I think हम physical indicators, school में toilets, तमाम चीज़ों पर उसामा मैंने भी जो सुबह में बात कही कि मतलब हम eventually हम क्या चीज़ करना चाहते हैं। स्कूल में बच्चा जा किस लिए रहा है? स्कूल में बच्चा जा रहा है लर्निंग के लिए, अपना लर्निंग लेवल इंप्रूव करने के लिए। So if all these other factors are put together, the school building, there's the school safety, there is presence of toilets, menstrual hygiene management practices for girls, so on and so forth. There are any number of things. These indicators these indicators, they're not integrated. So how do we then go on to measure learning effectiveness? Is the child learning? I mean, these things could be either isolated in themselves, maybe it also happens, there's an anomaly. कोई बच्चा बहुत ही खराब था, ये होता है ना, काम नहीं सुनते, गाँव से पढ़ के हम आए बच्चे लेकिन IAS कर दिया, टॉप कर दिया। So whether the child is learning, so हमारा क्या इन सब चीज़ों से हमने ये तो establish कर दिया कि भाई learning effectiveness जो है वो इससे correlated, interrelated with better school facilities and then better home. So how do we measure learning effectiveness as compared to these statistics? That's I'm putting it across to all the panelists over here. Think that there is an answer to that. कि कैसे हम correlate कर सकते हैं? How do we measure learning effectiveness? My question is, how do we measure learning effectiveness as correlated to these indicators that we try to measure? Because learning effectiveness, learning outcomes. Yeah, please.
सर ये फर्स्ट ऑफ माय कलीग जहाँ से बोले थे कि भाई वो ICT लैब्स हैं, वहाँ पर वो चल नहीं रही हैं, कंप्यूटर बहुत अच्छा है लेकिन वर्क नहीं कर रहे हैं, या जो भी है हमारे पास उसको चलाने वाला हमारे पास कोई नहीं है। हमारे पास अभी ADLs हैं जो कि 127 ADLs जो है वो वर्किंग इन J&K, 67 इन कश्मीर एंड 60 इन जम्मू। तो उन्होंने पैसा दे दिया हुआ, सारा कुछ दे दिया, लोगों ने सामान लेके अपनी अलमीराज में अंडर लॉक एंड की रखा हुआ। तो उसके लिए मुझे मतलब मौका मिला कि कोई वो जाके देखो क्या काम कर रहे हैं, क्या उन्होंने जो सामान लिया हुआ है तो क्या उन्होंने वो जैम से लिया है या कहीं और से लिया हुआ है। तो मैंने वो चीज़ तो अलग रही, लेकिन उन्होंने जो सामान है वो अंदर रखा हुआ। तो मैंने उनको कहा कि यू हैव टू यूज दिस मटीरियल, इट इज़ फॉर योर चिल्ड्रन। और फिर उन्होंने क्या किया कि वो छोटे मोटे कहीं से उठा के लाए हैं मॉड्यूल, कहीं और से खरीद के लाए हैं वो रखे हुए हैं, और वो जो मटेरियल है, लैपटॉप्स हैं, जो भी है जो भी है वो अंदर रखे हुए हैं, उनको प्रॉपर यूज़ नहीं किया जा रहा। तो मॉनिटरिंग जो है वो बहुत ज़रूरी है, मॉनिटरिंग की होनी चाहिए। तो मैं ये बता रहा था आपको कि जब हमारे कोविड टाइम में सपोज कि ये शुरू हुआ था ना नवंबर 19 में शुरू हुआ, तो हमारे जो विंटर जोन जो था वहाँ पर तो एडमिशन हो चुकी थी, लेकिन जो समर जोन है वहाँ पर पेंडिंग थी। तो वो हमारी एडमिशन पूरी की पूरी रह गई, हम उसको नहीं कर पाए। और फिर उसके बाद कोई भी ऑफिसर डेयर नहीं करता था कि वो ये ऑर्डर करे कि आप लोग एडमिशन नहीं करें। तो हमने जूम मीटिंग में ही सारे जो HOIs थे उनकी मीटिंग लेकर उनको कहा कि यू हैव टू जो बच्चों को एडमिशन दो। फिर उन्हें पूछा कैसे दे, तो हमने कहा कि हमने एक ऐप बनाई है, इस ऐप के द्वारा आप बच्चों की एडमिशन कर सकते हैं। वो कैसे, क्योंकि क्वारंटाइन सेंटर बने हुए थे सारे स्कूल, वो जा नहीं सकते थे। तो हमने उनको कहा कि क्योंकि डेटा जो था वो बच्चों का डेटा नहीं था, बच्चों की एनरोलमेंट जुड़ाइस पे थी, लेकिन बच्चों के नाम और डेटा वो वहाँ पर नहीं था। तो हमने उनको कहा कि यू हैव टू कलेक्ट द डेटा, जहाँ पर भी वो टीचर है, जिस मोहल्ले का है, जिस स्ट्रीट का है, जिस गांव का है, कहीं का भी है। क्योंकि सपोज करो मैं एग्जांपल देता हूँ, एक गवर्नमेंट हाई सेकेंडरी गर्ल्स हाई सेकेंडरी स्कूल धूमपुर की, तो वहाँ पर 1400 गर्ल्स एट दैट टाइम। तो उन्होंने वो कहने लगे प्रिंसिपल मैम कि मैं कैसे ये काम करूँ। तो मैंने उनको कहा कि आप लोगों ने अपने अपने टीचर्स को का ग्रुप आप बना लीजिए, उनको कहिए कि आप लोग एक फाइल दीजिए और कागज दीजिए और ऐप ये है, और क्रेडेंशियल हर एक स्कूल को हमने दिया हुआ है, यूजर ID तो सबको दिया हुआ है। तो आप इस पे ये मल्टी यूजर टास्किंग ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम है, आप इसके ऊपर आप हर एक टीचर जो है वो काम कर सकता है। आप उनके घरों में जाइए, बच्चों के घरों में, और वहाँ से ही उस बच्चे को एडमिशन दीजिए और उसका सारा जो है वो डेटा लीजिए। लिखने के
सर तो जो है बात जो कर रहे हैं वो डायरेक्टेड होती है। डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कई सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के टीचर्स से भी टच में हूँ, कुछ ग्रुप्स में भी हूँ व्हाट्सएप, एंड मेनी सच गुड प्रैक्टिसेस, गुड इनोवेशंस। सो माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन विल बी दीपेंद्र जी। या प्लीज।
हमारे पास जो प्रॉब्लम्स है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से रिलेटेड, उसको कोरिलेट करना लर्निंग आउटकम के साथ, उसके हमारे पास प्रॉब्लम है। एग्जाम्पल, हमारे पास जो ICT लैब्स हैं कैल के नाम से, या उससे पहले जब से SSA आया है 2002 से, तब से हम ICT फैसिलिटीज स्कूल्स में दे रहे हैं। मान ले कम ही स्कूल में दिए, लेकिन हमारे पास आज की डेट तक 20 साल में हमारे पास कोई ऐसी स्टडी नहीं है जिससे हम ये कह सकें कि उसका इम्पैक्ट क्या होगा। हम कहीं पे यहाँ पे लेकिन अगर हम उसको छोड़ के देखें
if you see program design in real sense, monitoring and evaluation is part of program planning. Right? What initiatives I am going to undertake and how it would be monitored and how it would be evaluated. And those are the steps wherein we decide the indicators, we decide what sort of outcome we are envisaging. But unfortunately, monitoring evaluation comes only when okay, this is over, now we have to go to the next phase, so let's do an evaluation of this. Or this is going on, but somebody said that this is not working, so let's put some monitoring indicators and put a mechanism and start monitoring. And when you put those indicators, then you realize that okay, X, I completely missed the X, I completely missed the Y, and then you start doing the course correction. So that time is already gone, and your interventions are most likely that they will not be successful. So monitoring and evaluation actually starts on day one of any program implementation. It is not after implementing or after achieving a certain stage we start monitoring and evaluation. So that's the first point. Now the second is that we are discussing a lot of initiatives here, that what we can do in content, what we can do for capacity building of teachers, for learners. Now while we are designing this, parallelly we have to think that how would we monitor. For example, if we develop an e-content as an initiative in any other district, what are the key indicators that e-content should have? How would you evaluate the e-content? A basic understanding. I'm not saying that we should go into nitty-gritty, so that whoever is creating that content has a fair idea that whatever I'm producing, is it matching those 4 indicators that generally as an ecosystem we have defined. Right? For example, we say the quality should be good. Right? For any content, quality should be good. What is meant by quality? we have no indicators defined for quality, right? Though we have the indicator, but I'm saying if we define it beforehand, that will give a lot of direction to the initiative. We say that it should be localized. What is meant by localization? Is it like giving an Indian perspective, giving a state perspective, or giving a district's perspective? Right. Also, when it comes to capacity building, we design our trainings in a manner that it's almost a one-way communication. That come and learn how to use a Microsoft Teams. But we never go the other way, that what are the benefits of using Microsoft Teams, and then install that curiosity among everyone, and then they keep on learning, right? So the need is that outcomes should be properly communicated, and monitoring plan or the indicator should be defined at the first stage itself, right? Now coming to the question which Danish has said, that how we can do it. So one is, of course, we are in government, and the system is always, at least the monitoring system and evaluation system are top driven. So the first need is that there is a lot of sensitization which should be done at a top level, that these scattered initiatives that we have, we should have a consolidation and some sort of a mechanism to evaluate the best one and then scale them up, right? So there also a lot of planning and efforts are needed. And second is, as sir was asking, that how do we standardize the data and how do we collect the data? These two things should be kept in mind, that how do we collect the data for any sort of a monitoring or any sort of a evaluation. If we have a very robust mechanism of collecting the data, all the processes can be fairly streamlined. So those are my 2 bits on how to scale.
Thanks, Dipin. I think speaking of JNK, then in that case, you get brilliant presentation on what the Vidya Samiksha can bring to the table, and compared to what. So what do you think, as we as part of this these 2 days, we are also planning to develop a vision document which will be then presented to the the planners and decision makers and policy makers. What do you think that we should aim at, having a few prerequisites to aim? I know it's both in a way I would say idealistic, but it can be made realistic. So what do you think, way from moving to idealistic to realistic? Do you prerequisites your bit of advice on for us, because we support the Department of School Education, and we are also planning to have a continuous support in this piece as well.
Yeah. So one clear prerequisite would be to have an open mind about what is happening around the world, rather than just thinking, no, this is our state, X state has this, Y state has it, and we can do this, we cannot do this, right? Keeping up pace with the technology, and since we are talking about digital transformation, keeping up pace with the digital transformation is the most important aspect. And I'll give you a simple example. Whenever we collect data, it's always in the Excel sheets, right? Currently, but can we go a next step where we can deploy some sort of a cloud mechanism, we can have some sort of an application, and with advancement in technologies, these are not very costly or not doable sort of efforts. We should move technologically to the next step and start deploying advanced technologies which reduces our workload and which helps us in filtering as in excluding the noises in data collection, or for minimizing our effort. You would be surprised that while it might sound, but Python and R are like they are being used in day-to-day things now. It's a very common thing. All these startups and initiatives you see, they all are dependent on big data, and our phone has become a big source of data. So and that data is scattered all around. All we need is to have a mechanism which can capture it, and how the advanced technologies can be used to capture this data. So having an open mind towards new technologies, innovation is a must for any state to develop its vision. We are talking about JNK after 4 years, 5 years, and I'll just give you a brief statistics. what do you think the data consumption across the country 7 years ago? It was just 143 MB per person. 143 MB. Today, if I just tell you the number, it's around 16 GB per month data consumption per person in India. Now just imagine in 7 years if it has come from 143 to 16 GB, what would happen in next
per day?
16 GB per month. Per month. 16 GB per month per person.
Per subscriber.
Per subscriber. And just imagine, if 16 GB data in just from 143 to 16 GB in 7 years, so next 5 years, what would be that number? Right? And if you're generating so much data, so can we just think that are we generating the same data in our ecosystem? And can this data be captured to have some effective decision making?
Speaking of that, I just had a question just came to my mind. It might sound early. Is there any government application that is on a cloud server?
I guess UDICE itself would be like, the servers are not, UDICE Plus is not locally hosted.
No, it is NIC.
Yeah, hosted on locally, but NIC Cloud.
NIC Cloud, right?
NIC Cloud only. So see, by cloud what I mean, our Gmail accounts, all are cloud hosted. Right? It's simple login and then you get to that interface. So if same thing we do with our IT systems, then there might be, there would be one very flexible, not dependent on very big infrastructure requirement, and we can actually do it. Cloud is very normal thing these days.
In fact, I think a paid cloud, it does have some sort of a data privacy agreement with the client, as against to taking a free Gmail account. Like you sign up, you don't like release. I mean, you do sign up for a bit of confidentiality and privacy, but the breach is not legally covered, if I'm not mistaken.
We have, like, if you talk in general, there are data protection rights. Recently also there is a bill which is there in the parliament, and individual data is fairly protected. And see, cloud has a lot of data protection, and in terms of number of players, we have Amazon Web Server as one prominent player, and we have Microsoft Azure as other player. Now, these two service providers have fair amount of protections in place, and a lot of audits are there. So, I don't think so that's a very big concern, and of course NIC would have its own data protection ecosystem. So, this is something which, is not a worrisome fact as of now.
So yeah, I think we've digressed a little bit, I'm sorry for that, from the main actually topic. So I was thinking, that's a fairly good point out there, that we can actually, first of all, just to sum it up, I think we have, again, like we were talking about content, I think the same thing with technologies, and I think it's well in intent, as you said, to have an open mind, to have that kind of embrace, technology, not really. First of all, I recall Faraz's point, and from yesterday, Dr. Faraz made a point, it's not, technology, not the sake of technology, because you need to define what you intend to do with the technology. COVID में ये भी बड़ा एक इंसिडेंट हो गया कि चलो जी ऐप बना लेते हैं, हर चीज़ के लिए ऐप बन रहा था। बगैर सोचे हुए इस चीज़ का कि ऐप बन किस लिए रहा है, इसका मकसद क्या है, ऐप बनाना बड़ा अच्छा लगता है। कई जो ऐसे बड़े बहुत ही जिसे कहते हैं फ्यूटाइल से ऐप्स भी सामने आए कि मतलब ये किस चीज़ के लिए ऐप है, because it has become very frivolous. But I think if it's, the purpose and the need is established beforehand, and what are we trying to achieve? To give the example, case in point, the project director Samam Shiksha mentioned the Talash app, and we started off the Talash app with so many provisions. We were clear on what we were trying to achieve, and maybe along the way the parameters would change here and there according to needs. बहुत revisions हुए थे, मुझे याद है पहला जो revision था जो Samam Shiksha में हुआ था, 31 changes थे उस app में. So which is fair enough. I mean, according to our needs of what kind of data collection we need to do. But then I think, eventually it all boils down to what you need to do. And the closing remarks for us, we have, I think, very few people left. But let's see if we have any questions from the audience. For the speakers?
Yes, sir. I have a question.
The data should come from the different strata. That's like, say, for example, let's take J&K. The schools, locations of the schools is very important. I can tell you one thing. The teachers sitting here would agree with me that if you look at most of the schools, 60%, 70% of the schools, I think that point I pointed out yesterday also, they are located in rural areas. So if you go to those schools, you would find that from November to March, there is no electricity. So November to March means, say in 30 days, you multiply it by 24, it comes out to be 700 hours approximately. In 700 hours, 25% of the time or less than 20% of the time the electricity is available. The rest is not there. So that means 5 months multiplied by 5. So how do you basically, and then the problems of internet. The connectivity is very, very poor. So at the end of the day, when we talk about data generation, data collection, and from all the stratas of education sector, so there would be a disparity. So how do we basically take care of those disparity? Because ultimately what we are doing, if we are trying to collect data, most of the data would come from the urban areas, from the urban schools. But the rural areas and the far-flung areas, I'm not talking, I don't know about the Gujarat ecosystem, but in the northeast places or the J&K places, most of these schools are in the border areas and far-flung areas, where 5 months we don't have electricity. We don't have electricity. Hardly 2 hours per day. 24 hours में सिर्फ 1.5 या 2 घंटा. I can just give you that statistics also. We have electricity. So how do we, the disparity is taken care of? That's very important thing.
अपनी आईडी देते हैं, 12 तक वही आईडी रहती है. जब स्कूल से ट्रांसफ़र होता है तो वो हम वहाँ पे पुश करते हैं और वहाँ से वो पुल करते हैं. और इसी तरह से इन्होंने कहा कि हमें गुजरात में एक ऐसा सिस्टम बनाया है. तो क्या एक यूनिफाइड सिस्टम ऐसा नहीं हो सकता? अगर हम काम करेंगे, अलग अलग काम करेंगे, वो जम्मू में करेंगे, कश्मीर में काम करेगा, तो इससे एक यूनिफाइड मॉडल नहीं बनेगा. तो क्या हम ऐसा नहीं कर सकते कि इन दोनों को मिला के इंटीग्रेट करके कोई ऐसा सिस्टम बनाए जो हर एक जगह एक जैसा हो, एक स्टूडेंट की अपनी आइडेंटिटी हो, एक ऐसा प्रोफाइल हो कि वो खुद भी देख सके और डुप्लीकेसी ना हो, डेटा रिडेंडेंसी ना हो, कंसिस्टेंसी हो डेटा में.
इंडिया में वैसे से यूनिफाइड वो एक आईडी रहेगी उसकी, वो कहीं पर भी कोई भी उनके सारे, जैसे आपका भी वो कौन सा है लॉकर जो है डिजी लॉकर है, उसी तरह से एजुकेशन का डिजी लॉकर जैसा सिस्टम होगा. एक यूनिक आईडी थ्रू आउट देयर लाइव्स रहेगी. यूनिवर्सिटी, कॉलेज, पीएचडी जितनी डिग्री, इट विल बी ऑल गवर्न्ड बाय वन आईडी. अभी क्या होता है कि बच्चा की कोई आईडी नहीं रहती, अगर एलएमएस या उस पर कोई आईडी होगी तो होगी. 9-10 तक आते कि जेके बोर्ड से उसको एक आईडी मिल जाती है. अगेन देयर आर चैलेंजेस. जेके बोर्ड की आईडी आपकी यूआई से लिंक नहीं है. जेके बोर्ड अपनी 6 डिजिट कोड यूज करता है, तो वो लोग भी इंटीग्रेटेड नहीं है. तो डेटा मैपिंग नहीं हुई उसको. यही चीज़ हम इस विजन के जरिए इसी चीज़ की बात कर. विद्या समीक्षा का भी वही मकसद है. आप विद्या समीक्षा का जो आप पढ़ेंगे, जो इंटेंट है या उसका जो मिशन डॉक्यूमेंट है, इसी की बात कर रहा है. जो डायग्राम जो आपको दीपेंद्र जी ने दिखा रहा था, what was that called? That
dashboards and
dashboard. I think there was something called lake, right? That
data lake.
It is what that this vision document is towards that. How do we integrate that? There have been experiments. I think Gujarat is a very good example. जो उनका कमांड कंट्रोल सेंटर है.
But there are two systems. I want to integrate it, get some high-level technology input to it, and दो इकोसिस्टम को भी इंटीग्रेट किया जाता है. वो अपना पैरेलली रन करेंगे, बट हमारे पास एक कनेक्टिंग लिंक होगा. तो वो एक बहुत पॉसिबिलिटी है और आजकल काफी डेटा एनालिटिक्स में ये हो रहा है. एंड बड़े से बड़े और छोटे से छोटे फर्म्स एंड इंस्टीट्यूशंस ये कर रहे हैं. तो अब वो बहुत बड़ा इशू नहीं रह गया है कि दो डेटा अलग है तो अलग से स्क्रैच से ही बनाना हो. आप दोनों पैरेलली रन कर सकते हैं. दिस जस्ट कन्फर्म कनेक्टिंग एपीआई व्हिच कैन वर्क फॉर यू, राइट? सो दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ open mindedness we need to bring, where we are not dismantling anything, but we are trying to integrate the data set.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, that we will. Apologies for yesterday. Try to wrap it up on time. I think that's the end of today's last panel session. And Rosetta, you can go ahead and announce what we have in roll. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, can the rest of you please come over for a bigger group photo.
Yeah, exactly.
Particularly if we talk about India and specifically for Jammu and Kashmir. Yesterday's discussions, although were pretty short, the panel discussions also, unfortunately, because of the time constraint, we had to cut them short. But I think what really came out was the ideas, the inputs that came out. I think the reflections were quite rich. And what we want to achieve from this two-day workshop, it's not just to sit here and debate about what has happened or what has not happened, what could have happened. Rather, it's more kind of a reflection on it in a very systematic manner, and I think that's what we're trying to achieve here. Also, the outcome that we expect out of it. I mean, this is not an end. This is actually the start of the journey. It's a vision document. So you create a vision document and you then set out to realize that vision, and that's the whole point of this exercise. Really thankful to our knowledge partner, Deloitte. We have Mr. Dipendra Thakur here from Deloitte, he's the Associate Director. They have kindly consented to be a knowledge partner and they'll be helping us out with the documentation. And before, first we recap of what has been reflected yesterday, and then Dipendra will and I will explain to you how this is going to work. So rest assured कि आपको हम सिर्फ इस वर्कशॉप में 2 दिन के लिए सहमत नहीं देंगे, लेकिन इसके बाद भी हम आपके साथ जुड़ेंगे। आई थिंक बहुत सारे इनपुट्स डिस्कशंस हुए हैं कल और आगे भी होंगे। बहुत सारे हमारे डिपार्टमेंट की कलीग्स हमें ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाए, तो उनके लिए हमको एक प्रोविजन देना है ताकि उनकी वॉइसेस हम सुन पाएं। So thanks again for also our volunteers who sat through patiently through the 2 days. To Huzaifa for managing the craziness yesterday. Inayat, of course, has been running forth day for back-to-back events for us. Professor Saad for being a pillar of support to us throughout this entire event. To the team at SKICC, to our media persons who made sure that this went out to the world. Each one of you, thank you so much.